PKA 748 with our guest Joe M. Taylor.
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Acorns, Lock and Load, and our wonderful merchandise. Joe M. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Man, you're having to like use a second layer moniker now because you're going after some really heavy hitters, I guess. These zoophiles don't play.
No, they don't play. No, so I'm going by Joe M now. This is my new alias.
Perfect. Well,
yes.
Joe M, like I just told you, I've been scrolling through, taking a peek at your most recent videos. Are you immune to like feeling sad after spending a bunch of time looking into like this dark stuff by this point?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say I'm pretty immune. Yeah, the only thing I did recently that disturbed me quite a bit was you guys obviously all know Roman Polanski.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I did a video about him, and very interesting guy, interesting story. But I had to read an account from for those who don't know in the audience. I think we're past the 1 minute mark now, right? I think we are. I can say the word.
Yes, you can say it.
I can say the word molest. He molested a 13-year-old, and when researching, I had to read a description of what he specifically. It was very foul. It was very foul. That was when it gets really graphic. Those are the ones that really just summer.
We're taking this connection out. This is what happens when you talk truth to power. All right. They got your bandwidth at arm's reach.
The second he said molested, they shut him down.
Did it start going out? Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Down. Well, okay, Roman Polanski is Jewish, so but no. Yeah, that was definitely pretty disturbing just to have to read it word for word. The animal stuff doesn't really bother me anymore. I've been desensitized to enough stories about how this guy put his dick in the dog and this person put the dog's dick in their rat. Like, I'm desensitized to that, but the children stuff still really bothers me.
Well, yeah, that's good. It'll be a dark day when that stops bothering you.
Yeah, that'll be truly twisted.
What did Roman Polanski do other than like is there anything new? I thought this was like an old news, like everyone.
I would say a lot of it was old news. I kind of did like a kind of story about his entire life. It wasn't just that, but obviously that came up. There are a lot of other stories of like recent sexual assault allegations and like lawsuits and stuff. There was this Israeli journalist who created a website called it was like I got touched by Polanski.com or something. And it was like a compilation of all the people who got touched by him, supposedly, allegedly. But I mean, his story in general is just super, super fascinating.
Did you talk about when he got the standing ovation at the Oscars a few years
back? I did.
Back?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Oscars, I tried to include like the full clip with the audio of Harrison Ford being like Roman Polanski, and everyone's like, yeah. You see like Martin Scorsese, he's like, but unfortunately, I had to cut the audio of the clip out. But I did have it in there. Yes.
Why were they cheering him? Are there two sides to this?
Or his Lifetime Achievement Award?
He boned a 13-year-old, though, right? Is that one?
Yeah, but he made Rosemary's Baby. He made Chinatown. This is one of the greatest directors of all time.
I haven't seen either of those.
Rosemary's Baby was the 13-year-old.
They were cheering him on for The Pianist. That was when that happened.
Rosemary's Baby actually also about SA. It's about allowing the Satan to bone your wife. There's a scene where like the wife wakes up after she's been raped by the devil, and she's like, "Oh, what happened? What happened last night? I was like drugged or something." He's like, "You passed right out, honey. I'll be honest, I took some liberties. It had a fun like necrophilia vibe." And he walks out of the room.
It's like, oh, this guy
scratches on her back from the devil.
I guess he is the devil. Yeah,
he is the devil. Yeah.
Taylor, do you know much about Roman Polanski?
I think I might be confusing him with someone else. That there was another Hollywood guy that like married his own stepdaughter who was also underage.
Woody Allen. You're thinking of Woody Allen.
Woody Allen. Okay.
I'm also conflating the two. Can you help me get the story straight? I forget which part belongs to which.
So Roman Polanski, what he did was he survived the Holocaust. He like grew up during it. His like parents were in concentration camps. His mom was killed at Auschwitz, actually. Mm-hmm. After that, he started making movies, during like the Soviet bloc, basically in Poland. He then came over to the States after making some movies. He made Rosemary's Baby, which is like a very influential horror movie, as Kyle stated. I haven't seen the full movie. I've seen scenes of it. I haven't seen it all.
Heard it's good.
He made Chinatown, which is a great movie. That is a great movie. Really, really fucking good. Yeah, definitely. As far as the stuff that I've seen from him, it's got Jack Nicholson in it. It's some people consider it the greatest screenplay ever made. I don't know about that, but it is really, really fucking good. Also, very depressing ending. I will say a lot of his movies don't have a very like. I don't want to spoil it, even though it's like fucking 70 years old. Because if you haven't seen it, if you haven't seen it, it's an experience if you watch it.
Yeah.
But essentially, it's Jack Nicholson's a PI, and he's investigating what's going on with the water supply in California and Los Angeles, and investigating some murders connected to it. But I don't want to go further than that. But
very good movie.
The movie has such a fucking dour ending, and the final line is, forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown, and it's basically just like, this story where this guy goes into the situation being, I would say, because he's a PI, he's not a policeman. He's like a guy who's doing investigation out of self-interest. His job is to investigate people who are cheating on their spouses. And then he gets involved in the story, and he tries to like be a hero, tries to fix things. And basically the moral, the end of it is it's all fucked. So just give up. It's pretty brutal.
It's bigger than you. It's all evil. You're just you can't change anything. Deal with it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Very down. Half of your Chinatown explanation, I had to figure out that we're not talking about Big Trouble in Little China. With
no, different movie.
I don't remember being that dark.
Kurt Russell, he didn't make that Kurt Russell romp from the 80s. No, I'm afraid not. Because also a great movie, by the way.
I'm gonna think of it. I don't remember a lot of Chinese people in Chinatown.
It's full of Chinese people. The star is Chinese. They make it seem like Kurt Russell's the star. He is the sidekick.
No. I mean, in just Chinatown with Jack Nicholson. I don't remember a lot of Chinese people.
Yeah, no, none of them.
Well, there should be. It's in Chinatown.
What would they say? This is like 19.
Changshu, Jack Nicholson.
Oh, Jack Nicholson. Oh, they talk. They call him his actor name.
They call him Jack. They call him Jack Nickerson. Nickerson.
I like that.
So I mean, if the ending like moral value of Roman Polanski's Chinatown was like everything's so fucked, you can't do anything to change it. Why even bother? You think that played into his like 13, 18? We're floating through the cosmos here.
I think a lot of his early experiences definitely made him very like morally apathetic.
Very jaded.
Probably, I would guess. Yeah. And just kind of like ambiguous as to what is even right and wrong. I think for sure. His justification when he did it was she already had sex when I fucked her, so it's okay. That's what he said. And then he said that she was crazy. And then actually the one detail of the story that is usually overlooked is that he actually molested this girl at Jack Nicholson's house.
True, in the hot tub.
Yes.
Oh no.
And he also drugged her. He gave her Quaaludes. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that was just what you did in those days. He was Sharon Tate's baby daddy, right? I don't know if they got married, but
they were married actually. Yes.
Okay.
He impregnated Sharon Tate. He was also because he's European, which means he's a pedophile. But on top of that, he just fucks around a lot. So he would like have a lot of orgies and stuff like that.
Isn't it wild that guy can pull it off? That should give everyone listening to this hope. Google what Roman Polanski looked like at his height. Okay, and I say height, and when I say height, it's a fucking joke. Okay, yeah, that's his punchline.
He is 5'3". Didn't know that.
Yeah.
Little fucking Polish guy, right?
He probably was looking around going,
Polish.
"She's way too tall to be 13."
But he's rich and famous, right?
But
yes, he is.
He's competing with rich and famous men, though. Like it's not like he like found some person like some regular person. Sharon Tate was a beautiful movie star herself. You've probably seen Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where this is all played out. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's obviously him as a 60-year-old man.
For those in the audience, or Taylor or Woody, I don't know if you guys know this, but his wife Sharon was murdered by the Manson family. Charles Manson.
That was the one from.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah.
But okay, I've seen that.
Yeah. It's a really crazy. It's like he survives the Holocaust, comes to the U.S., creates like amazing movies, groundbreaking horror movies. His wife gets murdered, and then he makes Chinatown, and then he molests a 13-year-old. He flees the country. While he's fleeing, he's still making movies. He makes The Pianist and wins, I believe, Best Director while he's over and hiding like Sweden.
He made The Pianist. What is that the one with Adrian Brody. He made that.
Yeah.
That's such a good movie.
That's what he won Best Director for. And that's when Harrison Ford was like Roman Polanski, and he wasn't there. And Jack Nicholson's in the audience like, yeah. And Martin Scorsese's like,
and that was post molestation. The Pianist.
Yeah, that was like 30 years after he did it. Yeah.
It's a
I've
modern
never
movie.
seen
That was like
that.
2001.
I've never seen that movie because
It's
it's
based
like
now, Taylor, so it's
it's
no
a true
longer
story.
current.
It's a true story.
it is the
during
most
Holocaust.
boring sounding. Like I didn't even know it was a Holocaust movie. I'm like, I'm not gonna watch some fucking movie about a piano player. No way.
Oh, it's a good
Adrian
movie.
Brody
And
is a famous pianist, and he is hiding from the fucking Nazis. He's being hid from it at times. There's this great
Everyone
part
else in
at
the
end.
attic's like, stop, shut the fuck up. He's over there banging.
oh yeah,
You couldn't get us all caught, you son of a
and
bitch.
it's directed by Roman, who lived through the Holocaust, which makes it better because he
Yeah.
saw
Authenticity is
If this guy doesn't stop playing Camp Town Races, we're in trouble.
I was gonna make that joke with chopsticks.
Yeah, he's not even.
So you
good.
hear compound races?
Yeah, he was only the. Damn. So it sounds like he made some good movies, but he also raped. Man, to be a Holocaust survivor and make good movies and have a murdered wife, like
and rape.
that's I can't imagine more like goodwill, like more people being like, ah, man, this guy making great movies and just the worst life imaginable, and then just boom, ruined, ruined by being raped.
Yeah, but the crazy thing is that it really didn't ruin his life. I mean, he fled the country. He just kept making movies and then won Best Director. He won an Oscar. And Adrian Brody won, I think, Best Actor for that movie as well. I think they also won Best Score. I think the only thing they missed out on was Best Picture. I think that's the only one they missed out on for that year.
Yeah,
but they won everything else. So yeah, he's a super prolific guy. Super interesting story.
Is there any evidence that he's carried on with this? Or look, I do kind of want to. When I hear about in the 60s at a celebrity party, like he did something with a 13-year-old, I'm like, all right, well, that's not exactly going to daycare and assaulting someone. There was a 13-year-old on drugs in a
I'm told
celebrity
she
hot
looked
tub.
14.
Here's the thing. He actually didn't beat her
matters.
He actually didn't beat her at a party. He approached her mom because her mom was like a friend of his, and he was like, I want to take pictures of your daughter for Teen Vogue or something.
Never mind, I withdraw.
And his mom was like,
I was
okay.
wrong.
So he took pictures of her on like a hill, naked, brought her home. The next day, he brings her over to Jack Nicholson's house alone. Jack Nicholson's girlfriend is there. She leaves. He drugs her and molests her alone, and then brings her home. So that's what he did. And then he left. And then as soon as he went to Europe, he dated a 15-year-old.
What was she wearing?
Not much.
Probably a bunch of like Oshkosh Bagosh loafers.
For animals outfits or something.
Yeah.
You should look up what was Roman Polanski's victim wearing. I think that would go really well.
Oh yeah.
Your search history.
Jeez. Well, what a ghoul. And they stood up and they clapped. Wait, when was this clapping for him? Like
20,
post or
25 years ago?
was it before the
molestation was like 1973. The clapping was 2005. The standing ovation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
like
what's
super
the
respected director.
What's the take on him since like the Me Too thing? Do they try and like hide him? Or
When
is
Me
it
Too,
still
when,
like
so when Me Too happened, a big thing early on was this petition that a lot of directors had signed, because while Roman was on the run from the U.S. authorities, there were proceedings in Europe to get him extradited back to the U.S. So he was placed under house arrest in Sweden, I believe, for a short amount of time. When that happened, a bunch of Hollywood people wrote out this petition saying, we want him to be released. He's not hurting anyone, despite the fact that when he was on house arrest, he was bragging like, I've got a bunch of 16-year-olds at my house right now. There were a bunch of directors and people who, it was like 100 names. It was like Martin Scorsese, I want to say Woody Harrelson, Natalie Portman, a bunch of different people that wrote out this petition or signed this petition. But that was pre-Me Too. Whoopi Goldberg defended him on TV. What's his name? Johnny Depp was like, I mean, why are they going after him now? It's been so long. But when Me Too happened, a lot of people did like sort of apologize for that, I would say. But yes, so he was a conversation during Me Too. And when that happened, a lot of other actresses came out and were like, he molested me or raped me or sexually assaulted me. I don't know about the validity of those, but I know the 13-year-old thing happened.
Those apologies are such bullshit. Whenever I hear an apology, like Shane Gillis was talking about this the other day, like right as he was getting canceled and fired from SNL, he was on this like text exchange with his agent. His agent was like, you need to like show contrition and apologize and tell them that this doesn't represent your character. And Shane's like, I reply back, fuck them, fuck that, no apologies. He's like, I was thinking about like the people in comedy that I look up to. Like Patrice wouldn't apologize. He'd never. You think a Patrice would come forward and say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I hurt your feelings. I shouldn't have said that. I was misquote." No, he'd stand behind it. He's like, "Fuck him." He's like, and then I realized that the NBC was also in the text exchange, and so that really cemented the deal.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah,
It's so funny.
Because nobody cares. Nobody wants your apology.
There's a whole IMDb list. Usually it's like best thrillers, and this one's like everyone who signed the Roman Polanski petition. There's a lot of big people in here.
Yep.
You're right.
Now, let me ask you this. Is there any, on the other side of this argument, is there anyone who says that the girl was, I don't know, mentally ill, she lied, she made up stories, or like she had a vendetta, she wasn't picked for this role when it was promised to her, her mother put her up to it? Is there any of that, like, at all?
So I wouldn't say from Roman. At the time, there were a lot of like media articles kind of painting him as like he's just a guy who gets pussy and she is like kind of a slut, like in the American media. And the European media, the way it was viewed was like, well, Americans have an obsession with sex. Over here in France, the age of consent is 14 or 15, whatever it was at the time. So we don't really see it as a big deal and whatever. Obviously, as time has passed, a lot of people's views and attitudes and that have changed. But I mean, at the time, he was really hot shit. I think in an article, Jack Nicholson's girlfriend was quoted being like, well, she didn't seem distressed when she left the house. So it's like, whatever. But yeah, there were a lot of different, sort of takes at the time. I think that at the time that it happened, it was not seen as like as big of a deal. Obviously, the media reported it as like this happened. The judge at the time tried to throw the book at him. And part of the reason that he ended up fleeing is because the judge was kind of fucking around during the case. And he was trying to get him in more jail time than the law would have allowed, which is like it's kind of an upsetting thing that the judge, while trying to imprison a pedophile, ultimately fucked up the case. There was like these leaked text messages from, I want to say 2010, when there was talks about extraditing Roman back to the U.S. to face trial. And this judge from California was like, I pity anyone who's going to take on this case, because the last judge who handled it mishandled it so poorly that we're going to have a lot of problems. He's probably just going to be let go if he gets back in. And then that judge is going to get a lot of shit for the ruling. So, yeah.
Makes sense.
So now we just have to let him live out the rest of his life.
Well, he's pretty old. He's like
91. So
he'll be dying pretty soon.
He's near the end.
He's probably got a new movie on, like, coming out next year, dude.
Did you know that Harvey Weinstein?
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein signed it in 2005. Harvey Weinstein was like,
I'm shocked.
He's innocent.
Harvey, no.
I've lived.
Also, Tilda Swinton, out of left field. What the fuck? Why was she signing that?
I mean, that expects great direction.
She's that tall blonde lady that sometimes plays like sinister characters.
Oh, she looks scary. What have I seen her in?
Great. Snowpiercer for one. She's got a tremendous voice.
Have I seen her in like a Fincher movie or something?
Not off the top of my head. No, I don't know, but I like her a lot. I'm sure a lot of people signed it. It's the guy's good at what he does.
Man, that movie was so good. I just gotta go to bat for him.
I almost see that. Like, Chinatown's really fucking good, dude. It's really good. Look, great. After living the last 5 or 8 years without Weinstein, keeping that hula bar there to make sure no uggos get into our films. I've seen the results. I've seen the ugly women that are modern Hollywood women. I've seen the flat chested, like never show any nudity, like, version of Hollywood, and I fucking hate it. All I see is dudes' dicks. It's nothing but dicks anymore. There's 30 dicks on every show. You will never see a woman's like bra just like, oh, whoops, my top blew off because of the fucking water slide. They'll never do that again.
I know that Weinstein he funded like all of Tarantino's movies, to my knowledge.
Well, Weinstein, yeah, absolutely. Like he produced.
And Quentin Tarantino, just based on interviews, seems like a pretty level-headed guy. Like hanging out with weirdos. I don't know.
I love Quentin Tarantino. Okay, you leave him alone. He's cool. He's made
his
some
movies
fire.
are very good.
He's made some fire. Yeah. Okay, leave him alone.
His movies are hit or miss. I feel like everyone gets regarded as like a classic.
What do you mean they're hit or miss? You're hit or miss, Woody.
Like?
Name one that's
I am hit and miss, and therefore it's my area of expertise.
Which one?
What was that super long one with the Cowboys recently?
The Hateful Eight?
Yeah.
That wasn't very good.
I thought it was okay, but to put it down as some sort of masterpiece.
I love it. It's incredible. It felt like a stage play. They're shooting in 70 millimeter, so everyone is always in frame in that cabin. I love that movie. It is a masterpiece to me. It's beautiful. I watched it twice at 70 millimeter. I went to the road show.
You watched that movie twice. You literally aged
in theaters
from that. Like,
and it was time well spent. I wish every day I could soak up as much culture as the 3 hours or the 6 hours I spent in Buford.
Dude, I'd be out like $80 just on the snacks it would take me to get through a movie that long.
I hadn't seen that one until recently, but Wendigoon made me watch it at like 1 a.m. It was good. Honest, it was very good, but it wasn't. It was like my least favorite movie that he's made. Very good. It was very good. The only problem.
Tomatoes? Let's see what the Rotten Tomatoes is.
To me, the only issue was it was all like in one setting, basically in that fucking cabin. But the character dialogue was still good. Maybe it was late at night, but I did find it to be the most boring of all those movies. But it was still, I enjoyed it quite a bit.
I don't mind those movies where they're limited to like one room or like trapped somewhere. Like sometimes I can add more to it because I have to lean more on character development to make it compelling instead of a bunch of, exciting situations and surroundings. It didn't suck me in. Like Reservoir Dogs is his best movie ever by far. Most people say Pulp Fiction, which is his second best, but like I watch Reservoir Dogs like once a year, I would say, just because like every bit of that movie rocks. It's so fucking
Tomatoes has Hateful Eight in the mid 70s, which I would call about right.
That seems fair.
I'm not saying
I really like Inglourious Bastards. I think that's
just saying that to act like everything is a banger.
Inglourious Bastards is bad, and so Inglourious Bastards is a mess to me because I went there I came for all the ads. Look, they're called the Inglourious Bastards. That's the boys. That's the Nazi hunters. I'm here for that. The previews. I name is Lieutenant Aldo Rain, and I need me 8 Jewish American soldiers. We're gonna do one thing only: killing Nazis. And I'm like, fuck yeah! You take my money. Let's go. You put together a Jewish hit squad, and when it dropped behind enemy lines and Nazi occupied France, and now they're gonna cut scalps off of Nazis, and Brad Pitt's gonna lead them doing a Southern accent. Yes, please.
Yeah,
and then
a bad accent too.
And now we got to deal with fucking Shoshana and fucking her black boyfriend and their adventures in France. And why will no one come to my movie theater?
Dude, there's like 30 minutes of her doing like accounting work, trying to balance the budget for her private theater, and it's like enough. Get back to Brad Pitt.
Taylor doesn't understand the genius that is accounting footage.
I
understand unsophisticated.
I like the build,
but
the build to the end, and the ending scene is just.
Imagine
I like that milk guy in the beginning.
Love that. Imagine if Shoshana dies there. I mean, all right, I'm rewriting. Shoshana gets caught. She does the runaway, and he goes, "Au revoir, Shoshana!" But she steps on a landmine no one knew was there. Go boom, and he goes, "Oopsie!" And then now we cut back to Lieutenant Aldo Rain. And the next time we see the fucking Jew hunter again is when he's investigating the bar scene. And we never see Shoshana again because she blew up in that fucking field. And we get an extra 45 minutes of Nazi hunting when we don't get a quick cutaway to rescue Hugo Stiglitz, the Nazi who hated Nazis. He was the one who's like shoving that like thing down the Nazi colonel's throat while he's asleep. Like we have a whole scene where we're like planning out the rescue of him and the storming of the building. And just when you think we're in trouble, Hugo is broken free and he fucking slow cuts the Nazi's throat that's got the gun on Aldo. We get that whole scene. Then we get a little afterwards of him. And he's like, we don't like but one thing, and that's killing Nazis. And Hugo in some German accent is, this sounds good to me. Like I love that. I need that. I need them. And then they go and do one more raid, kill some.
So you wanted to see like nonstop cutting off.
I wanted action.
You wanted Wolfenstein the movie. Okay.
Give me this much fucking action. Just this much, Tarantino. What are you afraid of? I watched Kill Bill and you cut 80 fucking Japanese dudes' heads off in the second movie.
I have this idea. I like what you're doing, Kyle, but what if Shoshana steps on a landmine and then she's kind of out of it? And then later on in the movie, there's like, I don't know, a young adult woman and she helps the Jew hunters do this thing. And there's a usual suspects reveal because she's been filmed in such a way that you don't realize she's on crutches. You don't realize she has one busted leg, and then you put it together.
I think this lady with the grenade pieces in her face might be that woman from the beginning.
Like
I'm down for that. Sure, that's fine.
People kind of way.
What I don't want.
Oh shit! All this time.
Yeah, all that theater stuff was so fucking boring. Every time Brad Pitt came on screen, or what's the main Nazi, that actor, Christoph Waltz. Anytime Brad Pitt or Christoph Waltz are on screen, I was like, all right, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be good. And then like when it cut from them doing interesting or fun dialogue back to like Shoshana's theater where she's like changing a placard and some horny Nazis hitting on her, I'm like, oh my God, I don't care.
Or maybe
sucks.
this happens. We just get to see Shoshana and her boyfriend's beautiful interracial baby being raised.
That's what they should have shown on the screen. Instead of her like smiling, could have been
I wanted
interracial
Nazi
pornography.
And it's supposed to be a cathartic, look, the Jews win this time kind of thing. And I get that, and that's fun. It's the same way. Django's the same thing. It's a revenge piece. It's a little blaxploitation brought into the 21st century. I love Django. I love Kill Bill, both of them. I like that, and I wish he'd had a little bit more of that ultra violence mixed into Inglourious Basterds, and not so much film, small theater, self-masturbatory bullshit with Shoshana. At least she didn't get her feet out. Oh wait, she did.
She did. You can always count on that. Feet, they're coming out.
Dude, you remember
more power to him, by the way.
Yeah, he does not give a shit about everyone knowing about his foot fetish. It's almost like he's rubbing it in our faces. That must be part of the fetish for him. Like, they all know I like them stinky feet.
Is it confirmed, or is everyone just like you?
Yes, it's 1,000%.
Oh, it's 100%. He loves like if it ever came out where like some actress was saying like Quentin Tarantino made me let him come on my feet to get in from dusk till dawn, like he would give the same response of like the scorpion and the frog, like you knew what I was when you invited me onto your back. You knew what I was going to do, motherfucker. I wanted to see those tootsies. You've
seen the movies, like think about it. Like let's go back to like Dusk Till Dawn when the most beautiful woman in the world is pouring whiskey or liquor down her leg and he's sucking on her toes. He wrote that movie. He wrote a scene where she sucks her toes.
Foot scene that I could come up with in my own memory.
Okay, let's go to Kill Bill where she wiggle your big toe. Wiggle your big toe while we zoom in on her feet and then she wiggles her big toe in the back of the pussy wagon trying to get it working. Let's go to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood when the underage girl who wants to suck Brad Pitt's dick got her feet right up on the dash. Then the next scene, we're in the movie theater with Sharon Tate, dirty bare feet right up on the back of the seat in your face. I can go on. There's more. Like every single movie he makes, and if it's not that, it's just a hot chick walking into the room, but the shot is her hot feet walking.
I don't know. So I hear you coming from. I'm not saying you have any facts wrong. I'm just reluctant to draw the same conclusion. Like if I said he had a hand thing and listed all the scenes where there were exposed hands in his films, you'd be like, well, people have hands,
but it's feet.
You see them sometimes.
Yeah.
I need you on my jury.
If he was like,
you do, I would totally let you go.
Holy shit.
Yeah, you're too lenient with this guy. And it's not like we're saying he's a bad guy. He's just like, he gets off on feet. And so he kind of ham-handedly gets feet into every single, and it's never just, he's never like looking at an ugly man's feet. It's always some hot girl's feet that he's always around.
Would you give a man a foot massage? We're at the beginning of Pulp Fiction. We have a whole goddamn conversation about the foot massage. Like it's constant in his movies.
Can you imagine if I was a director? Can you imagine if I was a director and in every scene it's like, and I'm also an actor in it, and I'm like, and then he looked up over his charcuterie board eating a large handful and responded. And it's like, dude, Taylor, you're eating in a lot of these scenes. It doesn't make a lot of sense. You could easily make a conclusion.
So I decided to look up. I decided to look up Quentin Tarantino talks about feet, and I found this video, and the thumbnail is him with a picture of feet, and the caption says "better than pussy," like it's like a news broadcast.
I don't get the feet affection.
Let me say,
the news broadcast. Quentin Tarantino, feet better than pussy. More at 11. Where they're going.
Yeah, I don't quite understand the foot fetish thing either, but what you've got to understand is that it's not just a appreciation for a pretty foot. It is a intense sexual attraction to feet. It's that you would rather fuck feet than pussy.
See, now I'm on Woody's team. The jury's out. There's no way to know.
There's no way to know. Yeah, you can't tell. People have feet. I put my feet on the coffee table. I wasn't trying to seduce you.
Well, you better
didn't make a billion people watch. That guy's clearly got a foot fetish. He writes it into his films. And like that scene where he's got I can't think of the Mexican actress's name. She might be the most beautiful woman in the world. Selma Hayek in her prime, was like one of the most beautiful things I've ever even looked at. When she comes walking on that table with that anaconda or whatever python wrapped around her shoulders, and she's dancing and she's shaking her hips with those giant titties, and I'd suck her toes too, even though she's been walking on that filthy Mexican table. I'd still Taylor.
You'd still do it?
Yeah, he wrote that in there. There's
but
you would
do it.
You would
do it because you
show the screenshot of him sucking on Salma Hayek's toes in a movie. Like, you know what I mean?
He wrote it in there, and he wrote it for his character. I almost think he put himself in the movie just for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's the whole reason he became a director. He's like, I'm gonna write a lot of characters where I get to see feet and I say hard R's.
And he got to put like the hottest chick's feet in every
characters.
movie. That's crazy.
Yeah.
No,
he's gonna like do a tell-all after this where he's like, well, I was really kind of an experimental thing where I wanted to see how many movies I could make where I say the N-word and suck on feet, and they just kept buying tickets. Like, look at this.
This is the one I came up with. Yeah. I like this dude didn't have a big role. A good portion of his screen time is this.
Oh, I guarantee this was his favorite scene.
You see a sign out front that says "Dead Feet Storage."
This is behind the scenes like snaps. All I'm saying is, let me say this: there's not a picture anywhere of me sucking a toe. Like you know what I mean? I've never done it. I don't think I've ever sucked a toe. Oh, I actually have, but as like a joke to make my girlfriend go, ah!
Yeah, I hated it. It wasn't funny. No one likes to wake up like that.
Sheet sharks, and I nibble them.
Sheet sharks. Get out of here, you fucking rascal.
Dun. I'm coming up from the bottom of the bed. Sheet sharks.
Yeah. Overall, I like most. I guess I like most of his movies, but yeah, there are a couple stinkers in there. I don't think he gets enough guff for.
I was very disappointed with Inglourious Bastards. I watched it in theaters. My dad actually. Like I remember us watching TV and that the preview for that came on, and we were like, oh. A Nazi hunter named, oh, cool. And I think, the fact that it's a Southern character appealed to me. I like that. I like Brad Pitt doing the Southern accent and everything. So that was a disappointment for me. But the rest of them, I like them all. And I hold them up like pretty high, like mostly 7.5s out of 10s to like 10 out of 10s. I think Pulp Fiction is my favorite. Reservoir Dogs my second favorite, though. I think.
Yeah, those are easy top two. I think you'd be crazy to put any other ones above those two.
I like all the segments in Pulp Fiction, like when it cuts to Ving Rhames, or when it cuts to Travolta or whoever. I'm like, yeah, now this part. There's no bad part of Pulp Fiction.
I like the Bruce Willis arc with him as the boxer. That's a good one.
That's the only part he didn't write. That's the part.
Oh, is that true? Was that Roger Avery?
Yeah, I think Avery wrote that one. That's that whole thing with the watch. The Golden Watch and that whole stuff with Christopher Walken. I think that's all Avery. And that's my favorite. When I think back to watching it for the first time, there's two parts that like stayed with me. It was the gold watch story and him like, in this watch, your father's war watch, like that whole thing, that whole story with Walken, and then the rape. That rape. Because I saw that when I was 13, maybe.
Oh,
12 or 13.
Yeah, I was around that age too.
It's funny. I was listening to the radio and there was this like sort of dirty shock jock radio station, and I was listening to it. We would listen to it while we worked, and they were like, "Yeah, just like that rape scene in Pulp Fiction. Oh, you never get over that one." And I'm like, "There's a rape scene in what Pulp Fiction, you say?" And I'm like, I was annoyed that I didn't get the joke. Like they talked about it so much, they were joking around about, "Yeah, I'll get you like Pulp Fiction." They're like, and I was like, I don't understand this reference, and it bothered me, and I immediately rented that movie at 13, and I got the reference. I get the reference after that.
That's the scene under the whatever it is, memorabilia store. So
Spider's got a couple of flies.
It's like the gun store, pawn shop, Confederate store.
Yeah. Take your foot off the ninja. You don't understand, man. You don't understand. Yeah, that's a great fucking scene. You wake up and they like Ving Rhames and what's his name look at each other with those ball gags in their mouth. Oh.
They've got that guy hanging from the ceiling who's like in the gimp suit. Well, they bring him out of the box. He's in the box and they take him out, and he's attached to the ceiling, but he wants to be there. So he like tries to stop them when they try to get out. And I think one of them punches him and he's just like hanging.
Well, yeah, Bruce Willis was like boxing champion. He just beaten a guy to death the night before, so he's down to KO somebody. I like that about his character. I liked it when
Bruce Willis's character asked, "What's next? What's next?" He's like, "What's next?" I don't know lines like
"What now?" I'm gonna tell you what now. I'm gonna get about 5 pop banging ninjas. Go to work on the homes here. You hear me talking, hillbilly boy? We gonna get medieval on your ass.
I was hoping you'd do this.
Nah,
That line medieval
I
is
meant
awesome.
what now between me and you and me. Oh, that what now? There is no you and me. And he's like, you get gone and you stay gone. Yeah, that's a great fucking scene. I may have seen that one a time or two.
A time or two. Yeah, just
When he goes to get the
memorize
weapon,
it.
though, when Bruce Willis is weapon shopping, to me, that's cinema. That's like, if I made a movie, I'd have to pay an homage to that, where like he's up there, like Ving Rhames is getting pounded in the butt in the basement. You could audibly, and he's like, baseball bat, hammer, no. And then for a second, he's like toys with the idea of a chainsaw, even, and then he comes up with the samurai sword. I like the idea that that's the Hattori Hanzo sword that Bill's brother supposedly pawned off in the Kill Bill movies, but of course it's revealed he didn't actually pawn it off. That would be fun if there was a little homage like that, because all of his movies are more or less in the same universe. He's got 2 universes, and like the silly one and the more grounded one. But yeah, big Tarantino fan. If he defended a alleged child diddler, then I'll just let that slide, I guess.
Well, I don't think he signed this. I don't think he's on this IMDb list I'm looking at.
Well, good for him.
Still the GOAT. Still the GOAT.
Well, I'm not going to read through it again, but Control F tells me he did not.
I don't want to
sign
know. I don't want to
Yeah.
know, to be honest.
I got that beep sound. In more, so this is so out of my wheelhouse as far as like internet lore and culture, but I've been seeing it even on my Twitter feed just nonstop. That iDubbbz made a content cop video on H3H3,
Yeah.
and it seems like a lot of people are hating it, and this seems like the kind of thing you would know a lot more about. Can you give us kind of the gist and why they hate him? Should we hate him?
I don't know if you should hate him. I don't really hate iDubbbz. I feel like it's more like a disappointment thing. It's like growing up, and
I don't like that he tried to sandbag Sam Hyde, and then he got.
I feel like for millions of people, it's like growing up and realizing like your older brother has been like sucking penis for a long time or something, or like just like swallows like cum or like something gay, just something gay. It's just like something like gay like that.
I'm not following.
No, those are
Sucking
really gay
penis or
things.
swallowing cum. Basically, iDubbbz. Actually, Woody, let's talk about the cum.
No, so iDubbbz came out of retirement to make a new content cop. I watched the first 20 minutes of it before I decided I'm really not into internet drama that much. And that's where it stopped. The Reddit stuff I saw seemed to really like it. They thought iDubbbz was some sort of like, I don't know,
Well, that's
hero
Reddit.
coming back to save us. That's Reddit. And it's also not very many Reddit comments. Like, I don't know, I read 6.
So the reason why the Redditors like iDubbbz is because iDubbbz is pro-Palestine, right? He's fighting in favor of Palestine, and he's friends with Hassan Piker, and Hassan Piker is in the video with all of Hassan's like Twitch friends. The reason why I don't like this video is because I remember how Content Cop used to be when I was like in late middle school, early high school. That's when Content Cop was coming out, like 2015 to 2018, like that 3-year period. That's when they were coming out, and they were great. Like Woody, I don't know if you've seen the old ones, but this new one, you have
3 of them, maybe.
Okay, that's probably
I've seen a couple of the old ones. Yeah.
So if you guys have seen those and you remember them, you would probably agree that what he put out is like not really a content cop. It's a far cry from what he used to do. What he used to do was like an event. It was like, now the biggest like YouTube drama, whatever criticism videos you see, they get like 1 million views. iDubbbz would drop videos back in the day and get 30 million views shitting on one guy. It was like an event. It was a mass cyberbullying event. Everybody would gather around, get their popcorn, and fucking hate this one dude. And the best part is that they were really funny. They were high effort. He'd have all these like skits that kind of felt like Jackass, Bam Margera. He'd be like running around in a cop outfit, skateboarding, driving cars around, tackling people. He would have like all these like cool sort of metatextual themes. Like for the Rice Gum one, he had like the 7 deadly
Jump in
sins.
for a second.
Yeah.
So he put on the cop outfit at the start of the video and it didn't fit anymore. He was like trying to pull it down over his belly. It was pretty funny. Like, oh, this whole thing.
That was funny. But the skit was so shitty. It was just him alone in his room putting on the outfit. But in the old ones, it would be like him running around with like Max Mofo, like jumping on his back or anything for views. And they were really funny videos. That was the main part. It wasn't that like the criticism was so good. They were just really funny. Like for the whole video about Leafy, I feel like half the video was spent talking about his chin, or for the whole video about rice gum, it was like half it was like Asian jokes and shit like that. Like it was very funny. The most recent one is like, Ethan, you shouldn't have said that about Israel because Israel's bad and Palestine's good. Like, I just don't fucking care. I don't care. I don't want to see this guy talk about that. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. I don't want to hear about this. I don't care.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was, and also like the old ones, like they, you know, he was trying. This one is like, he puts on the cop outfit and then he's just sitting in his room like this, like, so Ethan, turns out my editor called your wife a cunt. Not a very nice thing, but anyway, you shouldn't have said this about Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just like, I don't care. It's not what I want to see from him. It's not what I want to see from him.
I guess what happened is H3, is that his name? He's been pro-Israel pretty strongly on his podcast, but anyone who criticizes his point of view gets called anti-Semitic. And that seemed to be the point that iDubbbz was making for 20 minutes straight. That I was like, all right, I think I get the gist of this.
It's like, this could have been an email. Like,
right.
Yeah. But like after watching the video, I was just so like, I don't know. It felt so childish and it didn't feel fun. It didn't feel fun. That's what made the old ones
less
good.
Childish if he gave somebody piggyback rides like he did.
Yes.
Okay.
That would have been less childish for sure. What's childish? What's childish is screaming about Israel and Palestine online at Ethan Klein and pretending that it matters. What's adult? Okay. What's mature is fighting Keemstar with the black dude in the sewer and having pickles. Okay. And the popcorn. Yeah. That was excellent. That was excellent. Okay. Yeah. That's what I want to see.
Yeah. It's a little rug pulley to be like, hey, remember this series that 10 years ago was very funny, high effort? Well, we're titling it the same, but it's basically me mad or like trying to scold people for not having my opinions. It's like, well, this is kind of depart. It's like if the first episode of the next season of Sunny was like a debate about like a full sincere debate about like gun control instead of trying to make it jokes and like a plot line with Frank being a bit silly and then the gang being a bit silly. Like you'd be like, oh, you got me. Like
they did that episode.
This isn't that's what I'm saying is they, got their little opinions out there and said their piece, but it wasn't about that as much as it was a vehicle for the humor. Like that's
what I liked was they told the truth. There was the part where Dee and what's Dee's brother? I'm spacing.
Dennis.
Dee and Dennis were of the mindset that it's easy to get one of these mass murder devices. You just go in and get it, and then they try to do that, and they're like, "Excuse me, sir, I'd like a mass murder weapon. Your most high capacity assault rifle." And they're like, "Okay, you haven't ever been convicted of a crime or been committed to a mental institution, have you?" And they're both like, They get fucking carded and they can't get the fucking gun. And then when they go try to buy it on the black market and the guy wants like triple and they threaten him. And then suddenly they realize that all the good gun owners like put a stop to that immediately. If anything, it was pro-gun. It ended up being pro-gun.
Yeah.
And still funny.
But regardless, yeah, exactly. But that little storyline was a vehicle for their jokes and their humor. And so like it's still
the main thing is that it's funny. Like I think that everyone can appreciate something, whether or not it comes from some other perspective, as long as it's like funny, as long as it's like entertaining.
Sure.
Like, I wouldn't really call myself a liberal, but I do like Jon Stewart, and Jon Stewart has been very funny. Like he's had a lot of jokes that have really hit, and it's not because I agree with his opinion, but it's because he says it in a way that I'm like, oh, that's like, he knows what funny is supposed to be, or he knows like
as
what
opposed
a joke
to John
is.
Oliver, who doesn't know what funny is.
I have not seen a clip of him being funny. That's true.
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
like either of them lately.
That guy's got some rough delivery.
And I feel like that's like what iDubbbz is caught up in. I think that he's like very joyless and unfunny, and it's just hard to watch him. But back in the day, he was like the funniest dude around. And whether or not I agree with what he said, I honestly didn't really give a shit because he just said it in such a funny way and presented it in such an interesting way. And he's not doing that anymore.
It looks like the pretty split on his dislike, 254,000 up, 247,000 down.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
not great for a YouTube video, though. Most of the people that watch your video, you act like, opinions are divided, but a 50% like ratio.
It's not great. You're right. It's pretty rough.
It's not a general election. It's more like a poll of people who know you, how they feel. It's like, oh no,
right.
Mm-hmm.
Bad.
Yeah, they're voting there on their opinions. Like,
well, that's a shame.
A lot of them probably didn't even watch.
The Israeli-Palestinian thing, like you said, like nothing we say is going to change the outcome. Sometimes I have to stop and remind myself of that. Like, wait a minute. why am I even like spending so much time on this? It's not like I get to decide.
Right.
Like I'll spend a lot of effort trying to get to the root of like who's right and who's wrong on an issue. And then I'll stop and say, fuck, you don't get to pick. And the worst part is I think the people who do get to decide don't spend as much time as I do trying to get to the bottom of it. They're like,
you know
what I mean? Like it'll really bother me. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like this looks bad, but that looks bad, and war is war, and I'm poring over it. I'm looking at historical stuff. I'm reading about Japan and China and the U.S. occupations and how they handled that, and I'm just like, I don't think our leaders care nearly as much as I do what happens over there, and if it's right or wrong, rather. Like maybe they care, but they don't care about the right or wrong of it. I don't know what the right or wrong of it is still with the Israeli-Palestinian thing. I know what my friends think, though.
Which is why I've landed on let's just stay out of it.
I don't have all my friends are on one side of the fence, except I only got one friend who's no, they're all on the same side of the fence. Yeah.
Well, like Fish is the most understandable person ever with why he's on that side, because Fish is a guy we're friends with in our Discord, and his family's from Lebanon, and so like someone who just like hates Israel because they're too online or whatever, or just consuming all that, they'll start bringing it up, and then he will be in the chat and be like, yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Like someone in our hangout goes, like just reading news one month, goes, oh, looks like Iran or the Houthis, someone just fired rockets into Israel, and immediately Fish was like, let's go, like and someone was like, what the fuck, and he's like, dude, I'm from Lebanon, my parents just lost their house, my uncles just lost their house, and it's like, all right, I guess you know somebody who lost their house.
Well, I mean, that's like the most annoying thing about like the internet conversation is like people who treat it so seriously that think that they're moving the needle, when what it really is just people like professing how right they are about whatever side they believe in, and like, you know, they get their internet clout or whatever from it. I have full confidence.
Important people, and we're actually right.
Well, you guys have Netanyahu's ear, obviously, so he is listening to you guys.
He's a big fan of the show. I think he's in the Patreon.
When you say like, I really like that opera, I really like that little old daddy. You know, he's avoiding.
We're losing you.
Yeah, you're too roboty. I can't make out your words.
As soon as I start talking about the Jews, as soon as I start talking about the Jews,
pattern does seem to fit.
This is the second time.
This happens a third time.
6 minutes. But yeah, I think that
no, we don't have you at all.
Yeah, we've totally lost you.
Am I still here?
Nope.
No, I don't know if you can hear us.
Hold on.
Roboty's not a word, and we've been using that for many years.
Robotic, I think, is what we're going for, eh?
Yeah, but that makes it seem like he's over there like dancing.
I do not understand human emotions. My connection is poor.
Zach said he dropped. I don't know if he dropped Zach or if he hung up to try and get back on.
Yeah, I got the vibe he was trying and make a change.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't watch any of the fucking content cop thing, but
I didn't know it was so widely disliked. I feel like that like-dislike ratio tells me that my opinion, which was kind of like, I thought it was high effort. He found so many clips of Ethan like saying things that, you know, like, you're anti-Semitic if you think I'm wrong, kind of content that Ethan was putting up. And I'm like, man, he found all that footage, put it together, sort of made a point. It's not bad, but I guess I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's been like a kind of, or at least it, you know, and I don't have my finger on the pulse, but it seems like his public perception has been going down ever since that Sam Hyde, like almost dueling iDubbbz. Yeah. The dueling documentaries they had where, you know, iDubbbz was trying to sandbag Sam Hyde, and Sam believed it was because iDubbbz was beginning his like, you know, I'm not edgy anymore. I'm like progressive, and like he thought that would be like if you could skewer someone as big, you know, there are a lot of right wing people like Sam Hyde that would like ingratiate you to this, and then like he just got punked, just absolutely dominated by Sam the whole time, where he's like, hey Sam, I'm here to make the documentary, and Sam's like already sweaty and out of breath, like, perfect, we're gonna go fight under a bridge, and then just takes him out of his comfort zone. At the end, he's like confronting him and being like, Ian, you thought that crackhead I hired was my girlfriend? Are you fucking serious? I get all kinds of pussy, dude.
Remember the thing about the wasp? Wasn't there something about the wasps? Like there was a pile of wasps.
Yeah, he like posted his plan to like just have the entire situation be upsetting. And it wasn't even in the video. He just posted it on his Twitter, Sam did, and it was killing me because he's like, these were our ideas. We didn't do all of them on how to make it just as uncomfortable, but not so overtly that he leaves. And it's like huge amount of dead wasps on the table. No one addresses it. If it's brought up, you say things like it is what it is. A borderline dangerous amount of ball bearings freely on the hardwood floor. Tell him to watch his step. Like all
Tell him to watch.
just all sorts of
Did he
fun
do
stuff.
that one?
I don't remember if he did the ball bearings one.
Okay.
He did do the fake, the crackhead girlfriend, which was very, very funny.
In my chat, when I'm struggling with a boss and just getting my ass kicked in a game, they're all like, Woody, you're thinking Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And you need to think Ferrari. That's not helping.
Dude, that was so funny. Like 5 minutes into meeting Sam. And like I met Sam at that trip with Harley a year and a half or so ago. He's a big dude. Like, and so he's a 6'5" guy that wears 2-inch lifts and boots. And so he's enormous. And so to like get in a little tiny Miata with him that's stick shift and be like, Sam, I've never driven stick shift before. And then be earnestly asking for help as you're scared on the road. And Sam is smoking a cigar next to you going,
It was a
like, do I shift it this way?
Maybe a slingshot.
Yeah, it was a slingshot. And he's like, am I doing the shifting right? He's like, no, you're not thinking Ferrari. Like, just really upsetting him. That was funny.
You know,
it was just completely.
You ever see a slingshot in traffic?
Have I?
Yes.
You ever seen one of those 3-wheeler slingshot bullshit jobs in traffic?
Oh yeah, maybe once or twice.
Always a black guy, right?
No.
I guess I didn't notice, but
Dude,
maybe.
It's always you see a Subaru as a lesbian in there, but I promise you see a slingshot, it's a black dude because it's like a $13,000 car you can get with no credit, and it kind of looks cool.
But that doesn't mean they kind of look cool.
Yeah.
They look goofy.
Where I live, there are no black guys, and everyone drives a Subaru. So
Where I
lesbian?
live, there are no white guys. Interesting.
There's a road called the Dragon has like, this is gonna be wrong, but it's close. It's like 378 turns in 11 miles, and it's popular among motorcyclists and slingshot drivers. That's where I see.
Really, that's interesting. Obviously, I've driven that road a bunch of times. It's a fun road to drive.
Oh,
on.
you know that the Dragon's Tail, I think, or something like that.
like up through the Tennessee, right? Like when
That's
you're going.
yeah. I think part of it's in North Carolina and part of it's in Tennessee.
I think when I go to like Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge, I go through that. If not, then I go through a road that's so fucking curvy that it should be called the Dragon Tail.
Dude, I don't want to get off topic, but that road has the best publicist in the world because every road in the area has like 300 turns every 10 miles, and only that one is the Dragon's Tail.
On the way, are there some like nice scenic spots to pull over and look at the Smokies? Yeah, that's the best part. Anybody who's never been up there, it's kind of a hidden gem of the South, I would say. The Smoky Mountains are beautiful. I believe it's considered a rainforest.
I didn't know that.
I think it is. Another little thing, we mentioned wasps earlier, Taylor. Scientists found that wasps identify each other by sight. They recognize each other by subtle differences in their facial colorations, just like we would recognize. You know, you might think that it's like pheromones or like rub each other with their antenna. Like,
because I know bees do dancing, right?
Bees would do pheromones to like recognize if somebody was from another hive. Or
they
something.
communicate with like body movements and stuff. Is maybe the
pheromones and body movements. They have these like happy little bee dances they do, and depending on how the moves determine how much food. Like they come back with food and they do this little dance that like, and everybody's touching them, feeling the dance, and they're describing how much food there is and where it is with the dance. It's really cool. But wasps use sight. They recognize their nests and their friends by sight. And I was like, how'd they figure that out? And I keep digging deeper. They put fucking probes in the wasp brains, and they're like, and into like this part of their brain of recognition, and they could literally tell digitally that he sees his buddy. He's like tied into some mechanism with a wire into his brain. Like, man, it sucks to be a wasp.
I support wasp cruelty.
I do.
When I went to Texas, I found out about the mud dauber. You guys know about this thing?
Come on, mud dauber. That sounds fun.
That's that giant horrible wasp.
Yeah,
right?
it's a wasp. Woo! It's a wasp
that
they have a nest, and my understanding is they kill spiders.
Dauber.
Is it dauber? I said dauber, and my dad was like, "You sound like a fucking retard." I was like, "It must be dauber."
It's not daughter. I think it's dauber.
Maybe it is dauber. Whatever. They come out of the nest. They grab the spider, bring it back to the nest, and then impregnate the spider's like ass with the wasp babies. And then the wasp babies come out, eat the spider, and then fly out and do it again and make more nests. It's pretty horrifying.
If you ever tear
it's
one
like some
apart,
xenomorph shit.
They'll put those little mud dauber nests against your building under the eaves and stuff, and we would go and like knock them down and pressure wash them off and stuff. And inside, that's them. And inside of their nest, it's full of little spiders who have been filled with eggs and left to be eaten alive, like trapped inside of this little mud tunnel.
This is a horrifying thing. Mother Nature is truly disgusting.
Insects are almost all bad. Maybe bumblebees are nice. But even then,
I hate spiders, so I'm thankful that the mud daubers get rid of the spiders, but they're still pretty freaky. I don't know.
Parasitic wasps are like it's a big part of like their life cycle. The wasps in general, many wasps are parasitic wasps, I guess is what I'm going for, and they do it to all sorts of things. Lots of spiders and stuff, they do it too. It's really disgusting. I've seen where like you can maybe it was a snail or a slug, but you could see like the larva had replaced like its antenna or something.
I've seen
moving translucently inside of its head continuously. It's horrific. It's right out of like, sci-fi, of like something like Alien, where you've got that xenomorph and chest burster inside you. That seems like sci-fi, but that's just fucking nature.
Oh, dude, we are way kinder to insects than they would be to us if they were in charge.
Remember, we were talking yesterday, Taylor, about the human botfly.
Yes. What do you mean human botfly?
Is that the thing that lives in people's eyes? Is that what that is?
It like burrows under your skin, doesn't it? Like a pimple, and it lays
its larva in human skin. These Amazonian, I think they're in the Amazonian botflies. Human botflies is what they're called, because they do it to people. And there was this lady who had a plane crashed out there, and she had to walk out, and she's digging the maggots that are eating her out of her like flesh with like her old keychain or whatever she had on her. Yeah,
just awful. Jesus. Is that anywhere but like Brazil? Is that just the rainforests?
As far as I know I've never had a botfly.
We don't have those here.
Hope not.
Thank goodness.
Although anything can come up here. That's where the fire ants came from. Right now, here's what they're doing right now. Yeah. So fire ants are from like southwestern Chile or something like that. It's down on the southern part of South America. It's a very specific region where the fire ants that are in the U.S. are. They genetically traced them back to this one area. And they're like, they go to that area and they're like, what handles them here? Well, we're not going to bring anteaters to North America. That's not going to work. But there is a parasitic wasp that does nothing but lay its eggs inside of fire ants and kill them and reset. So we're bringing those to the U.S. We're setting those free everywhere.
My God. I'd be the anteater party. It's like we're bringing anteaters. We're not bringing the demon wasps. Want to bring them here? But no, we're not doing that.
I feel like Kyle's been fooled by big wasps. The anteater is clearly the one I'd rather have in my yard.
Oh yeah,
you'd be running them bitches over all the time. They'd be dead everywhere.
Anteaters would be friendly. They can't even bite you. They could give you a friendly lick if they wanted.
I don't even know if
they could probably blow you.
I don't know I don't know the mechanics of their mouth.
Why did we go to bestiality right away? We're trying to solve the ant crisis.
And you're saying that, or wait, maybe you didn't
Welcome
say
to the show.
Do you actually think that anteaters, there must be a more sophisticated reason anteaters couldn't solve the problem and wasps could?
The wasps do nothing but this. Their entire life cycle is be born, kill an ant, die, be born, kill an ant, and die. And they only target fire ants. Not other kinds of ants. Not even other kinds of ants.
They'll sting us too.
No, they don't sting. First of all, they're incredibly small wasps. They look like gnats because they have to be small to like go down and lay their egg in an ant. Imagine a fire ant.
Oh, okay. This isn't that bad.
Yeah.
So they can't even sting. Well, then they're just stealing wasp valor. Like when I hear wasp, I think like an awful stingy bug.
Well,
So if you call it the fire ant eating fly or the fly parasite,
it's more rape than eating. It's
whatever they got to do to get it taken care of.
I agree.
Yeah,
that's what I say about Trump.
I say we get a couple anteaters up here anyway, just to see how they do.
I hear they're putting eggs inside of Venezuelans that they catch.
That's what ICE is doing. ICE
That's
deployed
why
the
the price of
xenomorph.
eggs is so high.
They're using
ICE
chicken eggs.
Yeah,
ICE just lets a face hugger into the ghetto or whatever.
Yeah. That's all it does. It's born, it attaches itself to one Venezuelan, and then it dies.
It eats its way out of the Venezuelan, the small chicken. That's where,
that'd be
where they come from. It would kind of suck. Yeah. That I said on PKN that Kilmar guy's never coming home, and it's funny. The next day, that's what the press conference was. He will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in this country. Ever, and it just on and being real mean about it. It's great.
It's scary.
Doesn't she usually
was here
show
legally
kids?
and didn't commit any crimes? Clean criminal record.
I mean,
now he's in an El Salvador Supermax prison for life.
Now, don't want to have the same conversation for the fourth time in 2 episodes.
I hear he's a terrorist.
I have heard that.
I've heard he's a member of Tren de Aragua, and then I heard MS-13, and I haven't seen any proof.
He was with.
I heard he's the president of DEI. So
no, I don't like that he released a lot of information, but she did release more information the other day, and I'm told that he was when he was taken in, he was with 2 members of MS-13, and they mentioned his T-shirt, with some sort of gang imagery tied to MS-13, something about presidents' faces covered with dollar bills. I don't know. She didn't describe it well. I wish there was more real evidence, the kind that you would expect when you convict someone in a court of law. However, tell you what, if this has got to really put the scare into anybody who was thinking about coming. So I do what you got to do.
It's not that I'm for this guy; it's that I'm against a lack of due process. Sure. I've been this way since the first day it came up, since like 4 weeks ago when they first sent the guys. I'm like, what if some of these guys are innocent? What if, right? Shouldn't we know their names before we put them in a Supermax prison? Shouldn't we? And I just feel smarter about it every day. Like we don't know anything about these guys, whether it's the gay hairdresser, the autism guy, the Maryland father who was here legally. Every time it's like,
I hate referring to him as the Maryland father because, like, that may be true, but another thing that's true is he is a citizen of the country of El Salvador. That is where he is.
But he moved away from there, and now he lives here legally, and they deported him for no crime.
When you say he's here legally, what you mean is a judge put a stop on the deportation order so he couldn't be removed, right?
They granted him asylum status. Like, he came here, he applied for asylum, it was granted to him. And that's why he was legal.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put him in a El Salvador Supermax prison for what? And he might turn out to be an ugly guy, but there should be a trial. We should know what he did and why he's there. Never mind.
You see her?
Now, is that confirmed?
Oh, yeah. I've seen the press conferences. Bring Kilmar home. Look, I'm with you. I wish that there was more evidence shown, but I'm also of the mindset that he's probably a bad guy. And he's probably a bad guy.
He's pretty brown. What else do you need to know?
No, it was great. Like that Democratic representative he went down there to El Salvador and spoke with their vice president. Well, I'm talking about this other thing. This is the next thing I'm talking about introducing.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He went down there and they wouldn't let him go to the prison and see Kilmar. But then like a conservative representative went down like today and they let him into the prison to like look around and do whatever he wanted.
Make a little video.
Whatever. A little propaganda piece, whatever. But it makes sense, right?
Like a thumbnail where he's like soy facing at all of the MS-13 guys with their head shaved.
I bring a water pistol full of Kool-Aid. You miss it, huh? That's sugar. Yeah.
That's what we would do to terrorize wasps. Give them a little taste of sugar.
That's what I'm saying. Treat illegals like wasps.
Illegals.
So now we have to bring.
So now we're going to bring him back. Anyway, yeah. And now he's going to citizens. I hope he has some due process for when he puts citizens in El Salvador Supermax prisons. First it's illegal people, then it's legal people, then it's the citizens.
Well,
hopefully it's not citizens.
Well, he said it would be.
Yeah, don't like that.
He
That's
did say
spooky.
he's definitely looking at how to send the homegrowns, as he calls them. What are you talking about?
He did not say that, did he?
Yeah, the home.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. So not only has he
Oh
said
my
it to the camera, and he's also like he was chatting with the El Salvadorian president, like to the side. They made it sound like a hot mic. He's not trying to be sneaky. I mean, they lower their voices but he's not like, you need to build 8 more of those prisons for the homegrowns. He's like, you need to be able to build like 8 more of those, for the homegrowns. And the president of El Salvador is like, oh yes, 8. We could do this. like that guy doesn't give a fuck. He's dressed like a nightclub owner. It was great.
That doesn't seem like a Trump move. It seems like the Trump move would be him being like, we're going to build the most beautiful prison you've ever seen, the biggest beautiful prison
because
for all the homegrown bad guys.
This is a legal black hole from which there is no return. So the judge can say what he wants. Like the Supreme Court can say what they want. The only person who has jurisdiction over that El Salvadorian black hole is the president of El Salvador, who's on the take from Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is the only person who has sway over the black hole in El Salvador. So what? What are they going to do to him? What can they do?
Trump
they're
pretends
to hold him in
couldn't
contempt.
get him back if he wanted him. That's what he's doing. The judge ordered that he return this person, and Trump is like, "Damn, wish I could." And of course, he doesn't say that, but he's like, "I can't get him." And the El Salvador guy says, "I would be smuggling a terrorist back to America. I can't do that. I can't smuggle terrorists into America." As if they just don't understand what the request is or what's happening.
Yep. They're just like, fiddlesticks. 2 days late. We could have done this 2 days ago.
Yeah, I bet it's going to put the scare in a lot of people who are going to come here illegally, and they won't come here. I know I would be scared. I definitely would be if I saw.
Where would you sneak into? Let's say you live in some horrible shithole and you got to sneak in. Where are you sneaking?
I would go to Canada, or I would try to get into Europe.
Where would you sneak into, Joe?
Fuck. The problem is I don't think there's anywhere else I'd want to live other than the States. So
yeah, America rules.
Yeah, if I was like a Brazilian dude, and I had to go anywhere, maybe like Puerto Rico, isn't it like nice there?
Why not Portugal, where they speak the same language, right? What's Portugal?
Yeah, but they're but then you got to be around those Portuguese people.
But you're one of those I wonder if the whites in Portugal look down upon Brazilians? Like do they speak maybe like gutter Portuguese?
They probably do.
Yeah, I bet there's no way it's
probably like a North versus South Italy type thing.
They're like the dirty rednecks to them, maybe. And,
or like mainlanders to Sicilians, something like that. It's like, those guys. Ugh.
They don't really like them. No, I can see that.
I don't know. I see that Europe's pretty accommodating for anyone and everyone who wants to storm those beaches these days. So maybe somewhere in there, you could probably get have a nice life in one of those Muslim countries they've got now.
I'd pick one of the warm European countries. Like I wouldn't do like Sweden, Norway, Finland, too fucking cold.
Spain. Let's go to the south of Spain, dude. Portugal. Let's get fat on Iberico ham and fuck Spanish women.
Spain or Italy would be.
I was gonna say Italy too. Italy was my favorite.
Greece would be nice. They have great weather.
I don't know that I could ever learn to drive in Italy. They're so wild, but otherwise,
bicycle,
it seemed like a lot of fun.
On your bike. You know you'd be on your bike. You wouldn't have a car,
dude.
You'd get an e-bike.
I'd stop saving for retirement if I was going to ride a bicycle around Italy. There's no point. You're not making it that long.
Oh, is it dangerous?
Oh my gosh, they're like, I drive in New York City while shaving and don't give a fuck. I'm in Italy. I'm like, somebody help me. I don't know.
Wait, are they bad?
Is it
drivers?
just like not a lot of
wildly drivers? They go back and forth. They're on the horn over nothing. they're like it's a freaking competition.
Where have you been in Italy?
Rome.
When I went to Rome, it wasn't that crazy to me.
Oh, Rome was wild to me. Like
I just remember a lot of really little like versions of American cars. Like I saw like a car that was a RAV4, but it had 2 seats. I saw a lot of those.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But I don't remember crazy driving. What I do remember is that because it's like fucking built thousands of years ago, a lot of the roads are real tight. So it's very awkward. And there's like a lot of kind of like one ways that aren't marked as a one way, but people just kind of know. But yeah, from my memory, the driving wasn't that that nuts, but maybe I just,
I'd be interested.
I didn't experience whatever Woody did.
I'd be interested to see like the per capita honk rate of different European countries, because I imagine Italians and Greeks would be like laying on the horn, more emotional drivers. And I feel like places like Germany, maybe Belgium, they'd be more reserved, where they would also privately like in their heads.
I don't know why they would be so loud though in Italy, because they're not really doing anything. Like they're like really honking the horn on the way to get like a crepe or something. Like everything's so slow.
Yeah, I mean, I always hear that about Italy and Greece and like Southern Europe, where it's like, well, we work from 9 to 11, and then we have a 4-hour lunch, and then if there's time, we go back to work. And it's like, damn, you guys are just like, I imagine them sitting smoking on a patio, drinking nice coffees, and like,
yeah, they're just
eating slowly
all the time. And it's so fucking hot in Rome that you can't really get anything done anyway.
I Googled it, sure that Google would back me up, but it did not. It said Bulgaria and Greece have the worst drivers.
Bulgaria. Well, my mom is from Bulgaria, and when I've been there, I can confirm they are fucking retards on the road. I can confirm that for sure.
Yeah,
I remember going there. My uncle was driving, and he was just like a complete freak on the road. Like he would like stop like 1 foot in front of the person in front of him, and like he was driving one of those like the Audi A8 or whatever, like the the limo thing. And it's like a big car, and he would like stop like 10 feet in front of the car in front of him going like 40. It was crazy.
After I got back from Italy, I got into this phase of watching people ride motorcycles in Italy just for the like YouTube videos of this, for the adrenaline rush, to watch the insanity of trying to navigate through Italian traffic on motorcycles. Like it's a genre.
Do you have any interest in those e-bikes? They've got better and better, the electric bicycles. And I catch videos occasionally, and they're like these vloggers that'll tour the bad part of LA. I watch a guy that does that, and he sort of has fun with like, he'll get into a sketchy thing where like he's getting approached by some weird people, and he's like, and away, and the bike just goes Vee! And it's like, holy shit, he's got the ability to go 0 to 30 in like 3 seconds or something. He's gone on this little bicycle.
So e-bikes are funny because the line gets really blurred between motorcycle and like bicycle. They're like, I have a friend who has an e-bike, and the pedals are barely functional. They're basically foot pegs. And I tried it. He uses it a dirt bike. It's a blast. I've ridden one. They're really cool. Easy to wheelie. I don't know why I was so much better at wheeling an electric bike than a gas powered one.
Because when you pull back, you can lift the front of the bike.
Maybe it was how light it was, and also I had an easier time controlling the throttle to like pull it up more when I wanted more. Whereas on an engine, I can wheel. It's not as good as the
e-bike weighs like what, 50 pounds, 100 pounds maybe at like the heaviest if it's like a super heavy one.
For 100. Like it was a dirt bike. E-bike.
Well, even at that, I mean, you probably weigh like what, 200 pounds, Woody, something like that, 180. Yeah. So it's really all your weight that you're controlling. So as long as you can like kind of rock it back and forth a little bit, shift the distribution, it should be pretty easy.
You're right. I think I'm a bit of a pussy sometimes because I lean forward too much when I do wheelies.
Oh, I see.
If you're really good at it, you lean way back and you're just comfortable with your like freaking head near the concrete or something. I don't know.
How do you feel about the ripstick? You like the ripstick?
Oh, are those the ones you'd swerve on? The ripstick?
Yeah, it's like a skateboard with like a joint in the middle. Those were
yes. My friends and I were all trying one together, but we were like adults, too old for ripsticks, and just like
you're never too old to rip it. You're never too old. What about the shoes?
To disagree.
Remember Heelys, the shoes with the wheel in them? Those are sick. Those are great.
Heelys are dope. I got a pair of like a size 11 and a half Heelys downstairs.
They're awesome.
Yeah, but like my kids went into a Heely phase, and I wasn't going to be left out. And my daughter
around on those things
had like a 12-year-old friend. We called her Diesel, and she could pull everyone in a line. Anyway.
There you go. That's epic. That's all you need.
Cool. I'm looking at this e-bike now. This thing goes like 35 miles per hour. It's like $2,500. I like that it's got that like cafe.
Oh, this is different than I imagined. I thought it would be like looking like a bicycle. This looks like a moped type thing. Yeah.
I mean, maybe I picked an ugly one. This is the first. I just Googled e-bike and I'm looking at one. This one looks fine to me. It's 1,000 watts all-wheel drive. Like, Jesus Christ.
Does it go off-road? I see the guy in it with the dirt in the pictures.
Yeah, that will.
Can you show this one, Zach? This is the one that I think is kind of cool. It's the one I rode, so I'm biased.
$2,500 is so affordable.
I don't know how much that mine costs.
Oh, yours is so cool. My God. How much is this?
I don't know. I didn't buy it.
Oh, this just looks
$4,400.
like a dirt bike. Yeah.
Dude, it's only $4,400.
Yeah. And you can get a pedal kit for it, which is just enough to convince cops you don't need a plate.
I mean, I'm like,
Oh, you're legal. You might not care, but there are people who do.
oh no. What I'm saying is like I'm super tempted to like buy this right now. This thing is so fucking cool. I'm gonna sell my bike this summer. I'm riding it less and less. I'm kind of over it, and also like it gets scary occasionally. Traffic's rough. But like this seems nifty for just zipping around. I like that. I do want to go off road with it too, though. Man, that's
good.
neat.
Yeah,
It seems like 80. I'm seeing the range on the others is like 80 to 120 miles or something crazy. I don't know what that one's at, but if it's anything approaching that, that's like
no. It says up to 30 miles.
okay.
Fully charges in 4 hours, up to 30-mile range. I think it's more of a sprinter as opposed to a marathon type thing.
That makes sense.
And the one that you linked, it looked like pedaling was part of the propulsion. In this one, you wouldn't pedal at all.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's just a dirt bike. That's cool.
Yes.
I'm glad that tech has advanced well enough to do that. I hope it keeps going. I hope we keep getting smaller, more compact, more high-powered batteries, and I don't care about the electronic cars. I like the electronic stuff like this though. Like
e-cars would be more. I drove in a Rivian, and it's a weird thing for a car to weigh like, is it 8,000 pounds? Am I exaggerating?
I didn't know that. And
still go 0 to 60 in like 3 seconds. Like that combination isn't common.
8,500 pounds, dude. My God.
Yeah, it's the battery. Like if you took people probably know this, but like the core of an vehicle is what they call the skateboard, and it's the 4 wheels and the battery pack that make the bottom of the frame, and that's where all the weight is. So it's heavy, but the weight's really low, and it's so torquey. It accelerates wildly, but it's still heavy, and it
sticks to the ground because it weighs 8,500 fucking pounds. Tows 10,000 pounds. Like that's the real e-truck. Like Elon's shit is a goofball toy compared to that Rivian. Isn't the Rivian one that has the whole like barbecue kit too?
I've seen it advertised. I want to say like, some of that stuff didn't make it into production.
If you step around toward the bed, like if you walk just back behind the cab to the bed, you like pull out this sliding thing that comes out, and it's this whole electric barbecue kit.
So it's 4-door, but behind the back seats is something they call the tunnel. And like Kyle mentioned, they use it for all sorts of different things. Some people put a kayak in there. Some people pull a barbecue kit out. Yeah, okay, that's the tunnel. And I like who they're aiming it at. They're not really saying, look, 15 years from now, lawn crews are going to be using this to haul their shit around. Like they're not pretending that. They're like, if you're the kind of truck buyer who uses it for weekends, like to bring their toys to the
beautiful
woods,
that scenery is.
I'm your guy. And it's like, yeah. And those are real people too. Like I hear Reddit constantly rips on truck drivers who don't use their trucks as trucks. And I'm like, motherfucker, I put a dirt bike in there. Like I get it. I'm not a lawn maintenance business, but I still need a truck for my toys. I put a paramotor in there. Dirt bike, whatever.
Nothing wrong with that. This is sweet. Like I've repeatedly said, I hate the way the front of this car looks. The Rivian truck looks like weird, kind of ugly. Not like, I mean, the Cybertruck is also aesthetically displeasing to me. Yeah, this is sweet. This is such a good idea. Like if you were out and about, like at some range day or some fun activity, and you're outside, and someone's like, I wish I had something I could do with all these hot dogs and brats I brought with me. Oh wait, boom. Grill right there.
Yeah, there's a refrigerator in there too if you wanted, like like whatever you want. Because
you go camping, you're the belle of the ball.
I see a lot of electric vehicles now are doing a thing where they've got a gasoline powered generator that charges the battery. It doesn't turn the wheels. It produces power with gasoline for the electric part. And when you do that, you have a lot of range and a lot of other things you can do generator wise as far as powering accessories and such. That's the future to me. Like that versatility, like make something better. Don't cripple me and make me dependent on your charging stations. I love the idea.
I think it might be the next future. right? Like the F-150 hybrid fits the kind of thing you were talking about, where it has a freaking car engine, like quality generator on board. So your batteries aren't going to wear out, but it also has like electric level acceleration and efficiencies built into it. But if you're towing an RV with it, it's gas powered. So you don't actually have that like 60-mile range or something awful. And then when you're at the campsite, well, you've got a generator that powers the air conditioner on the RV that you plug the RV that you towed into the truck, and it's perfect. Or if you are actually a working man using the truck for work shit, you can power freaking compound miter saws and air compressors and shit like that off the truck because it has 220 power.
I like the idea of tailgating with that Rivian. Like if you're at like outside the stadium where you can't have a grill, maybe, or there's some restriction on that, like that'd be pretty cool. Or anything, any sort of like outdoor, everybody's getting together to fireworks shows. And
what kind of tailgate would they not let you bring a grill?
California.
Well, I mean, we're all in SEC states for the most part.
That's true.
Or ACC states.
Conference.
The second
for now, the SEC grows every year. Soon you'll all be the SEC.
That's what happened to us. We got scooped in. Yeah.
And then we'll never win a bowl game either.
Hey, we beat Ohio State, which was a big deal for Mizzou.
It is a big deal.
Yeah, that was a huge
I'm just
deal.
teasing because all the SEC guys act like they never lose a game.
Do you see the?
I do think that's funny in
ceremony?
college sports. Yeah, where they're like, "Oh, I just want my conference."
Oh, the JD Vance thing.
Yeah. So look, here's the problem again with the liberal media, mainstream media, like
that lying media.
When you're chomping at the bit to like hate Trump and anything to do with Trump, so much so that when a defective trophy falls apart, it's a sign of government failure. It makes you look bad. I saw George Clooney's interview last night, and he kind of said that he's like, when you see people from your own team lying and saying stuff that's ridiculous, it's like, what are y'all doing? Like he's smart as a whip or sharp as a tack, whatever they were saying about Biden. The Clooney interview was great. But it's nonsense. Like that trophy fell apart in his hands though, and it was funny as hell. But I had to ask.
Funny, and he looked a little awkward. I'm sorry, you were so good.
Like, why is the trophy like that? It's a base. It's like a big cube, like a wooden cube with a plaque on the front is the base, and then on top there's what looks like a vase. You know, like a big golden, like vase shaped, like top of the trophy, and the two come apart the moment he picked it up.
Did you see this, Taylor? Yeah. So he picked up the trophy. And I want to say he picked it up by like the base, and it looked like it was kind of heavy. And as it tilted, the trophy fell apart. And all the football players like caught it to prevent it from hitting the ground. And JD Vance looked a little awkward. But I was like, yeah, JD Vance, he's probably the best one there at being VP and the worst one there at catching metal footballs. But the guys who are good at that were nearby, and everything's fine.
This is a ridiculous trophy design. I just watched the clip. It just slips right out. No, there's no screw holding that in there.
My mind didn't go to, oh my God, Republicans drop trophies. It was like this trophy got a little cooler. Like if there's a dent in the Stanley Cup that was repaired at a auto body shop, which is I think a real story. That's part of the Stanley Cup
that's cool.
lore now. So to me, this thing being dropped at the White House and there's this scratch, I'll make that up. It's probably not true. That's just part of the trophy's lore now. The Lombardi Trophy once fumbled at the White House South Lawn.
When I see someone make an awkward maneuver like that, I try and put myself in it. And the way he picked it up with like one hand on the bottom like stand and the other hand trying to like wield it, I'm like, fuck, that's probably how I would have picked that up, and I would have looked like a fucking goober when it fell, and some football player had to, help me like I'm an elderly person.
It was the equivalent of like taking the top off a salt shaker and someone putting salt in their food. I feel like someone pranked him with that trophy design. Someone took the screw out or whatever.
Did they tell him to pick it up? Why was he lifting the trophy in the air?
Well, I think he was.
It's only bad luck to do that before you've won it. Sure. At least in hockey, you can pick it up as much as you want afterward.
I don't see NCAA football championships in my future. I'll just risk it.
Yeah, you'll be all right. Pick it up. I'm already here.
I touched the Stanley Cup when I realized my window had closed. I don't
think they're gonna let me in.
They brought it to Cisco.
I was about to ask if you'd seen it in person. You have. Cool.
Yeah.
Did
It
you
was
touch it?
fucking in the Cisco like basement cafeteria. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I should go see it.
Did you touch
Yeah, I guess I should go see it.
it? Cool. That's
Was
awesome.
there that blonde guy there? That like keeper of the cup?
There were
There's-
cup keepers
dude,
there.
Let
Yeah.
me find him. Dude, Zach, if you can find this guy, there is one very specific man with straightened blonde hair who wears white gloves and has to take care of the Stanley Cup. And every time, it's like he cuts his hair in a way where he's like, I don't want to be upstaged by the Stanley Cup. I need to draw attention to myself here. He looks like a fucking loon. He has the same hair as that, that British politician with like that straight blonde
Nigel
hair.
Farage.
Looks like a fucking, no, the blonde hair one.
Oh,
This
Is that
guy.
him?
Yeah, he's
thought it
always
was
got like
Nigel Farage.
this like big fluffy Trump hair. This is actually the most conservative I've seen his hair in any pictures. But yeah,
I
he's
like that Taylor asked me to recognize someone I saw like 14 years ago in a Cisco basement. Taylor, every time I'm not sure it's you. When we
Yeah,
start the
it's just-
show.
that's what you guys don't see before the show is Kyle and I remind Woody who we are and why we're here.
The names, they're there for me.
Tom, who the hell is this Tommy Tooter guy that you spent 2 hours building an expose on? A zoophile who also is homeless?
Yeah. So I assume you guys are somewhat familiar with like the LOLCOW sphere. I mean, obviously you guys know Wings,
Yes. Yeah.
Fuck, not Wings.
Boogie.
Yeah, Wings, Boogie. Another one that Kyle
Chris
you would
Chan.
know is he's why do I kind of not remember his name? He was a COD guy, friends with Keemstar for a long time. Alcoholic Blade. That's what I'm thinking of. Blade.
yes.
Okay, so all these guys are like kind of the recent sort of LOLCOW discussions in the past 10 years. There's this guy, Tommy Tooter. His real name is Thomas Wassenberg. He's like fucking 80 years old. He's real old. And he was getting trolled back in like IRC chats back in like the 80s and 90s. He would log into like terminals, which from my understanding were like, it's not really a computer, but it's connected to a computer. Essentially, it's just like a screen with a keyboard, and you connect like a library or something to like the internet through it. But it's all hooked up to like one system. Is that right, Woody? Is that a proper understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you
Is that
smiling?
right,
What's so
Because
funny?
I've used them professionally, and you're describing them as like, like
What's fucking ancient, dude? Okay,
archaeologists have unearthed this terminal.
it is.
And
Okay.
Woody's like, I was an adult using these. Look at
You'd
that.
expect to see those in like the Fifth Element as like an ancient object. Or
shit's
something.
made of papyrus.
But essentially he's been around since then on like message boards, and his whole deal is he was in this hippie community called the Rainbow Family, and he got kicked out for some kind of dubious reason. I haven't been able to totally figure it out. There's some claims that he molested someone or something, I don't know, whatever. But he's been online for a very, very long time. He's also a gemstone dealer, and he's had a very interesting kind of sordid history. He's had a string of love interests. One of them was he met this guy on Facebook named Robert, and Robert thought that Tommy was auditioning for his band. Tommy is transgender, and he believed that he was going to go to Robert's house to like be with him, like in like a relationship. So
Mhm.
Tommy goes to Robert's house, and he's posting like, "Oh, Robert's so old and hot and wrinkly. He's got these big hands, but he won't fuck me or touch me and stuff like this." He's just living in this old man's house he met on Facebook, and eventually Robert kicks him out, and he's like, "I thought he was gonna like be my drummer or something." He's like a kind of person. There has to be some term for this, but somebody who uses law enforcement phone call lines incessantly for nothing. So there's like 100 videos of him on YouTube being like, they're trolling me on the internet, calling the FBI, calling like the state's attorney's office, calling every law enforcement, the DEA. He'll call them and be like, I'm being trolled online. And they'll be like, they're talking about it. He'll be like, no, they're writing dissertations about me. They fucking hate me. And they'll be like, all right, we'll look into that for you. He's called like the Canadian police. He's called district courts all over the place. Part of the reason he gets trolled so much is he can't stop himself from typing. But another one of them is that he talks about his various escapades with suppressed children. And so he'll talk about it online. People will give him shit. And then he will call the cops and be like, can I be prosecuted for something I did 40 years ago where I molested a child? They'll be like, Probably not.
Hey, quick question. I know you're busy.
Yeah. So he's a very
They're like, Mr. Polanski?
Don't you have an
you
award?
again? Are you in France? Yeah. He's a very, very, very fascinating guy. I have like kind of a sick fascination with people who just can't stop train wrecking their lives. I don't know what it is about them, but I just find them so interesting.
Yeah, you love the LOLCOW communities.
I do.
You can't look away.
I can't.
See, that's what Kanye is. Kanye is a LOLCOW. He just happens to be a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
A millionaire.
100%. He's a billionaire.
I thought he was still in the bees. Is he not?
I think he is.
Yeah,
I'm going off the Chappelle skit, so fact check me.
Yeah, I mean,
I do like Dave and Kanye, so I trust him.
Did you
said put your necklace back or put your chain back on?
But Kanye also has done some very impressive things. Most of these people haven't. Kanye has made some really amazing music. He has
College
made some good
Dropout.
music.
Yeah.
College Dropout, My Beautiful Dark Twisted
2002,
Fantasy. When was My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy? Wasn't that like 2010? Graduation was like 09.
Yeah, because the Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy was the album 2010. I was in college and everyone was listening to it a ton. It was huge.
Yeah. When was Life of Pablo? Was that 2013?
Still, we're talking about a decade ago since he's made music. Like Kim Kardashian,
2016. Okay.
fed in something about her and that relationship, like messed with him and his mental illness. Because clearly he's like got some brand of mental illness. Always, it's part of. I don't know if you'd call it genius. He screams that he's a genius so much that I'm hesitant to affirm that. But man,
I've seen a lot of people talk about it being wrapped up in some kind of porn addiction for him too. Yeah,
that's part of it. Yeah.
That does seem like a lot of it because he will, like we talked about it weeks ago when he went on that like spur gout on Twitter where it was like, I'm a Nazi. Look at me in Nazi retire. Actually, I'm not a Nazi. I'm a KKK. And then look at me in KKK attire. And then like 15 minutes later, he's like, I love interracial pornography. And then it was just pages and pages of videos of him being like, I like it when girls take the nut on their face. And it's just over and over, just so much.
What's really funny about him though is sometimes he is funny even when he's like trying to be funny. Like he can, like you can be in on the joke. It's not just laughing at him. Like that Super Bowl ad he did for the swastika t-shirt or whatever. He was like, I spent all the money for the ad on my teeth, so Jesus.com. That was funny.
Yeah,
you know he didn't get the fish stick joke from South Park.
That only makes that episode funnier.
There are interviews of him. He's like South Park said I like fish sticks because I wear my pants tight. Now you look around, everybody's wearing tight pants. That's fashion. And he's like, dude, did you really not get the fucking joke? Because the joke is that you wouldn't get the joke, and you're telling me you really didn't get the joke? Because that's like jokeception.
I haven't heard the joke. Can you help me?
You like fish sticks?
I mean, I used to.
What, you gay fish?
I'm gay fish?
What are you, a gay fish?
No.
You just told me you like fish sticks.
Oh, fish. Okay.
So the premise of the episode is Jimmy writes this joke. It becomes like part of pop culture. Jimmy Kimmel's telling the joke. Jay Leno's telling the joke. The whole world is on the joke. Kanye doesn't get the joke. And it's making him mad.
For a man with a way with words, you'd think he would.
Exact, and that's what he says. He's like, you don't have to break it. They keep trying to break it down.
I'm a genius.
You don't break it down for me. I'm a lyrical genius. All right? You talking about vocabulary, please. And he's like torturing Carlos Mencia because Carlos Mencia steals the joke, of course. And he's torturing him because he's like, you wrote the joke. You explain it to me. And they're breaking his fingers and like gouging his eyes out and shit. He's like, come on,
They
don't
kill
you
him.
get it? It's fish sticks. It's fish sticks. It sounds like fish sticks. He's like, yeah, right. He like goes back to torturing him, but he really did in the show. He thinks it's because he's a gay fish, and at the end, he has this whole like. There's a musical number called "Gay Fish" that I listen to 3 or 4 times a day because I think it's great. But the whole point of the episode was that Kanye West doesn't get the fucking joke, and he thinks that people are calling him a gay fish, and his only reaction in the show is that maybe I am a gay fish. Maybe I am. Make that,
Yeah, maybe I've been in denial about it. If he's meta joking about not getting the joke now,
No,
that would be very funny.
no.
But given
if you
how
watch the interview,
brash
he
is, I don't think he's being meta and subversive. He seems to just be very overt, where he's like, I like the way the KKK dress, and I like them. And it's
well,
like,
no,
what does he mean by that?
Whoa, no, that's not what he's doing. No, so the
Now?
KKK. No. So the KKK, you're talking about two different things, and he's got two messages with each thing. The Nazi thing is about his dislike for Jews. The Klan thing is him like sort of poking a finger at white America and having a whole American racial commentary. Because when he's talking about everything's made by the white man and going on a rant about that. That's the same reason he said that he might name his album Black Cock. Black Cock or White Rape? What should I name my album? That's about America and white-black racism. That's what the Klan thing is, and he's making a statement there. But the Nazi thing is separate from that. That's about his general dislike for Jews, Zionism, and his belief in a New World Order, Illuminati, puppet master, Jews controlling media and banks sort of thing. It's just a weird coincidence that they did get debanked for saying that stuff. There's no validity to anything Kanye's ever said, but they're separate things. And he's not just, and you heard that Bully song or that cut from Bully where he's like, say that I'm a Nazi. It's crazy. It's a Nazi song. It's something about reading 2 chapters of Mein Kampf every night before bed. And there's like crazy shit in there.
That's so fun. I could imagine Kanye, like maybe he got like 9 pages into Mein Kampf and then his mind was made up. And so now he's like pretending he's read all of it with his opinions. Many years ago. Yeah.
How old were you?
Probably early 20s, mid 20s.
Is it hard to understand?
It was like it was mostly like if you were to read it, Woody, you'd be like, get to the point. You'd be like you are taking a long time to get to stuff. But like it's mostly just like politics and blaming Jews and being like the Jews are bad because of this. They encourage this in our culture and I'm going to put a stop to it. Like it's mostly like political jargon.
I'm afraid there's something about, 800 year ago German history that I'd be lacking to understand.
No.
Okay.
His beef has to do with World War I that he fought in. He felt like it was a just war that they were winning.
I said
that
1,200 years ago Europe.
It's like 1907, but he's mad about that. And you have to keep in mind he's writing the book while being imprisoned at the time, being held in Germany for his first little rise to power, we'll call it.
Mm-hmm.
Or attempt thereof. Yeah, not a nice guy, real rapscallion. Generally disliked.
You read some of it and you're like, I can see why this guy was largely disliked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can see where he turned a lot of people off.
Ford loved him though. Henry Ford. I've been learning more.
I think
more
Ford
about
just
that.
liked the efficiency.
You ever read Ford's little manuscript he penned? It's called "The World's Foremost Problem: The International Jew."
He's like, we're going to have this in every waiting room when we're trying to finance people.
Prescott Bush liked him too. George H.W.'s dad. I'm pretty sure he was a big fan.
That probably
send
checks
some money
out.
over there. Do you guys know about the business plot? You guys know anything about this?
Tell me.
The business plot. Fill me in.
So I was reading about this. It's super fascinating. There's a great Wikipedia article about it for anyone who wants to read it. The business plot was back in the early 1900s, like 1920, something like that. They got rid of the gold standard, right? Which was like, when the US dollar stopped being backed by gold, which was a big deal at the time. A lot of people were upset about that. My understanding of it is that FDR got rid of it so that he could print more money to prevent the Great Depression from getting worse, is my understanding.
And roughly the New Deal, right?
Yeah, fund social programs. So a lot of business owners were mad about that because it was devaluing their money. And so their plan was, what if we just had a coup on the United States government? So what they did is they talked to this one general. I can't remember his name, but he was a World War I hero. He was a big deal. And I think he was in some way the head of the Veterans Association, the VA. And they talked to him and they were like, hey, we want you to get 500,000 veterans to march on Washington and take over the government. You're going to be our new dictator, through which we will give our orders and control the American populace, particularly the economy, because they wanted to make more money. Prescott Bush was implicated in this. And the idea was we will take back America, reestablish the gold standard, fix our problems, take the money back, right? Now, the business plot didn't end up going through because this general wasn't cool with it. And he ended up testifying in Congress about it. But Congress, for whatever reason, didn't end up calling or even naming a lot of the other people involved to testify in Congress. No charges were carried out. Nothing really happened. I think that guy died in a military hospital like 3 years later. It wasn't some conspiracy death. He died of like polio or some shit you get back then, right? It's just like incurable. But very fascinating story. And yes, Prescott Bush was involved. He was one of the people who tried to have it done. Well, look at we are today. Look at where we are. Maybe it could have fixed everything.
Fix it all.
Just keep printing that money. That's the way.
Just keep printing the money forever.
Make them go burr.
Are any of you guys into buying gold? No.
Silver.
I saw something in the news that gold is at like a retarded high right now. But
because that's a big recession indicator, right? People buying gold because
if
the US dollar being devalued. Yeah.
Yep. Jumping out of the dollar into gold, they always will. People thought crypto was going to be the new thing, but it's gone down significantly. I saw Bitcoin drop by like 15% or something like that.
Yeah, it went down to like 80 or something from 100. Round numbers. I don't follow it that closely, but something like that.
Yeah, it's great. Look, if you've got a little free cash right now, there's tons of investment opportunities. I mean, if you're not like in the S&P, like keep an eye out. Maybe if it takes
could be a good time to
dive. But look, I've talked to people about this before. I am not an investment expert, but I bet the U.S. will always win because here's the thing: if it loses, then who cares about the money that was in the bank? Because it's gone too. So like betting on the markets is betting on the country that can't lose. It almost seems like a no lose situation. Just putting your money into, I don't know, the S&P 500, one of the major ones. All right, am I wrong, Woody, about this? Like I definitely don't know. I know far less than you, but just if the S&P, if you put $100,000 in the S&P, it's always going to be there, and if it's not, then it wasn't safe wherever you had it before anyway. I
like a lot of what you're saying. I'm a little concerned that this time is different, and it's hard for me to uncloud my mind from my bias against Trump, which I won't deny, with the facts that are in front of us. Right? Like we didn't just pick a fight with our neighbor. We picked a fight with everybody in the neighborhood except Russia. And I'm like, is this a fight we win too? Literally everyone? And China's going around from house to house to house to house making new friends, right?
Counterpoint.
Go ahead.
So maybe Trump's plans go poorly. Economy keeps dying. Gets bad. Recession, bad recession. 08 all over again, maybe even a little worse. Then we're elected Democrat, and he opens it wide fucking open, and boom! Like even before he does anything, the moment he's elected, boom! Everything's gonna jump. You're just going to make 30% on your money in that moment. In that moment, you are. It's
unless
coming
the
back.
World's been turned upside down, right? Like,
well, see, then your money wasn't safe anyway. That's my point. Is that wherever you had your money before the world turned upside down, it's still gone. Like if the U.S. falls, then the FDIC is gone. Your money's not actually physically in that bank; it's digits.
What?
Right? So the alternative to that is becoming a prepper with your money. Like if you really believe it's all going down, then you're gonna need like a lot of like water purification tabs, or you're gonna need to drill that well up in the mountains and build that facility. Invest in the future.
You could be diversified to other countries too.
No, I don't see that being well. I guess it's
easy to do.
I suppose it is, but I think we're going.
I trust America's.
I don't know what I'm actually doing.
A lot of
is keeping in the S&P 500 like I always have. Yeah. I don't know if I'm right or not. That's what I'm actually doing. So like, I just hope I'm right. And I don't like gold. I don't like Bitcoin. I don't like unproductive assets, right? Like I like assets that make you money year after year after year. Buffett has this thing where he explains it so much better than I could. But he's like, I bought a farm back in the 80s, I bought this farm. It makes soybeans. Every year, this farm kicks off a profit for me. Year after year after year, this farm has made me money just about every single year. And now here I am 40 years later with not only all those profits, but a farm that I could resell to somebody else. Now let's pretend that was gold or Bitcoin. I'm really just hoping that someone's even more excited about this asset than me. The whole time I own it, I just pay insurance on it in case it's lost or stolen or flood or whatever. And it's an unproductive asset that doesn't do anything to make me money. It doesn't do anything to improve itself. It just sits there hoping that somebody is more excited than I was when I bought it.
But wait a minute, the farm's got taxes and all sorts of like risk itself. It could burn down, it could fail. Right now, soybeans suck because China can't buy them. But gold, you don't need physical gold. You could just invest in gold, right? And then you're not. I like gold. I like gold when the dollar's bad. It's always counterbalanced to the dollar. It seems like to me. I also like the idea that no matter how poorly we do in a the world is falling apart, global sort of like starving Americans situation, like blackouts and such, we still have that military and we still have the money printing machines and we can at gunpoint force the world to use our currency. I just don't think it'll ever fail. I think it's right now and any
eventually everything ends eventually.
Okay. I doubt it. I like our chances. I think we're.
Well, I don't. Are you guys on the same page? I think Taylor's looking really far ahead.
I'm thinking like hundreds of years from now. Like
Kyle, I appreciate your patriotism. Okay, I want to be on your like. We're gonna be fine forever.
No, I mean we're gonna
whatever your feeling is. I'm hopping on. Nothing ever happens.
I bet on us because we got the guns. I bet on us because we got the guns, and no matter how poorly we mismanage it, at the point of a gun, we'll make the world use our currency.
Have you ever thought about? Because I've thought about this too, where it's like, oh, if I had a brick of gold, and I'm not talking about like stock market crashing, I'm talking about like borderline fallout level of reset, like a true cataclysm, something like the sun flare fucks up electronics, like something insane. Like in my head, I'm like, all right, let's assume I have a gold bar or like something like that. I obviously don't, but okay, so like lesson one is like I got to protect my house and I got to figure out smelting.
Yeah, that's not what
like a way to measure this.
Gold's no good for that scenario. Gold's good for a Great Depression scenario. Gold's good for a depression. But if we're talking about what you're talking about, who wants fucking gold? They would come to your house. They would come to your house and they would.
People will still want gold. They'll kill me for gold.
They'll come. They're gonna rape you. They would rape you and they would take your food and then maybe eat you. And then they look, what is this? Leave it. It's so fucking heavy. Like they wouldn't care. Like, what would you do with it?
And they'd like steal
because it has no utility outside.
We're a roaming band of rape cannibals. We don't want gold.
You have to have like an existing economy for the gold to mean anything. You can't really use it for anything.
Yeah,
if the EMP happens, the things that are going to be valuable is like gasoline.
Like if there's not like a police force and a government, then you can't have bartering and like an economy.
In times of like ancient cataclysm, like gold, copper, silver, like they were still useful as a baseline. Like
that's true, but I think it was only with the idea you could go to like somewhere else where the world hasn't collapsed and it would be valuable there. Like if everything falls apart in Tunisia, you can go to Egypt with the gold and sell it to the pharaoh or something, right?
Yeah.
The Comanches never rode up to the Sioux and like traded with gold.
I think that
they murdered them all and took what they had.
Yeah, but they also weren't. Were they using gold a lot? The Sioux and the Comanche, like they didn't have metallurgy and stuff.
Oh. Like it comes right out of the ground. What I'm saying is like, it has no value.
They were doing that. Mm-hmm.
It has no value. It has value in our modern society because of a number of technologies
and ancient society. Like when there was no circuit board or electronics for gold to be like utilitarian in Mesopotamia, but it still was a holder of value.
Well, the reason why it was valuable is because like the fucking like the pharaoh or the king or whatever uses to like make his crown, and there was
it's interesting that gold's been the useless thing everybody values since writing was created.
It's like, oh, shiny,
yeah. And it's like I feel like the same way some like ancient Assyrian would explain it is like a lot of people with the blockchain like Bitcoin thing where some king or pharaoh's like, I don't understand. Why does this have value? And he's like, you don't get it. There's a limited amount.
There is a finite supply, and you can mine it, and you can only mine a certain amount.
Yes, that is the hidden history of Egypt, is that it was Indian.
What's the alternative? Think about the alternatives to gold if you want to look cool. In these ancient societies, you had Kanye West who wanted like diamond grills, right? You have guys who wanted to flaunt their wealth. And so, like, what do you have? A copper ring that's going to tarnish and turn green? Gold doesn't lose its luster. It's easily smelted and then easily formed into jewelry and any number of things. It's soft, lustrous, beautiful to look at, and it doesn't rust or tarnish.
I don't know. Taylor shows up with a gold chain, and then I show up with a long, flowing purple velvet cape with a white fur edge. Get on my level, Taylor.
That's true. I would have to give you gold.
Yeah, the purple dye.
Your furs.
Do you know where purple dye came from in the ancient world? Do you know how many shellfish they're gonna have to crush? They have to.
If I came to you dressed as the biggest, just like Elton John,
and I'm gonna walk really fast so it's flowing.
If I sashayed up to you,
where's your gold mean now, honey?
Where's your gold now?
Have you guys thought about
but unlike the copper point, Kyle, there was a whole age called the Copper Age where they did do that, and that was a whole
made their weapon
value too.
Well, sure, they were making weapons out of it though, and pots and pans, but jewelry is gold. Like if you look at what those pharaohs are wearing when we dig them up, or any of those ancient kings, they're all strapped with gold.
I feel like you go far back enough, you get also copper jewelry and things like that.
The top of the pyramid, the stone cap was supposedly a chunk of gold, and then the rest of it was like polished limestone, white limestone. Why
gold's so durable? Not literally durable, as a metal, but as an object of value. Like tulips have come and gone, NFTs have come and gone recently. Bitcoin, we'll see. I've been predicting it would come and go incorrectly for quite some time now. But
it's used in tech now. Well, not only is it all the things I said, but it's also used in tech. And there's a limited supply of it. So the governments are always going to use it, and that's going to create this cycle of they use it so it has value. I know it's used in a lot of tech. It's way more conductive than copper.
We're talking about gold. I'm like, what are they using Bitcoin tech for?
Nothing. But to rip people off on the internet. Haven't you heard? Dude, buy that Dip and Melania coin, everybody. Get the fuck out of here with that NFT nonsense too. Oh, NFTs are the worst. Like I could buy into a little blockchain bullshit if you tell me it's going to secure us from quantum tech in the future or whatever. Okay, that sounds like it might be a thing. But NFTs are bullshit. I knew when Pulp came on here was talking about it was bullshit. We all did. Sometimes something's just so over my head that I'm like, I'm just going to have to trust the experts. But NFTs ain't.
Yeah,
cartoon monkeys are right in my wheelhouse, baby.
$104,000 for a picture of an ape in sunglasses. And it's like, well, there's just no way there's just no way at all this is going to hold value.
Yeah, definitely not. Taylor, we found proof of alien life this week.
Well, I saw the video.
Planet that's like quadruple our diameter.
It's like
it was
2.5 times our size and 8.5 times our mass.
But we don't know yet based on that video you shared me.
Well, we know the two things I just said: the size and the mass.
Oh yeah, I mean the life thing.
Can you circle back to that? Did you say we discovered life?
Yes,
we discovered indicators of some chemical compound that we only know can exist because of algae and shit like that. And the guy in the video is like, if this isn't an error in our technology gathering a reading, then this has to be created by life, or there's a chemical process that's not something we can do here on Earth that we don't understand yet. Maybe it's a life form that isn't carbon based. We don't know.
So the atmosphere of this planet is full of dimethyl sulfide gas. That's a gas that's given off by phytoplankton on our planet. It's present in their atmosphere 8 times more concentrated than it is in our atmosphere. And it's a gas that diminishes over time, so you lose it. But it's being replenished at a rate to supply that enormous amount of dimethyl sulfide in their atmosphere. They know that by X-ray spectroscopy, which is where when the planet is passing between its star and us, the light shines through the atmosphere of the planet. Our telescope picks it up and the gases in the atmosphere absorb the light in certain bands of the spectrum. And so when we analyze the data and we see the dark lines in the spectrum that are being absorbed out by that gas, we can determine what those gases are. That's an old tech. Helium was predicted using this technology before it was discovered on this planet, obviously. In like 1868, they predicted that they found helium through spectroscopy. They looked at the sun, basically. They took the light from our sun, ran it through a prism, and then analyzed the rainbow that came out. And there was a dark line there where helium would be. And they're like, hey, this will be helium. This is the next element. And I think it was 25 years later before we actually found helium. And we're like, look, we got some helium, and proved that it was true. So the technology is kind of foolproof. Like, we know exactly where every element is on the gradient of light. The only question is, and what they said, it was like either it's life or there's chemistry happening that we don't understand, because we don't know of any way that this gas can be created without life, and certainly not in this abundance. And again, it must be an ongoing process to keep that abundance of the gas in the atmosphere. Like, it's not like something happened and now it's staying there and it's being replenished over time. Again, at a rate, it's 8 times more abundant than in our atmosphere. But again, they think it would be an ocean world. It's really big. It's 8 Earth masses, 8.5 Earth masses. So it's probably just a giant ocean world full of plankton.
That smells bad.
They said it would smell like cabbage.
So now they know smells.
Dimethyl sulfate smells like rotten eggs, I think. And
it's a food additive. It's savory.
Huh. I don't know. My Yelp review is not going to be positive when I go there.
Where are you getting your information? Yeah, dimethyl sulfide is like a food additive. It's a savory flavor. They even said in the video, they're like, it would smell like cabbages on this planet, or cooking cabbages.
This just reaffirms the hypothesis. I call it a hypothesis of mine and Woody's. I think we're on the same page with this one, that all the planets, every time they come out with a planet that seems awesome, it's like, dude, there's a planet that like we could live on, and it's got maybe life on it, and it's pretty sick, and it's probably got oceans.
They've never said that.
It's 200 million light years away. Oh, but like all the planets that we could get to someday, total horse shit, awful, hellscapes.
Well, first of all, we can't get to any planets. Like in any time, like where we're going to be alive, or where our like grandchildren are alive, we're not getting to any planets outside of our solar system. That ain't never happened.
No.
I told you that little stat earlier about
system.
Voyager. So this planet's 120 light years away. Voyager's been traveling for 50 years at 40,000 miles per hour. In light years, how far would you guess it has traveled, Woody? 50 years 40,000 miles an hour.
40,000 miles an hour.
It may be faster than 40, because we did some we looped it around some planets.
I don't know the speed of light. I always see it
186,000 miles per second.
I was going to say that.
Okay. Well, this is incalculable. So I'll just guess.
Gut feeling.
0.15 light years.
1 light day. 1/365th of a light year. So do that. So it needs 50 times 365 times 120. That's when Voyager would get there if it was pointed in the right direction.
So we're like 0.27.
Actually, I want to know.
No.
Can you
Or 0.027.
Can you say it again? 50 times what?
No.
Like I said earlier, nothing ever happens. Okay.
Nothing ever happens. I don't know.
The age
50 times 365
ended
times
before I was
120.
born.
Yeah. Yeah. If anything, all the light we're getting from that planet, that thing blew up a trillion years ago or something.
Almost
absurd.
2.2 million. 2.2 million. What?
Ah, fuck.
So it didn't blow up. Like we would have seen.
Remove that, Zach.
Yeah, just cut that.
Remove that.
What did you get, Woody? I'm sorry. What's your math?
2.2 million, just sort of it.
Yeah, 2.2 million years Voyager will get there at its current rate of speed, if it was pointed in the right direction. And of course it's not.
Yeah, it's probably pointed towards some even worse corner of space.
Right. I don't know where they aimed it, honestly. That'd be a good question. That'd be a good bit of trivia. No, but I like that. I hope that we're able to learn more about that. And I wish that Trump hadn't gutted fucking NASA. So, because I want those telescopes. I like those.
I thought we just got a big, beautiful new telescope just a couple years ago.
Dude, that telescope is like 2000 tech. That's like 25 old. Look, the James Webb Space Telescope is what's found this. It's the most impressive telescope that's ever been built. It's in a Lagrange point, way off from Earth, shielded by any interference. It's incredible, but it's old. It's old tech. Like we can do better and bigger. And I wish that was a priority.
Whatever
would be
happened
cool.
to Space Force? Wasn't that supposed to be a thing? Like his first
up and
one?
Turns
running,
out there's
baby.
not any wars in space. So it really,
Which sounds sick though.
that would be
Space Force-
sick. You could have cool outfits.
I think
Greenland, I think.
there's Space Force bases in Greenland. Yeah, so they're obviously handling. Space Force looks into missile defense and satellite warfare. That's what is never discussed. That's what it's about. You can imagine. You ever see those maps of the thousands and thousands of satellites that are going around? I just know that our CIA and probably the Chinese too have gone up there and like fucked with somebody else's satellite. Because why wouldn't you? We've got military satellites up there just floating hundreds of miles up. Like if you could go up there and just fuck it, send your capture device over to like connect to it and put in some code or like piggyback, like do a thing, sabotage it even. Maybe you just put a little explosive on it. So when like Go Day comes, you hit a button and all the U.S. satellites explode or all the Chinese ones do. I think that's what Space Force is up to, and to a lesser extent, the CIA.
But instead, they're fucking sending Katy Perry to space.
I think the CIA might have a space plane.
See, I thought it was gonna be something cool, like you'd have like in the movies, like the space laser that's in orbit, and then they can like target whatever they want and like fire like a crazy beam of like light down that just nukes the entire
That doesn't
area.
work.
That'd
Doesn't
be
work
sick.
because the atmosphere diffuses it, but the kinetic rods is always a proposed thing. But we've got plenty of weapons that are way more powerful than a kinetic rod, so it's kind of silly. You would need.
You're probably right, but I think we should figure it out for the purpose of it being cool.
Yeah,
well,
that would be sweet.
Israel is what do they call it? Their laser system goes online this year.
They have the chosen laser. It's happening.
The chosen laser.
Yeah, I think it's called the Iron Laser or something.
That's sick.
It's
That's
going
They're
online
going.
this
They're
year.
going back to that well, huh?
I
They-
Googled it,
yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah, they need better branding. They got to get rid of the iron thing.
The
They gotta have
iron
something
something.
better.
I was curious about like, space
The
battles.
steel sphere.
3 countries, US, China, and Russia, have proven that they can mess with satellites. But the internet says all 3 have only messed with their own satellites so far.
Yeah, we shot one down with I think an F-18. They flew a fucking.
Wait,
fighter.
really?
Yeah. I'm almost positive. I think
Did it
we
go into
flew
space?
The missile did. He just flew its plane up.
Did it
real
like
high
fly
and
like
shot-
right at the tip of the atmosphere, like
He flew
Iron
as high up
Man?
as he
Yeah.
could.
Fly back down.
I remember. I think Kyle. Most of my space knowledge comes from Kyle telling me things. But I always had in my head that satellites were way higher than they actually are because of like the graphics you see of it online. They're not nearly as high as you think in the scheme of things. Like they're at the low end of space, and so you could fuck that up with the.
I'm like
plane, with
retarded.
a
I never even
rocket.
think about this. How many miles up is the atmosphere? How long does it take to get to space?
It's
We
just-
had a test on that. There's a stratosphere. There's a troposphere. There are
Oh, there-
a number of other spheres.
How long would it take if I was in like an F-18 pointed straight up and there was no environmental
I
problems?
don't know
could
the
just
answer to
fly
that. I
straight?
do know Katy Perry's flight
It'll
was
stall.
11 minutes long.
Yeah, but they went to like the lowest parts of space.
So then you get to how do we define space? But
I look up
I
how long
thought
does
it
it
was
take to
an
get to
interesting-
Space is
space?
62
Yeah.
miles. Look, so there's no like hard stop, right? It's not an eggshell of an
Yeah.
atmosphere. It slowly fades out to nothingness. But the agreed upon seems to be around 62 miles, according to Zach. So, but you think about like missiles and how far we shoot them away from things. 62 miles is no stretch at all. So
what's
if you fly
the
your
lowest
plane up,
you can orbit? That's what I wonder. To me, that's how
Oh.
Woody defines space. It's lower.
you mean a
it needs to be
non-decaying orbit?
Yes.
You'd have to. I think that depends on your speed and your mass. So
Right.
it's going to vary.
How high are the highest clouds? In my mind, wherever the highest cloud stops, then you're in space.
I'm going to say,
Oh well, then that's a very low definition.
yeah,
of
that's like
space.
30 or 40,000 feet, right?
I was
Well,
gonna say
in my mind, as soon as you're
50,000,
past that, you're in space because it must just be there's nothing there. There's just like blackness. I mean, there's oxygen, but it's not really the same, you know. There's got to be some point, like in the movie when they get to the black part. You know what I mean? There's the white part and the black part.
The scary part where like you could get sucked out into oblivion. According to this, Woody, which is a snippet preview of a Wikipedia article, the lowest altitude at which an object in a circular orbit can complete at least one full revolution without propulsion is 93 miles. So
that's one complete. We were
50% higher than the, I guess, accepted definition of the lowest point of space. If you said it's like 60 miles.
Yeah, I don't know what it takes to get into a non-decaying orbit. I don't know if there is such a thing because I mean the moon's flying away from us. Like everything's changing. The space station stays where it is because of thrusters. I don't know.
I thought the space station was moving.
It's gonna be Of course it is.
I thought you just said it stayed in place with thrusters.
In its
I
orbit.
think he meant its altitude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's coming down though. I think they've got a lot of issues. I think they're gonna, and it's I don't know how much it costs. It's like $10,000 a kilo or $10,000 a pound to get shit up into space, and they got that whole space station up there, and they're gonna let it decay and fall back into Earth eventually. I guarantee it. They're gonna.
We need to get a better one up
money.
there first.
Well, they just need to save that one. You've already got that material up there. Like getting it up
Like
there is a
repurpose
huge
it.
expense. Yeah,
Make it even
It's
better.
a tough decision, like when to start fresh again. Like at some point, what's there will have no value, right? At some point, you trash the car and buy a new one.
Even if you recycle the raw metal and material, it's worth more. It's $10,000 a pound. That's what it's worth.
Right?
So you're saying it'd be better to just get stuff up there and fix it up if they can.
Fix it up there and stabilize its orbit,
there.
like whatever it takes.
Yeah.
And if you're going to build a new thing that can slowly process the old thing into new parts of itself. Like build a fucking reverse 3D printer to eat that thing and turn it into a new fucking space station.
I'm really disappointed that I'm not going to be alive for like fucking Event Horizon shit.
Right?
Just, like going into the deep recesses.
We need cryotech to happen. That's the future. That fucking psycho millionaire who's been drinking his son's blood or whatever.
Yeah, Brian
and living in that
Johnson.
oxygen
Yeah.
tank. Dude, he looks worse for it. That's horseshit. But if we can ever figure out how to freeze ourselves like in the fucking movies, that's the game, dude.
But the only people who are going to get to do that are going to be like the billionaire pedophiles or something, or like
It'll
Elon
have
Musk.
to be.
Yeah.
They're just going to
Then
be
they'll
pedophiles
just start-
and freeze
yeah.
themselves and freeze children, and then wake
Unless
up.
Then we'll be
You
discovering
volunteer.
space stations where they're molesting kids instead
Yeah,
of islands.
literally. That's what I was thinking the other day. Like Elon Musk is like, we're going to go to Mars. Like all the pedophiles are going to go there and fuck kids, and there's going to be no jurisdiction. And the pedophiles,
Yeah, there's gonna
like,
be
it's
Roman
legal. It's
Polanski
Mars,
up there.
motherfucker.
Look,
Yeah.
I got no say about
There's no age of
being
consent on Mars.
Martians have their own culture, and I don't judge it. Okay, all cultures are.
I do. Earth rules. Mars
Now,
rules.
that is racist. Planetist.
Mars sucks.
That's gonna be. You think that'll be the new
Dude,
thing in like
Kyle's
5,000
like-
years? It'd be like that's fucking planetist.
Brian
that's-
Johnson looks worse for all his anti-aging. I see his picture. I'm like, he doesn't look that bad, actually.
There'll
Like,
be DEI.
And then I look at
the
he's
job 'cause he's from fucking
47.
Earth.
Dude, I thought he was a really good-looking 60-year-old or something. I'm like, Kyle's off target. You know, he looks all right, little unnatural, but not bad. At 47, that's I don't know. It's not working.
He has said publicly that he thinks that it was a mistake, and he's reversing course on some of the stuff he's been doing. He thinks it aged him more rapidly. Some of the things he did. This is the photo that everybody uses.
Using his son as like a
Early in-
blood boy.
He is, yeah. Use him as a blood boy. He like takes the son's blood and injects it into himself. On a
Is shaving your chest a big part of longevity?
From the neck down, he looks good.
bro, keep shaving the chest, bro. You got nice definition there, and you're symmetrical, which is rare.
And he doesn't look bad in the face for 47. I mean, he looks fine.
Does he just
For
never go
a rich
outside
man
because he gets
who's in-
sunburnt or whatever? So why so
For a
vampire?
rich man whose life is devoted around looking young, he looks his age.
Yeah,
If he's a health guy, I bet he's like trying to play some game with the sun where he's like, I need to get a lot of it because it's good for me, but I can't get too much because then it's bad for me.
That looks like you told AI to draw a human. That guy does not look fucking real. Woody,
Yeah.
I got online the other day and I found these. Operation Desert Storm, Iraqi Freedom, whatever the
You're
fuck
not
we
going
did.
to heaven.
Playing cards.
Just saying.
These are awesome. I got Uday Hussein. Okay, that's the Ace of Hearts right there. These are awesome, dude. I I think I paid $50.
It hurts.
Paid $50.
Yeah.
Is that
Saddam?
No. Saddam's an ace.
No. The two cards ago wasn't
Baghdad Bob on there.
Yeah, everybody's on here, of course.
The gang's all here.
That was Abid Hamid Muhammad Al Takrit that you thought was Saddam. They just all have that mustache. If anybody's curious about Saddam, I know it's before a lot of our times, like when he was actually doing his shit. There's a great thing on HBO called House of Saddam, I think. That's really good. It's excellent. I've started watching it. I'm 2 episodes in, and I hate Saddam Hussein so fucking much. I thought it was going to be one of those I thought it was going to be like a Tony Soprano character where I was like, ooh, he killed them all? Yeah, but they were bad. Or they threatened his family, or he had to consolidate power. It's like, he's needlessly evil. like his own brother and he has this group of like dudes that are good dudes that are all like, we're here for Saddam. You don't say nothing about Saddam. I hear you would think bad about
Saddam's top guy.
I'm Saddam's top guy. And Saddam is like, I don't know about you. They liking you a lot, top guy. Maybe you're going to be dead, guys. Like I think he killed his own brother-in-law. Every step of the way, I despise him. He's like a Game of Thrones fucking villain in this show, which I'm sure is pretty accurate. He's awful.
I just finished watching Sopranos again. What a good show!
That's a great show.
Do you watch the whole thing? I don't watch the finale. I watched the finale.
I've seen it all. Like this is like my 4th time watching it. It's just so keynote. Do you not believe in the finale?
I believe in the finale. I think it's good, but I don't want it to end. I do that with a lot of shows. I don't watch the last one. I never want it to stop. I don't know how Ozark ends. It's still going.
That's crazy. Ozark is the best thing Netflix has ever done. You got to finish it.
I've seen it multiple times. I've never seen the last episode. I don't know what happens.
That's crazy.
I will say, after I watched the last episode of Sopranos, I was like looking for other stuff to watch. I couldn't find anything, so I tried watching it again. But because I had seen the last episode, it was hard. I think if I wait like a year and I watch it again, it'll be easy. But now that I have that finality to it, it's like I can't really get into it.
You watch The Wire?
Yeah,
definitely. I've started watching The Wire. It's pretty good. It's not the same, but it's good.
It's not.
I lost interest in season 2.
You got to stick with it. Like after a while,
I don't give a fuck about that Polak working at the docks. I just don't care.
Yeah, but it's interwoven into the rest of the stories, and in season 3 and 4 redeems itself. You'll be
tested on it the following year.
I hate shows though where it's like you just got to keep going until the good part. It's like for me, The Sopranos is so good because there's no part where I'm like, oh, this is getting slow. Like it keeps the momentum. It keeps. In its
time, I think season 2 or 3 was considered a real stinker. It was because there weren't any deaths for like 9 episodes.
I think season 2 or 3 is like my favorite ones.
Isn't season 2 at the end where they kill Pussy, or is that end of season 1?
I think that's 3.
Oh, that's 3.
I think they kill Pussy at the end of 3. I think so. And then Adriana dies end of season 5.
Spoilers.
Ralph dies end of season 4. It's fucking 25 years old.
Yeah, Ralph's my favorite. I'm joking.
Ralph was great. I
Ralph,
like that.
Ralph is excellent. Ralph is so good. Yeah, Joe Pantoliano. He's fucking excellent. I think he's probably the best character.
You know, looking back at The Sopranos, like you said, there were no deaths, and I'm like, the deaths weren't the part that shocked me. Somehow I can accept those. It was the pains, right? Like the beatings, the cruelty. Deaths were just business, you know. You stabbed us, you got to die. People need to know there's a price for that. But like, I don't know, Adriana, her face gets all bruised up and beat.
Oh, and Chris beats her. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
That was more shocking to me than some guy taking a bullet to the back of the head.
I thought, well, some of the deaths are really brutal. Like the Matt Drinkwater death, the like kid who tries to kill Christopher with his friend.
Bevilacqua.
Yeah, Drinkwater, Bevilacqua. That's what it means. Matt Drinkwater. And then they find him and they bring him back to this like shed, and he like Tony's like, "You thirsty? You need a drink?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm kind of thirsty." He's like, "Here, Diet Coke." He's like, "You want something with sugar in it?" He's like, "No, it's all right, Tone. I'm all right, Tone." He's like, "Good. It's just the last fucking drink you're ever gonna have."
Because that sugarless motherfucker's the last one you're ever gonna have.
That's fire. Or fucking Phil Leotardo's death is really brutal. That one when he's like, "Say bye-bye to Grandpa. Bye-bye. And then Walden walks up and shoots him in the head. And then the car, because his wife gets out, she's like, "Oh!" oh! And the car starts rolling over his head, and it busts his head open. There's this guy next to him. He's like, oh, he throws up. And then it expands back to the kids in the back, and they're like babies. They're like, that's so good.
I thought Vito's death was, they don't show it, but you have, and it's worse because they don't show it. It's the same effect of Reservoir Dogs. You don't see the ear get cut off.
They stick a pool cue up his ass.
As you imagine the ear getting cut off. And so they're beating him on the ground, and Phil Leotardo's sitting on the bed, and he's gripping the sheets because he's having like a sexual moment. The best
part is Phil. He comes out of the closet in that scene. You remember? Of
course, he does.
Slowly opens. Phil actually might be my favorite. Phil Leotardo's great. He's excellent. I did 20 fucking years.
Big Pussy.
That one was
Big Pussy is good,
and I don't remember it being super cruel or anything. It was just there was kind of a: are they going to? Are they not going to? They don't want to, but they feel like they need to, and that the way that plays out, like the psychological torture for the viewer, and that had a bigger impact for me than some quick kill.
Yeah, the characters I felt the same way about Pussy getting killed, because the first watch through, I'm like, I really liked Pussy, and so. Some of the dialogue on the ship. Some of the dialogue on the ship.
Tony's being like, hurt.
Yeah, maybe they can move past this. Maybe he can just go live in fucking Chile for the rest of his life. And it's like, nah, you stabbed us in the back. It's got to end. We're all sad here. We're not going to be having a cookout on the deck after this, but
only Tony cared. That ripped out the last little bit of Tony's soul. In that scene, that you could like Paulie.
No, Paulie cared. Yeah.
No, he didn't. He had a couple nightmares, but it was those were like, I'm gonna get caught nightmares. Those weren't like, I've ripped out the last shred of decency in my soul out by killing my best friend kind of stuff. And that's what Tony was going through. You could see like he had real nightmares.
In the following season, they're trying to find someone to play Santa Claus. Remember that? They need someone to play Santa Claus, and they're like looking at Bobby Bacala because he's fat. He's like, I don't want to do it, and they're like. And I think Sill's like, gotta admit, made a great Santa Claus. And Tony's like, yeah, he did. And then Paulie's like, fuck him. He's a fucking cunt. And Tony's like, what's wrong with you? And he's like, well, I still like Santa Claus. And Paulie's like, in the end, fuck Santa Claus. he's just like bitter and mad. And he can't.
Oh, yeah.
Like, Paulie's like no nuance. Like he can't recognize everything's black and white.
If the Nazis were making like Italian propaganda posters like they were Jew propaganda posters, it would have been Paulie.
Yeah,
like the most like over the top, just boisterous, prone to violence.
He's a criminal, right? In RL.
R.I.P. to him.
Paulie's criminal in RL. Yeah, God rest his soul. That's the reason. If you watch him, he always has his hands right here in front of him, like sort of like this. Like it's a prison thing. He's ready to defend himself.
Interesting.
Yeah, people who have been on the show would always say that, like, out of all the characters, Paulie, like in the show, is also just him in real life. That's exactly how he acted. Every mannerism, even like if you see him in interviews, he does like this thing. Whatever that is.
Like the pinky doesn't bend correctly all the way.
Yeah,
keep it straight.
Well, because he went to prison, and when he was in prison, a guy came to him and did like an acting troupe thing in jail, and then after that, he got in like Goodfellas and all that stuff. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Woody, but yeah.
Oh, I thought there was a gap. There wasn't. Anyway, I heard someone talk about like meeting the actors and this, that, but with Paulie or whatever that actor's name was, they're like, you've met him. Yeah. You've met him already. He's on the show. That's him. You think you know the character? You know the guy. You know him. There's no difference. And I was like, oh, that's kind of neat.
He had great hair. Big RIP to Paulie.
He did.
And on that note, we're going to hear from a couple of fantastic sponsors. Acorns. Today's episode of PKA is sponsored by Acorns. Acorns is a financial wellness app that makes it easy to start saving and investing for your future. You don't need to be an expert. Acorns will recommend a diversified portfolio that matches you and your money goals. You don't need to be rich. Acorns lets you get started with the spare money you've got right now, even if all you've got is spare change. You don't need a ton of time. You can create your Acorns account and start investing in just 5 minutes. You don't need to feel like financial wellness is impossible. Acorns gives you small, simple steps to get you and your money on track. Basically, Acorns does the hard part so you can give your money a chance to grow. Sign up now and join over 13 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $22 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com/painkiller or download the Acorns app to get started. Friendly reminder, this is a paid endorsement. Compensation provides incentive to positively promote Acorns. Tier 1 compensation provided. Investing involves risk. Acorns Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. View important disclosures at acorns.com/painkiller. Check it out and give your money a chance to grow with Acorns. Again, sign up now and join the over 13 million all-time customers who have already saved and invested over $22 billion with Acorns. Head to acorns.com, acorns.com/painkiller, or download the Acorns app to get started. Be sure to use code painkiller to take advantage of that. acorns.com/painkiller. This episode is also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's continuing to take the world by storm. At this point, guys, this shit's so popular, you're behind the times. Your loads are weak if you're not taking this. The women you're hooking up with after the bar, whatever stage of life you're at right now, they are not impressed by your non-supraphysiological loads that are entirely possible through this excellent.
The guy that made his deposit before you showed her what men are capable of, and you're not.
And now you're behind the times. She thinks that all men, are busting that hard, and so you appear weak to her. so be sure to get Lock and Load. It works. That's why it's got high reviews.
Imagine just like jizzing all over a girl's face. She's like, "You listen to PKA?"
She's like, "Yes, I'm one of the 3 female listeners of the program. It's me, Woody's mom, and some mystery lady." Yeah, this is a secret for just the guys here because it's never going to get out to the other half of the population, folks. Lock and Load, 3 pills in the morning, 3 pills at night. The now super convenient 6 pills instead of 9 pills, or we may have been 8. Yeah, we were 9 initially. Same formulation, easier delivery system, Lock and Load. Check it out. There's a reason it's one of the highest performing products on all of Derek's site, GorillaMind.com. It's because it actually works. Take it, stay hydrated, and you are going to notice before the first bottle is even done that you are coming more. And in my opinion, makes the biggest gain isn't even for plastering her. It's that you're spending more time coming, so it feels better. So the better orgasm part is, I think, the biggest seller. So check it out. Use code PKA or use code JIZZ to get 10% off. And that also applies to the pre-workouts, the weight loss supplements, dream supplements that Kyle's very fond of, the collagen powder, protein bars, energy drinks. Seems like every 3 weeks, Derek is adding a new option, a new listing to that is supraphysiologically dosed. That's a science word, folks. You can take our word for it. Lock and Load. Use code JIZZ. Use code PKA. Save 10%. Give it a go. You've been thinking about it for a while. I know you're sitting there. You're going, I already come enough. No, you don't. You don't fucking come anywhere near enough. Come more. Enjoy it. Code PKA, code JIZZ. And also, while you're at it, use code PKA10 to save money on our merchandise. You can get yourself a hoodie, a t-shirt, hat, stickers, mug, and maybe some more stuff coming down the pipeline. We'll see. But use code PKA10 to get 10% off any of our merchandise. Use code PKA or JIZZ for Lock and Load or anything on GorillaMind.com. And remember to go to acorns.com/painkiller to take advantage of that and give your money a chance to grow.
Taylor, the hockey season's not over, yet every seed has been decided. Is that true? Am I understanding this?
As of yesterday, I thought there was like one Eastern Conference thing that could still happen, but it might be totally locked in right now. Yeah, the Blues made it. The Blues won their game versus the Utah Hockey Club. Fucking pick a name, idiots. And now they're in, which means that the Blues get the esteemed privilege of facing the best team in the NHL right now, the Winnipeg Jets, in the first round. It's a house money series. Nobody thought the Blues were going to make the playoffs this year. And so if they can even take this series with Winnipeg to 6 or 7 games,
then they'll guarantee their draft pick kind of sucks.
Well, they've already done that. by making the playoffs, they've already fucked up their chance at a great draft pick unless they get some like diamond in the rough in the late first. But yeah, Blues are playing Winnipeg in the first round. First game, I believe, is Saturday. So
they could win.
For that. They could, yeah. Like,
away teams win in hockey, and the Blues ended the season strong.
Yeah, like the Blues were the hottest team in the league at the end of the year. And so it could happen. I'm tentative, but I want to believe it's going to be 2019 again. I'm feeling hope. Yeah,
That's
because 2019
in Philly, when you feel hope, that just makes it hurt more.
Well, I won't let myself feel too much hope because I bet the Blues get beaten like 5-6 games by the Winnipeg Jets because the Jets are just a better team unless the Blues turn it up to a crazy level or our goalie really. The only hope I have is that the Blues goalie has a reputation for going from middling who gives a fuck goalie in the regular season to like incredible in the playoffs. And the Winnipeg Jets goalie, Connor Hellebuck, has the exact opposite I guess reputation, where he is a world beater, one of the best goalies in the league consistently in the regular season, and then he really falls off in the playoffs. Maybe the pressure gets to him. Goalie's a hard position like that, but there are ways for the Blues to win. I don't think it's going to happen, but it could.
Let me lay how basketball does their playoff seeding. I think it's better than hockey, and I want your opinion on it.
Mm-hmm.
So both leagues I think have 30 or 32 teams, something like that. It's real close. And on both sides, it goes 8 from East and 8 from West, make the playoffs. But in basketball, it's a little more complicated. Teams 6 through 10 make the play-in. Teams 7 through 10 make the play-in. 7, 8, 9, 10,
Mm-hmm.
right? 7 and 8 have to lose twice to get knocked out. But if teams 9 and 10 can win twice, they get in. So the playoff seedings aren't fully decided until the play-in games are finished. Also, with 10 teams kind of making the playoffs, so many teams matter. You know, are you going to get stuck in the play-ins and have to earn your way to the playoffs because you're 7 through 10? Or 6 and 7 becomes really important. 9 and 10 become really important. If you're on the bubble between 8 and 9, you're on the bubble between needing two wins to really get in or just one. If you're 11th in hockey, you're cooked. You know your season's over. If you're in 11th in basketball, maybe you could be at the 10th seed, which makes the play-in, which it's interesting for so many teams. And the seeds are so close. Like basketball season's not over till it's over. And I'm looking at a fully figured out, playoff setup in the hockey, and it's over before it's over.
Yeah, that's true. It looks like most teams have one game to play, or about over half the teams are done with their season. Maybe a third of the league or a quarter still has one game to play, but I would give that a go. Like it's not up to me, but like it could be a fun one series or one season rather experiment.
Incredibly,
and just see how it goes.
That win a play-in game, I've seen them rip their jerseys off and throw them into the stands like they want a chip because they went through a lot of this season really not setting the world on fire. And now they made the playoffs when they didn't know they were going to. It's neat.
Yeah, I mean, I just love any playoff hockey. It's the most fun. I mean, hockey's the only sport I'm really into, so I'm biased as hell. But it's just so exciting. It's so physical. People get hurt constantly. What do you mean, Kyle?
I'm just listening to you describe your pity pat sport where they wear helmets and gloves and fucking armor all over them. I just watched some men beat each other half to death Saturday night. I watched Paddy Pimbleton fucking Paddy the Baddy smash.
What's this weird inferiority complex UFC fans have where they're actually my sport is awesome. I didn't say your sport was gay. I just said hockey rules.
Yours is. Tell me how tough it is.
Here's a picture of Zdeno Chara 18 hours after he had his jaw broken playing in an NHL game.
Oh, wow. Show me Robert Lawler with his mouth ripped open. I don't care about his jaw.
And this was in the series.
Had his jaw dislocated? Did you say jaw dislocated or broken?
No, it was shattered by a puck.
Shattered?
Yeah, they had to put it back together.
So they put it back together before he played?
Where's the picture?
I'm trying to find
I want to see the x-rays. This sounds like fake news. This is that hockey thing where they always pretend like they're sports stuff when it's just a bunch of toothless Canadians drunkenly skating around. No. It's only impressive because we don't know how to skate.
There's a picture, but that's of him after it's been fixed up. Zach, find a picture of when he was leaking blood all over the ice in that series against the Blues. Blues won the series, by the way. But the article title is Zdeno Chara Speaks, a sign of progress from broken jaw.
I don't want any sport that has a helmet involved. It can't really call itself tough, if you ask me. I don't know.
I mean, but like, I bet it is really hard to fall on that like bouncy trampoline thing they fight on, right? That probably hurts a lot. Probably smarts.
That's WWE you're thinking of, I believe.
I don't know. Looks like you do. I don't know.
I think it's canvas over plywood. There is a little give to it. It's not like ice.
Yeah,
it's not like ice. It would be silly to fight on concrete or ice. No smart person would do that.
Yeah. Oh, they got a picture right before he started dumping blood. So he was the captain of the Bruins, and this was like game 6.
Why is it that they always stop the fight the moment someone goes to the ground? Is it
well? No, this wasn't that wasn't a fight. That was he got in front of a slap shot and it was broke his jaw. Is it his period?
Is that what that blood was? He forgot his pad.
That guy's 6'10". He's the biggest player in NHL history. Or 6'9", maybe.
Your sport's not just tough; it's gritty. Because like sometimes fighters will have to like push through that last 5 minutes of a 25-minute war. No, you're talking about like game after game on like injuries and teeth beating out of your head. I'm joking around about your sport.
Of course.
However, Woody, did you see Paddy the Baddy smash Chandler? Did you see
only the highlight at the end?
It was so fun, Woody. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. He outclassed him at every turn, beat the dog shit out of him. I didn't either. I bet against him.
Okay.
It was great. It was a great night of fights. That was an amazing card.
Paddy looks like, I'm not going to say
top 5.
A contender. Like a contender to me is someone who might be champ. I don't think people are saying that about him so much, but he looks like someone who will fight a top 5 guy who maybe even will get a title fight.
Yeah.
What? Is he 155?
Yeah. I hope they give him Oliveira next, somebody like that. I don't know what the plans are at 55. It's so crowded with the Ilya Topuria coming up or whatever. And then now you got Volkanovski fucking taking his belt back at 145.
That guy's got a cool name.
He's early awesome. In his career, Paddy the Baddy was injured. So they were talking. So Paddy the Baddy was instantly a media sensation, but he wasn't instantly a top 5 guy. And they're like asking him, "Do you want to fight this guy? Do you want to fight that guy?" And he's like, "Oh no, that guy's tough. You got to pay me more than $19,000 to fight that guy," and with his British accent. And I'm like, he's kind of onto something, you know, like you don't have to be champ in 1 year. Take some time, get better at this.
He looked good. He looked sharp. And like he was like, couldn't wait. 1,2 or 6 elbows or whatever his awful accent sounds like. It always sounds like he's eating marbles while being Cockney.
Cutting weight, 12 to 6 elbows.
Exactly, right? He's like, I couldn't wait to throw those 12 to 6 elbows because they're legal now. I wanted to ask
I didn't catch that.
Oh, they have been for several events now. Maybe this whole year. Year.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you a basketball question because I saw that Luka this last month, Luka has averaged like 38 points and like 7.7 and 8.2, like almost not quite a triple double, but like really impressive numbers. Old LeBron seems to be playing pretty well. I think they get a spot in the playoffs, right? Like everybody get in the NBA. Like they're in 3rd spot. I know.
Yeah, it's
like
the same as hockey.
Back. Yeah, I guess so. It's better that way. Let everybody get in. But do they have a shot at this thing?
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
Yeah, they do.
I like the story of Dallas fucking up and then their nose is being rubbed in it. Because I saw Luka crying at his like game back when they played that I almost said memorial video. That's what it felt like. It felt like he died. It was like all of his best moments. He was crying and I've seen those clips of Mark Cuban when the fans were booing him a while back. Mark's sitting there. Just like it's almost he's having that forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do kind of moment. And
in basketball,
I would love to see him get
they call it gravity, right? Like if you're so good that you require a double team, somebody's open. And you know, it used to be LeBron was really the only guy on the Lakers with gravity, and now there's 2, and you can't double team everybody. So it's changed the way their team goes. Are they? Let's look at the odds. I'm gonna guess before I say it, they're the 5th most likely to win the title. Let's see.
Who does Curry play for? It's the
Golden State.
Are they the number 1 seed? I just feel like that guy. I don't know. I don't know shit about basketball, but
so Golden State also has a shot. They're pretty interesting in that they got a player late in the season. So for the last month, they've been one of the best teams in basketball since they got Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler is now their 2nd best player behind Seth Curry. And again, it's the sort of thing where like Seth Curry used to have to hit these circus shots because everybody would guard him all the way out to the half court line. Now, if you do that, Seth is his brother who used to play for the Sixers. Anyway, used to be that they'd guard that guy all the way out to the half court line. Now, if you do that, Jimmy Butler will score on you. So it creates more space for everyone to do better when the defenses are honest.
How much time does LeBron have left? Does he do 2 more? 1 more? This definitely isn't it, because there'd be more to do about it.
Yeah, he hasn't really declined like you'd expect him to at his age, so it's kind of his choice.
What is his production like? Like, is it?
I'm not sure.
Definitely not worth his price tag, but is it? I
don't know. He's one of those guys that's like this field general that makes everyone else on the team a little better.
Okay.
And also he's the team's leading scorer. I'm sure of it, unless Luka is now. And he's probably there's.
I dropped like 50 the other day or something, like 56 maybe. Like he's not 40. No.
All right, so the Lakers are fourth most likely to win the chip. Lakers are fourth, and something wrong. The Golden State Warriors are the 5th most likely team to win. So they both have a shot.
Fun. And I'm gonna watch. When does the playoffs start? That's another question.
Now they're doing the play-in game.
I'm interested in this Luka redemption thing. That's a story that I can get behind and be interested in. The Luka guy getting traded from the Dallas to the Lakers, and I saw him. I saw him like go back and play in Dallas, and they played like a video of his best moments, and he's crying on the bench, like it's real emotional for him. But in LA, his production numbers are up. Like he's doing really well, and old LeBron, I was saying, doing really well too. Yeah. And they're in the playoffs.
LeBron leads the teams in points and assists, so he's still their best player, unless it's Luka now, but not for the season. And I had something else. You asked when. Tomorrow is the last play-in game. Okay. So the seeds will be figured out, and the day after that is the first playoff game.
I'll watch the Lakers. And root for them.
Kyle, I need you to watch the hockey playoffs so that you can tell me what's going to happen, because you have a weird ability.
I told you who's going to win: the Washington Capitals.
I'm not sold on the Caps, but then again, you do tend to
Rock Flag Eagle, the Washington Capitals. Okay, the man was 6'2" with wooden teeth, baby. We're breaking the chip. Is that what you keep calling it? We're taking it home. All the chips, Lay's, Doritos.
Well, it's
Pringles.
It's not called the chip in hockey. It's called the cup.
Taking that too. We're gonna put the chips in the cup.
I don't know what it's for. Is it short for championship? I don't know why I feel called like the chip.
Yeah, I've always thought that's weird.
I'm sorry. I'll get it.
What did you get?
I'll get it to you. Keep going.
This is inappropriate. Are you a sports guy at all, Tom, or just don't give a fuck?
No. I mean, I do watch UFC now and then because it's, I'd say, the most easy to just get into when you don't give a shit about any of it and just like really enjoy watching two people beat each other. I do semi-regularly follow like the stories of fighters because I find them interesting. Like I'm doing a video soon about various UFC fighters who have been convicted of crimes. Obviously, War Machine's an obvious one.
Slim Pickens.
Yeah, BJ Penn.
One of them's going to be Lee Murray. You guys know who that is?
British dude, right?
Yeah, I want to say he's actually Irish. I want to say. Let me see here. I have my
Lee Murray.
Yeah, you're right. London. Yeah, Southeast London. He was a part of one of the biggest robberies of all time, the Securitas Depot robbery. They dressed like cops, pulled a guy over, got his keys, kidnapped his family. It was a crazy story. Generally, though, sports I don't really care, to be honest. Despite the fact I grew up in New England and everybody when I was growing up wouldn't shut the fuck up about the Bruins, the Patriots, and the Red Sox. I was inundated with this bullshit.
And the Celtics. This team wins too much in Boston.
And the Celtics, yeah. I have like zero knowledge about. I mean, I know Tom Brady. Like, I know that's a name. I know Gronk. I know about baby Gronk as well.
So you grew up in like Boston when they were winning everything, and you're like, shut up.
They were destroying
about your championships.
I never really cared. To be honest, I don't really even understand what's going on when I see. I've never watched a full game.
Like Taylor said it like it was past tense. They're the defending champs right now in basketball, Boston.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, like
they're like this third worst team in the league in hockey.
They're the most spoiled city in sports.
Do you like to gamble at all?
Do I like to gamble?
Yeah.
No, but I do like to watch one particular gambling streamer, but I don't gamble. But I do have a favorite gambling streamer who I've okay, this is like I'm talking about myself too much. I'm working on a 6-hour-long video about this guy. He is like my favorite streamer of all time. He's a legend. His name is Bossman Jack. Are any of you familiar with him?
I am not.
No, but I'm interested. You should make it a trilogy.
I'm just going to do it in one go because I've tried the trilogy thing and it doesn't usually work. It'll be like part 1 gets like 1 million views, part 2 half that, but he's so fascinating. He's got a whole lore to him. He's basically this kid. I say kid, but he's like 10 years older than me. He's like near 30 at this point, who used to play RuneScape. And when he's playing RuneScape, you can gamble in RuneScape in the sand arena with RuneScape Gold. And it actually has an actual value. So there were players in, I want to say Venezuela or Brazil, who their dollar is worth so little, but they would gamble in the sand casino and then they would get money and they could get USD with it. So they could actually use it as real world money, right? And it had a value to it. And this guy, Austin, he got addicted to gambling through RuneScape. And then when he was streaming RuneScape, he decided to move to real gambling when all the online gambling stuff took off, like Stake and all those websites. So he became a completely degenerate gambler. And you can watch him gamble his way up to like $30,000, and he'll have 30 grand in his like ready to get like, you know, because you deposit money in and then you can take it out. He'll get ready to take it out and he'll be like, all right, as soon as I go below 25, I'm pulling out. He gets to 25. As soon as I go below 24, I'm pulling out. He gets to 24. He increases his bets also. He's got such a bad gambling addiction that like usually you would think if you're a sane person, when you're gambling, the amount of money you bet will get lower. But when you're a gambler, you know, when you start losing, you got to bet higher to get the bigger win. So he'll get up. He's gone up to like 60, 70 grand before, which is life-changing money. And he will then gamble it all down while telling himself he'll actively be out loud saying, I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out. I'm going to pull out. And he's just gambling himself.
Oh, this sounds depressing.
No, he's hilarious. He's amazing. He also smokes crack, which is
burying the lead a little bit.
Yeah. Well, one of his nicknames is Boss Man Crack because he smokes crack a lot. He buys it from a guy named Derek, who I can't remember if he's a blood or a crip, but yeah, Derek. And Derek actually was arrested at one point for some kind of child endangerment thing where his children tested positive for, I want to say, meth. I Googled him and his Reddit came up. And so I went and put it on top all time. And one of the top posts is his sponsor gave him $100 DoorDash gift card. And he Googled sell DoorDash gift card for crypto. Yes. Because he wants to gamble with it. He is incredible. He has like a whole lore with catchphrases. Like he says, damn that pussy nice whenever he wins. He'll be like, damn that pussy nice. Damn that pussy nice. He destroys his bedroom too. He lives with his mom and dad. And he had this door. He has not had a door for like years because he would get mad and just kick a hole through it and nobody would fix it. So he would just kick another hole through it. Eventually the door has got this like fast food shaped window in it. So at one point his dad comes up. He's like, Austin, we got your burger. Austin's like, what, dude? I'm busy. He's like, Austin, we got your burger. His dad's looking through the hole, holding the burger, trying to hand it to him through the hole in the door. Eventually the door came off, got replaced with a curtain. They tried to reinstall the door. Didn't really work out. He destroys his walls.
The clip I'm seeing right now, the door is off kilter, kicked off, but still he didn't even move it out of the frame. He just leaves the broken door in the door, which seems inconvenient to me.
He just keeps going. Yeah, but he is my favorite streamer of all time. And I'm not even being ironic. I love this kid. This guy is so fucking funny. He is an absolute legend. It looks like that's the shape of his body.
How big are his streams?
How big?
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if he was super popular.
He's gotten like 1,000 to 2,000 viewers. His problem is that he'll get frustrated. He'll be like, fuck this. He'll end the stream and then he'll come right back because he just wants to gamble. So he'll be like, fuck this. I hate my life. I'm killing myself. He'll leave, come right back. Like multiple times in one day. He's done days where he'll be live for like a day or two straight, like streaming, get off for 10 minutes, streaming, get off for 10 minutes, streaming, get off for 10 minutes.
Also.
He should play up the idea that he's going to kill himself if he loses enough. There should be a noose hung from the ceiling in the background. Like just
That would be good.
like
That'll be good. But the problem is he'll never do it. He'll never do it. And one thing that people noticed when he was gambling was that he would get more mad about losing like $500 versus losing like, let's say like 40,000. Like he would freak the fuck out over $500. And the reason why is because he needed that last 500 to buy his fucking crack for the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so crack doesn't
for him,
bad for impulse
as long as he can smoke crack and buy weed.
How does he keep getting reloaded?
Probably streaming, right?
He has steak sponsorship. So he had a steak sponsorship. He eventually lost that for a period of time. He got a BC game sponsorship. It was like a similar company. Eventually he lost that. He's been banned from various websites. But yeah, he gets reloads. He gets juicers from chat, they call them, where people will juice him. Yeah. He can keep gambling. He'll always peak degenerate gambler. He'll message people on Discord being like, dude, I swear I'm good for it. I swear I'm good for it. Just give me like $400. Never pays anyone back. He's like, definitely, who knows how much money in debt.
You know some people like that.
Never pays anyone back. Oh yeah, sometimes you have to cover their debts.
He has gambled millions of dollars in total. Obviously that's not money.
Talk about that.
You remember that one?
Yeah, I was fucking. You know who loses bets? We do.
Somehow me. Somehow Woody and I lose them. We didn't even know.
How much do you guys owe Kyle?
Nothing. I pay my bets.
I think I'm all paid out.
Oh, okay. I like Kyle was like the PKA loan shark.
Like no. What he was saying, someone was doing betting and like amongst the Patreons, and one guy ripped everybody else off. So PKA made it good, and well, I guess it was the right thing to do. I still feel ripped off.
Yeah, there was some more to it that they won't go into, but it was like didn't want to get drug into a whole thing, and it was easier. And since then there was no more gambling.
Kyle, are you into gambling?
Lightly. What I mentioned it because I think that it is a good way to get into a sport that you're not familiar with. If you put a little money on it, then you'll watch the whole game because you need to know who wins to see if you won or not. But also, like, you'll care if they get a hit or they play good defense or whatever. You'll get more invested. And $10 is enough for me. Like just a little skin in the game is all it takes to make me care a little bit more. This year, I bet a little bit on the Super Bowl, and it was so good. It was so much better. And when I watch the UFC, I'll usually do 2 or 3 of the fights I'll bet on. You really got to find somebody who wants to bet the other way. I don't go into gambling websites. I bet with my friends, you know.
See, my problem is that I can never gamble because I know I will like it and I will do it all the time. I have like a crippling nicotine addiction. I rip through 2 of these things a day at this point, the Zins, just like ruining my fucking life. So anything that I like, I'm just going to do over and over and over and over and over. Which I think, you know, at this point, my greatest addiction is YouTube, which is, I mean, an okay addiction to have. But I know if I tried heroin, it would be over for me.
For real. Yeah.
I mean, nicotine rules.
Do you drink?
No, I don't drink. Not really.
Yeah. Don't start that either. I wanted to talk about this kid that got stabbed to death at the track meeting. We didn't talk about it because I haven't talked about it because I wanted the.
What do we know about the motive?
He's under a tent that he wasn't supposed to be in, and they told him to leave the tent, and he said, "Don't touch me, or you'll find out." And the kid pushed him, and he pulled out a knife and stabbed the kid in the chest and killed him.
Who brings I did track all throughout high school. Who brings a knife to a track meet?
It's not an important part of track.
I don't think he's a member of the track team.
No.
That's why they were asking him to leave the track team tent.
Who goes to a track meet? Who cares?
Who would go? No.
When I was in high school, track's like the gayest sport ever. Like nobody would ever be the track.
I love this.
True. True. Track was pretty fun.
I did track and I wasn't good at it, but
that's true.
Also the kids who were good, their parents almost weren't there. Like, yeah, and I am gay. You are right. But like nobody was ever who's going to track meets? Who's hanging out?
My understanding was like they had tents for the teams.
Yeah.
Where it was like, this is the tent for the blue school and this is the tent for the red school. And he was a red team athlete and he was hanging out in the blue team tent, and a blue team guy was like, "Hey, what are you doing here? Leave." And then
he's just like,
he
"Give me
told
shelter.
him to get out of here." And then he stabbed him and murdered him.
Murdered him, and he died in his twin brothers. He died in his twin brother's arms. So the killer's name is
He's
Carmelo.
Been making money.
It's like
Our
Phil
killer's
Leotardo.
name is
Like
the
Billy.
killer's name is Carmelo. Let me get this out, man, please. Like I've been so patient. Every time like we go on a thing, like I mute myself and let them talk about hockey. Please let me get my little story out. So the killer's name is Carmelo Anthony. Afterwards, when he's like in police custody, he's like, "Could this be considered self-defense? He didn't die, did he?" And so they've charged him with first-degree murder. And there's a GoFundMe. They've raised $500,000 for poor Carmelo Anthony. His family's doing well, though. They moved into a $900,000 house and bought an Escalade. And he's got a new lawyer who was able to get his bond reduced from $1 million, I think, to $250,000. And then you only have to pay 10% of that or something. So he's out.
Huh.
He's out and making more money.
Have you seen the knife? I want to know about the knife. You said?
I have.
I was Googling for it. And oh, by the way, that face I made wasn't about you. It was because Carmelo Anthony is an NBA player. I was like,
I know. I'm aware.
Oh, okay. I was like, what is it? His
Different
name is
spelling.
Shannon Sharp?
Yeah.
Like,
the NBA
totally
player's
okay.
spelling is more like the candy, like caramello.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm out of words. I want to know more. I want to know, like,
That's the article down
murder
there.
somebody because he was in the wrong. Because that person asked him to leave a tent he wasn't allowed to be in.
The person shoved him, and he pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the chest and killed him. Is according to that article, anyway.
Yeah, he definitely murdered him at a track meet.
Oh,
And so that seems to be, and then he's been getting like a groundswell of support on like GoFundMe or whatever site it is. Kyle knows better than me. Give, send, go. Does that sound right?
Of course he is.
Yeah,
is
and
it
so
a
he's
race
getting a
thing because
it's
was white.
it's 100%
was white.
It's 100% a race thing. And yeah, he murdered a white kid, and now he's making huge amounts of money off of it. Basically, just what Kyle said, pretty fucked up.
Yeah,
I doubt he'll be able to spend it in a fun way.
I mean, we'll see. His family's spending it right now. Like I said, they moved into a $900,000 house the next day and bought an Escalade, $150,000 Escalade.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been reading when you said that.
Yeah, that's coincidence though. Don't worry about that. Ignore that.
Did you see who he has like a PR guy who's like representing him?
Of course.
Did you hear the backstory about his PR guy?
No.
His PR guy in 2009 got in legal trouble because he shook a baby so hard that it had like detached retinas and permanent brain damage.
He's a baby shaker?
He's a baby shaker.
Alleged baby shaker.
No, like this isn't like he's like
They convicted him of baby shakery?
He was a baby shaker. Yeah.
Fuck.
Threw it would have been safer to put it in a ninja blender than what he was doing, apparently.
I mean, I don't see two sides to this story.
Not at all.
One guy looks like he's just really bad. I mean, apparently it's the first thing he's ever done. He had no record and such, but also he was walking around with a knife at a track meet. Like there's a little bit of premeditation in that. Like he. I
think that's the first degree part, maybe. I don't know.
It
seems
like
I'm always worried that they're going to overcharge somebody.
I was thinking
and miss. And maybe it depends on the court system, the state or federal statutes and what have you. Because it seems like sometimes they're able to charge them with like everything. They just throw the book at them, literally, like first degree, second degree, third degree, and or like there's the jury can even decide. It seems that the jury can find him guilty of any number of degrees of whatever the crime is. But sometimes it seems like they could overcharge and miss.
Yeah, or sometimes they don't provide the options, right? Like you can say, first, second, and third, let the jury pick. I remember I think his name is Reginald Denny. He was the victim. He was a truck driver in the LA riots in like, I'll call it 92. If that's not right, it's super close. And they blocked the truck so he couldn't drive forward without hurting people. They opened the door and they pulled him out of the truck. And then they had him on the ground. And one of the rioters took a brick and spiked it on his head and then did some sort of victory dance. Well, the victory dance is why he got off, because the prosecutors charged him with murder. And the defense was able to say that because he went into a dance routine after spiking a brick off his head, murder wasn't his intention. And the jury was like, yeah, I guess so. Like, had they provided some other charges the jury could have picked from, then he'd probably be in jail. But they didn't. Instead, they're like, throw the book away or let him walk. And the jury let him walk.
Yeah, that's a crazy one too. That, of course,
overcharging is.
That began with the Rodney King beating, of course. That's what those riots were over. Let's hope that justice gets served in this one, because you know what'll happen if it doesn't. White people will be in the streets burning the city down.
White lies matter. I hear it all the time.
They love to do that.
White people only burn Teslas
and capitals.
Yeah, that is a fucking crazy story. Like I saw stuff today about it where like first of all, the father of the kid who was murdered and died in his twin brother's arms, which is like a cinematic level of tragedy. Like he came out the next day like a simpering little bitch and was like to the media, like, I already forgive him, and I don't want this to be taken in like a racial way. And it's like, and then today the father went to like some speaking engagement where the representative and the murderer were there, and the representative of the murderer called the police on this guy, the victim's father, and had him removed from the event. And believe it or not, he didn't actually stab someone in the heart for being told to leave where he wasn't wanted. He just left. And it's like, what the fuck?
He didn't stab anyone.
He didn't stab anyone. Not a single person.
Knife. He forgot his knife.
He must have fucking forgot his knife. Yeah. And so this is insane.
I wonder if it was a big like military style Bowie type knife, or if it was like a Leatherman that he had in his pocket anyway.
It matters a little bit. Yeah.
Dude, like the idea that this guy made hundreds of thousands of dollars for being a murderer. Because
so far,
like hundreds of thousands so far. Yeah, because he's a murderer who is black and killed a white person is fucking insane.
And then the family
insane.
Using the money irresponsibly like adds to the story in my mind. I'm like, it's just a bad look.
Zach, show the other image that's like right under where I wrote Steph and above the fight a cop thing, that big Discord link. Show that image, because that's kind of in the same vein, but a completely different story. So this is if you go to police activity, you can watch the video that this guy stars in. He's on the side of the interstate claiming that he is Jesus Christ and telling that is on this photo on the right. That's him attacking a police officer, and he's telling the cop to bow and worship him because he is in fact Jesus Christ. The cop puts up a damn good fight. I would say the cop whoops his ass with his fists. And every time he clocks him one, he's like, "Have you had enough, buddy? Get on the ground." But he makes the mistake of retreating behind his cop car because this guy hops in the cop car and steals it. And then you go on board the dash cam and you get to listen to his audio speaking to himself. "I am Jesus Christ. I am Lord Almighty." And he's like, "Look at your face. Not a mark on me. I am God." And then right about then he gets pit maneuvered and the car turns upside down and goes through the fucking forest. It's a fun video. But yeah, they raised how much money? 10?
11,000 something.
So far. Well, that's 75% of his goal. He only needed
well, he's almost to his goal.
Yeah. Good for him. Good for him.
That's crazy. Like that's the most like that. You remember that picture of that lady who was trying to stab a cop, and her hair is wild and erratic, and she's like grimacing, like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stab you." Like I think it was like an Asian cop was like, "Oh, please stop," or whatever he was saying. Like it's fucking insane. That's like a cinematic picture.
I'm a pretty slow copy
of
paste,
ferocity.
But there it is. That's her. Yeah, she comes out of her door screaming, making a mean devil face with her hair a mess in a bathrobe with a giant kitchen knife in her hand. She slashes that cop's face before guns are down there.
Yeah.
I watch so much of that I'm equal parts fuck the police and Blue Lives Matter. It's like simultaneously, because I see what they've got to deal with, and I also see them being pieces of shit, scumbag tyrants. And
they're dealing with crazy people a lot of the time. But you're right. they also are abusing
having to
power
deal with
a
the
lot of
mental
time.
illness thing. And like, I don't know how you fix that. Like in the cartoons, they have those guys that show up in the white suits with the big net. You know, we almost need that. I heard about that autistic kid the other day who was like probably no harm to anybody. You know, he's barely verbal, but he had a blade and they shot him 9 fucking times. I think he had cerebral palsy in addition to autism. Like, this is a kid who spends his days coloring.
Stop waving that knife around so erratically. I can't. That's the only way I can fucking hold it.
And I saw the video. They didn't need to shoot that guy. They didn't need to shoot that guy. You know, it's
don't give me that face.
What Michael J. Fox have? I'm trying to add that to the list.
He's got Parkinson's.
Parkinson's, right? Put that on the list.
He was vibrating with rage. I could tell he was going to attack at any moment.
Yeah,
dude. Poor Michael J. Fox. Every time I see him, he's shakier and sadder, and I feel so bad for him. I hope we cure that. That's rough.
What would it take to? I feel like before you could cure Parkinson's, it would have to be. First of all, we'd have to like lock down exactly what neurologically is causing that. And then it would have to be something invasive, like that couldn't. Maybe
gene therapy or something like that. It could be like maybe. I have no idea, and clearly, like no one else does, because Michael J. Fox has Parkinson's still. You know. Yeah. But it's rough to see the kid from Back to the Future be this old shaky man now. It hurts my heart.
Is Doc Brown dead?
No, he's still kicking it. He made a Rick and Morty commercial a couple years ago. They did like a live action commercial for Rick and Morty, and he played Rick. And it's like, it got a lot of fans online hoping that there would be some sort of like more of that, because he was such a fun like version of Rick, old Doc Brown. He wasn't as old as he looked in the movie. Obviously, they put old makeup on him in Back to the Future. That's why it's so weird to be like, he's still going. Now he's like ancient. He's got to be 80.
He's 86.
Michael J. Fox's dad was acted so well. I feel like it went unappreciated in
Crispin Glover, right?
You know his name?
That's Crispin Glover, right? The actor.
He's grade this test. I don't know.
Crispin Glover. That's like one of those Tim and Eric names. Where it's just
I'm almost positive that Crispin Glover plays Michael J. Fox's father in Back to the Future. Yeah,
dude, I never really realized how much he killed it with like all his mannerisms, the kind of geek that he played.
That's how Crispin Glover. No, he's not acting.
But the thing is, he turned it off for like the future scene.
Oh, he played it down. You're right. Right.
And I don't know, like this guy being such a hopeless dork. He killed it. And I just sort of realized that, like, I think Back to the Future 2 and 3 missed him.
I didn't like the sequels, especially the third one with that Wild West bullshit. I didn't like any of that.
He won a lawsuit about that. So they replaced the actor, but the actor's replacement used prosthetics that took the mold of the original actor's face to make him look as much like. Can you say his name again?
Crispin Glover.
So they wanted the new actor to look like the old one. They had molds of his face from like the first shooting, and they put prosthetics on the new actor. And apparently you can't do that. And he sued them and won. Yeah, which is fun, because the reason they didn't rehire him, partly because he was a pain in the ass, but partly because he wanted too much money, and he got the money in the end.
That happens a lot, where in the sequel, maybe the character's dead, but they just want to show a picture of him. Like an image of like, he's like, oh yeah, my old buddy Goose. And you got to pay Goose if you're going to use his image. I think Michael Biehn had that happen. I think they used an image of him in a movie, and he wanted to get paid. I guess that makes sense. But on the other hand, it's like, use this picture? And I'm starting to understand some of that. You know how they'll say a movie isn't profitable, so they don't have to pay anyone?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe that's going both ways.
Who's Michael Biehn? Who's Mr. Bean?
Michael Biehn. He's the guy from Alien 1. He's the one that teaches Ripley to shoot the gun. Or he's the guy from Tombstone. He's Ringo. He speaks Latin, darling. Now he's an educated man. Now I really hate him.
I've seen Alien, so I know who he is.
Dude, he had a great scene where like he and Val Kilmer's character were kind of going like They're equals in pokers. They're equal in education. Yeah, Kyle has it. And then the bad guy starts doing all these gun tricks, and then Val Kilmer breaks out like I don't know,
his shot glass, his metal shot glass that he's been.
It had like a handle on it, if I recall, like almost like a teacup would.
Like a cup, yeah.
And he spun it around and he just kind of mocked the guy doing gun tricks. I like it.
Yeah, I love Tombstone. You really haven't seen it, Taylor, or is that just how you get under my skin?
No, I haven't seen Tombstone.
I'm going to send you the Blu-ray. That's how I get you to do things. I'm just going to like money shame you into doing it.
That is true. If you sent me a Blu-ray of it, I would have to watch it because you did that with LA Confidential, which is a movie I never ever would have thought to watch. And then you sent me the DVD and I watched it and I was like, nah, I see what he meant. This is pretty good. I like this. This is a good ass movie. Yeah. I've still got it in my little, like the very small DVD case I have, like off to the side in my living room, in a little, not even a case, just a basket. It's probably next to a fucking Nintendo Switch controller.
Another Kevin Spacey, like great performance.
The only thing I dislike about Kevin Spacey is all the nut grabs. But you've even swayed me on that I do think his acting overwrites.
How many times your ass get honked in hockey?
Not a lot, but it's because I wasn't attractive.
Not a lot of ass slapping in hockey, really?
No, it's not. It's not like football. There's not a lot of butt.
I was going to say in football and baseball, man, it gets like, it's over the top.
In hockey, it's more like helmet slaps.
See, we did butt slaps, but with the stick.
A stick butt tap. Yeah, I've definitely gotten those. I didn't like it. Sometimes, like, I'd make a good save and they'd hit me a little too hard, and I'd be
just
like,
pretend Kevin Spacey's your teammate and he's giving you a little honk honk. Good job in that last scene, bro. Like I have no problem with him honking my dick. Okay, like that's Kevin Spacey. God damn it. I mean, I'll take one for the team.
I'd be honored.
It just I'd proves be a little talented enough. You can do anything, right? I'd let Michael Jackson.
He could have anyone.
He could have anyone he wants, but he wants me.
He could have molested any man in this hotel lobby, and Kevin Spacey chose me.
Now we're back to understanding why Roman Polanski got the standing ovation he did. He's good at what he does.
You know, when you flip the script on me like that, I guess you're right. I guess I like those two movies Polanski made, but Spacey, he doesn't have a bad one in the bunch. I can't think of a bad performance or a movie that he's in that I don't like at least a little. It's a shame he's not out. I miss him. Every day I think like Weinstein and Spacey, like two of the goats. We're paying the price for whatever happened to them.
When you start Lord of the Rings, what does it say?
A Weinstein Company production.
A Weinstein,
and then something about Wingnut. Something.
Yeah, and, something about
should I continue?
Yeah,
I've seen that one too many times.
Who should take Weinstein's place as the man who brings beautiful women into Hollywood? Like, do you think Louis C.K. is qualified?
What they need is a lesbian in there, like someone who's got an eye for talent, but she doesn't have a dick. That's the only way, because you can't let a man do this. You need a woman who has an eye for this. And that's the only way we're going to get back to the good old days. I'm telling you, I watched that Marco Polo show, that Weinstein thing. If y'all are listening to this and you have access to Netflix, watch Marco Polo tonight. Even if you don't enjoy it, you'll jerk off.
I have a young talent who maybe could be the next big director, producer, Elliot Page.
Ooh. Yeah, get him in there. He knows.
Yeah.
Wait, I wonder.
Did I dead name him? I didn't mean. I don't.
No, you nailed. No, you. Okay. No, Ellen Page is the
dead naming.
We'll be dead naming.
I'm just trying to be nice. I don't know.
Yeah, sure I mean,
a hard
that
life.
dude.
Huge fan of the show.
He went all the way. He's got abs and no boobs anymore.
I dislike that. I give 2 thumbs down to going the ab no boob route. Don't like it.
That's my type.
That's offensive to me. I prefer no abs and tits. Don't you?
I don't mind abs. I could tell you. I've been with girls who had like abs and girls that didn't, and it's just like either way. I'm not turned off by it. I think you might be a little like.
No, but do you think? Well, it's because the tits were removed that it's bad.
Oh, I'm just talking about. Well, yeah, I don't want the tits removed. I want to keep.
That's why, like, if I were Donald Trump, I would be sending every breast reduction surgeon to that El Salvador prison. If you perform breast reductions, you're spending the rest of your life in hell. Fuck you.
But wait a minute. You're acting like they take top tier boobs and turn them into something less. They take bad boobs and turn them into something better.
They're all part of God's plan. All those tits.
You know what?
Matter.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, tit lives matter, and keep them around. Don't get rid of them. Have you ever seen those pictures online where it's like I had big, beautiful breasts, and then I had a fucking Mangalateer monster put me under the knife and remove it, and they post the after picture, and it's like, oh, they're
often better shaped afterwards, though. I think like sometimes they're like. You got like one like fat watermelon and one long watermelon.
Did you see that chick? This was a long while ago, but it was going around the internet where it was like, as a side effect of the COVID vaccine, this woman got like mega tit syndrome, megalomastia, something like that. And it showed her before and after, and they were just the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life. And then it showed that she had them removed. And if anything, it made me more.
I'm glad you brought this up because it reminds me of something I wanted to talk to Woody about with basketball. Woody, do you know about Scottie Pippen's growth spurt?
No.
He was like 6'1" in college.
What? In college?
He exploded to like some teammate was like, I seen him. Like 6'1", fast, agile. Next time I seen that ninja, he's 6'5". And then the next time I seen him, he was 6'7". And he kept all that agility. He kept all that speed. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've heard similar stuff about Dennis Rodman I don't think he played organized basketball until like he was 18 or 19 or something.
I've heard that. There's a couple of guys who started later than you'd think, especially if they're not American.
What is that? What is that one guy can spend his life like working with the best of the best, all the tutelage and training and intent and hard work and drive, and then another guy can just pick it up and be one of the best ever.
I hate that this is true, but I feel like basketball depends more on physical tools than other sports do. Like there are a lot of people who can find success in baseball through practice, even if they're fat or even if they're short or whatever. And there's a lot of different body types that can thrive in hockey. But in basketball, like height is so important. If you're damn near 7 foot like Joel Embiid, but you didn't start playing till you were 17. Yeah. I mean, but you're still 7 foot and strong.
Steph Curry, like 6'1". Jordan was only 6'6".
Yeah,
but I see your point. Like there is that stat that like if you're 7 feet or taller, you have a 15% shot of being in the NBA.
Crazy like that.
And
that's what I don't like.
That speaks for itself.
Like I don't like that about the NBA is that I've watched highlights on YouTube of like the tallest players ever. And sometimes it's just unreal where it's like, that's how I would dribble a basketball right now. And I haven't played since middle school, like big flat hand, but because it's a hand the size of a cast iron pan to feed a family and you're 8 feet tall, it just doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, you don't need to be athletic. You can have horrible hand eye. You can just, as long as you can jump, how high can you jump? 4 inches. Doesn't matter. You're 7'6". So you just kind of, can you tippy toe? You can tippy toe. So just do that and get ahead of everyone and then do a really unimpressive dunk and you're in the league.
He's not what you described. His vision is amazing. There's a guy, they call him the Joker. He plays for Denver. He's a white guy from Europe. And he's the best basketball player on the planet right now. And I've never seen him jump more than 4 inches off the ground. It's crazy. He jokes about his own athleticism, which is pretty hilarious. He's the guy, he won the chip. He won the championship and he was ready to go back home because he loves his horses in Serbia. It's like his favorite thing. He couldn't wait to go home. And then he found out there was a victory parade in his honor as MVP of the finals and the winner of the whole thing. And he's like, what? No. When is it? And it's like 3 days from then. He's like, have to go. And it's just like, he did turn it around. He's like, it was actually a lot of fun. I'm glad we did it. But this guy just like, he's they talk about you must love basketball, right? And he's like, I mean, do you love your job? You're the best in the world at this, and you'd rather do something else. But that's
yeah. He's the guy with like the Bobby Hill haircut.
Sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. He's buzzing his own head. Very Eastern European of him to do that.
Easy to like.
Yeah. Well, that guy seems pretty cool. I did see exactly the clip you're talking about where he's like someone, or maybe it was a different clip because someone asked him about basketball and he's like, I do my best on the court and that is all that can be asked of me. And then they're like, what do you think about your horses? Are you excited to get back to your horses? And he like beams. He's like, the best thing about horses is that they don't bother you to play basketball all the time.
Did he say that?
Go out. No, he didn't say that. You just go out there and you ride horse and the horse says, please get the fuck off me, you fucking freak of genetics. 2'1" Eastern European off my back. And I say, no.
I wonder if horses like to be ridden.
Yeah, he'd have to ride a big horse.
Still. It's got to be a tall horse. If we want to be taller than normal, I guess.
And strong.
I think they're, he doesn't weigh 400 pounds or something. They're pretty good at that.
I bet it's a lot.
I wanted to tell you, Woody, like over the years, we have often went back and forth on Conor McGregor and Khabib, and I've come over to your side all the way at this point. Conor McGregor is such a indefensible loser. This is such a scumbag piece of shit. And Khabib is the opposite. Khabib is literally like every time I see a clip of him, he's funny, kind, respectful, respectable, and just a wonderful human being. I saw a clip of him. Look, this guy is 50 million at least. And I see him in his gym and he's just like, why are you late today? Why are you late today? You are in charge of them. They are late. You are late. Who in charge? Who in charge here? He's like, I can't oversleep one time. One time I cannot oversleep. No, you are in charge of them. You are a leader. You must show example. And it's like, this dude's worth $50 million and he's shutting this dude like random shit down in his gym right now. Meanwhile, Conor McGregor is at the bare knuckle fighting championship after party wearing boxing gloves and dancing while on cocaine. It's embarrassing.
Who's the 155 champion right now? I'm bad with names. Like, it's not an easy name.
Is it?
He has a Abe Lincoln beard, and he trains with Khabib.
Islam.
Yeah, Islam. We'll stop there. Islam is being coached by Khabib, and Khabib, as Kyle sort of demonstrated, is this no-nonsense, hard discipline coach. Islam was talking to DC, who is Khabib's friend. And he's like, you have to help me. He's too hard. Can you talk some sense into him? He makes me I'm tired. He makes me jump and lay down and jump and lay down. Maybe you can say something to him.
Islam's a good guy too. I like Islam too. Like he's cut from the exact same cloth and they look identical. I don't like their culture and I don't like their fucking religion, or at least parts of it anyway, or at least the way that it's practiced often. But I can't not like them as people. I was wrong. They like Conor's a scumbag. He really is. It's not an act. I thought it was an act. It's not. He's a scummy piece of shit. And Khabib is genuinely one of the nicer human beings that like out there. I can't believe it. It's a shame, but it's true. And I saw Islam, like Islam's dad, like doesn't watch the fights, doesn't know about the fights. Like he's like, my father, he worked with hands. He farmed. He called me. He said tomatoes in. I just went belt. He don't even know. Tell me about the tomatoes. You're like, your father's tomatoes came in? Yes, big tomato, very ripe.
That's pretty funny.
Kids don't know that that their father was such a good fighter. Yeah. They're like, yeah, like, do you think you could fight in the UFC if you tried? He's like, yeah, I think I could.
John Krasinski's kids say they didn't believe he was Jim Halpert from The Office. They have seen The Office. They're like, I mean, you look a little like him.
Does he have a beard now?
I don't. On and off. Sometimes he does. I don't know if he was wearing it at the time or whatever, but on and off he does. He grows a hell of a beard.
Yes. Yeah,
I think I would say like Taylor has a very masculine, manly beard.
he does.
Like a beard that could be utilitarian and useful if need be. Like in a cold environment, like you would want that beard.
I trimmed it up today, looking a little clean.
It looks very nice. What do you put in there? A little sandalwood oil or something? Like what's
so my regimen is I don't put any oil in it, and then every winter I get dry skin. And then I put oil in it until the dry skin goes away, and then I don't put oil in it again until I get dry skin again. So
is that what the oil was for?
Yeah, it's supposed to. It does work. Like if you put beard oil in and you have dry skin, like it will, because sometimes the skin under your beard is susceptible to being dry. That's like the purpose of it. But I've been on the same bottle of beard oil for like 4.5 years because I just only use it when I'm like, get into that itchy season, and then I slather
I always
it
thought
on.
beard oil was to condition the whiskers themselves.
I'm sure that happens too, but mostly
makes them like soft and more manageable, so they'll like do a thing. I thought.
I think that probably would be. I don't keep mine long enough to like style it, but it absolutely does. If you're getting dry skin, you just throw some on there.
Disgusting though. I see this a lot. Like David Allan Coe did this later in his life. They grow their chin hair like real long and braid it in like 2 braids. And that's the skankiest thing a white man can do.
If it's the full beard around it, you almost have a Viking look. But if it's just that chin thing, it's very.
If you had enough beard hair, like sure, you could have like a fucking Leif Erikson. But he has more of a white trash hillbilly thing going on. But you know who David Allan Coe is, right? The musician. Yeah. Some real bangers.
When I trim it down. Like today, I've given myself 2 beard hair splinters because for some reason it makes the hair like sharp. I don't know why. I use that one blade, but with that guard on it, and then I just go through at whatever level I need to. And I'll like do this to like push it down afterward, and I'll look down and there's like hairs in my fingers. Ooh. Which I know Woody has a beard like that too, where I've stepped on him before. Your regular hair? Oh, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we cut it inside, and you can get splinters in your feet. As a matter, like, I don't know what the timing is, but like 5 years ago, that stopped happening.
Conditioner.
My wife, she cuts it, and it's like during COVID or something, and she's like, yeah, it's softer than it used to be. The hairs themselves are thinner. And I'm like, I need fucking finasteride or whatever it's called. I've been on it for a while now. My hairs will go through the calluses on your foot again. Dude.
Back to splinter mode. We're being robbed every week that you don't grow out a beard. You have the perfect
75 years old. It is so gray.
Wrong. You have the perfect gray distribution.
Diet, but diet, but like symmetrically, like a Joe. I can't do his name. Jameson, the newspaper owner from Spider-Man.
Jameson.
J. Jonah Jameson. What a fucking alliterative nightmare. He has like very distinctive like black and then white. There's no like gradient. It's like it's clearly like been dyed a bit.
What's his name again?
J. Jonah Jameson. Wait, it's J. Jonah Jameson, right?
He owns the newspaper in Spider-Man.
Yeah, he's the spy. He's the guy from the insurance commercials in that the movie where he's really mean to drummers.
Yeah,
he just has a mustache in the movies. No.
Oh, maybe so. Actually, maybe.
Tom, do you ever go full beard,
hair.
Or do you just stick mustache mode?
This is about it.
I got nothing over here. Like it just gets all scraggly. It's best to like I put like a 2 or 3 guard on and just go over everything and then let it go.
I still don't believe that. Like
just for me, is
if something was going to happen, it would have happened.
Well, no, visually.
When you hit 41,
if I hit look,
42 is when it comes in. That's where
I'm one of the few people who got a second puberty, but I ain't getting a third.
But just looking at your face, you don't seem to have the gap here. Some people do between the beard and the mustache.
No, it connects.
I guess
it used to. It didn't in my 20s.
Your cheeks don't look like you'd grow a bunch there, but you could still go.
It comes up here, but I like shave all that down to nothing.
Yeah, you could go beard mode. I want to see it.
I went when I was in prison, I didn't touch it, and when I came out, it looked disgusting. It was disgusting.
And that's 60 days. Good. That's enough to know.
Don't show it, Zach.
That's true. Don't show it. That's actually an AI image.
So an AI image of me. It looked just no good. Like it was no good. I thought it was gonna look good when I was like, 2 months. I'm gonna come out looking like Rip Van Winkle, baby.
That would be sad.
No.
Like, have you ever thought about going longer mustache, Tom? Like trim the beard, go long mustache.
Maybe I could do it. The main problem for me is it just doesn't grow right here. People always joke I could kiss Hitler and our hair would never touch. Like right here, just there's zero hair, zero.
Same.
It doesn't grow it grows a little high here, but I have these moles in my face, and that's where the hair grows the most. So I have to trim those. I'll get hairs like this long. I have to like trim down. It's pretty crazy.
Do you get moles anywhere else, like on your back and stuff?
No, not really. Just right there.
I had 4 moles removed from my back that were like unsightly when I was a kid.
Really?
It's so painful. It's so painful.
Yeah.
Like, or at least it was for me as a kid. It was the most painful thing I've ever had. Taylor's mom nuked his skin with what's that stuff called?
Accutane.
Accutane. He never had to deal with acne ever. I had crippling acne. I had socially debilitating acne. Okay. And I guess as a kid, when like 12, I didn't clean my ears well enough, and I got blackheads in my ears.
Oof.
And so she removed these blackheads with this instrument. It's got a small metal loop on the end that looks like a dental instrument, and she's pushing it into my ear so hard that I think she's going to punch through and hit my brain. I'm like, I can still remember the pain from being 12 years old. And afterwards, they were like, clean your ears from now on. Dude, my ears are sparkling clean. You could eat a dinner out of my ear. Every time I take a shower now, I think back to that. And I get soap in there. I clean them bitches out.
Wouldn't the blackheads just go away on their own if you gave it time, or no?
They'll just grow and like make the pore like a blown out asshole eventually.
Ooh.
That's what happens. Like those of us who didn't get nuked, like I'll get these like cysts, these sebaceous cysts, and you'll pop it. Like there's one on my back that I get, and it'll get real bad, big, infected, and angry. And when I finally pop it, I can hear it pop. I usually have to get a girl to pop it for me, and it sounds like, I don't know, like crushing a grape back there. And there's a little bit it's like it like goes in stages almost as it like explodes. Wow. And so much nastiness and blood comes out, and I'll get alcohol and I'll clean it and I'll keep it. Look, when I shower, I use special soap back there to prevent this from happening. It still happens every 2-3 times a year. That same pore, because it's a blown out asshole of a pore now, gets infected and does the whole thing over again. And
there's no way to fix the pore itself. You just have to mitigate every single time it pops up.
Maybe there's some sort of like technique where they would like stick a hot lance in there and like ruin that, but no, nothing that I'm aware of. There's no like regimen of. I use like a panoxyl 10% benzoyl peroxide bar on my back and a back scrubber and a loofah and everything, just trying to stay exfoliated enough and keep my moisturizers and astringents and all sorts of stuff to keep from breaking out. Because like, especially working out and being on testosterone, like if I leave it alone, like it'll get bad. I saw this weightlifter who he was known for when he was doing lifts, his chest acne would explode. Like from the the blood pressure that he's creating from his powerful lift, they would be and blood would be running down his bare chest.
I want to see it.
I kind of did too.
Tool you described that the doctor had, they sell those on Amazon for like $20, and they're Bluetooth connected to a camera. So when your girlfriend does it, you can see like how hard she's pressing, what she's doing, whether you think it's time to stop or you'd like her to be more aggressive. It's kind of neat.
I'm getting that. I didn't know there was a Bluetooth model. I've got the standard model. I really don't have acne anymore because I'm so careful with it, though.
We have one in the house, but ours is like unavailable. I don't know. I'm guessing it's a tariff thing. I don't know. But here's one I found.
Damn it.
It costs nothing.
That's nifty.
Well, I mean, $18. Like,
yeah, it's for anyone listening. The Amazon, the visible blackhead remover. Camera pimple popper extractor toolkit with camera 20x 1080. Dude, that's so cool.
These are like dental tools.
I'm getting that for sure. I like that. That's gonna be fun.
Oh my gosh.
If anything, does it Bluetooth to my phone?
Yes. Yeah, your phone is what the cat is.
Oh, so I can do it to myself. I can look around in there, make sure that
could, yeah. Yeah, if you couldn't see what you're working on.
See, I don't like subjecting girls to the pimple popping. I do it as a last resort. And when I'm like, hey, you can say no here, but I have a pimple back there. Are you one of those girls who's like super into that, or is this gross to you? Let me know. And I've never known a girl who wasn't like, let me see it. Let me see it.
They love it. It's sickening. I dated a girl who would like look for it on me to like do it and enjoyed it, and then would like show me videos of like it's not nearly as bad as this one. I'd be like, dude, this is fucking foul.
Yeah,
I feel the same way. I hate those popping videos, and I know they're big online somehow.
It's
but
disgusting.
the idea of watching a pimple pop is vile, revolting.
The worst one I ever had was like under here, like in my neck beard area when I was 19 years old. It started as an ingrown hair, like sort of like where you would put your finger to check your own pulse, right there, and it just got bigger and bigger, and I could like feel it through that loose, soft skin down there. That there's like an egg, like I can like rub it around like a marble. There's a marble in there basically, and I'd try to pop it. Of course, I'd be in the mirror for like 10 minutes, and it's just getting, and like the skin's just tearing apart. Like it's not popping. Like I'm just crushing the skin, and the top layer of skin is getting blistered off from my efforts, and so then that makes a scab and gets infected, and then it turns a little green, and then it gets bigger, and I'm putting like cleansers on it. I'm sleeping with a sulfur like based clay mask like dotted on it, like just on it, and it's just getting angrier and angrier, and every like 4 days I'll go back at it. I've stabbed it with needles. All sorts of stuff. I'm at my wit's end, and finally one night I'm like, please God, when it popped, it hit the mirror like a cum shot, and it was green. Green.
Oh,
green.
God,
I think I was close to like losing my life. I think it was about to like
it was a serious infection.
I was about to go septic. It was.
Do they scar? Like if one gets that big, do you notice a mark later where it's like, oh, there's a little battle scar from that horrible infection?
So, I haven't for whatever reason. But I know I've seen people that had, especially you obviously see people that are pockmarked, like Ray Liotta had that really bad pockmarked face. I knew a guy whose shoulders looked like cratered, like the moon from so much like continuous acne that just was never treated throughout his whole like teenhood. But I don't think I have any scarring whatsoever from the acne. It was never like, I would just have like 2 or 3 bad ones continuously. Like I would always have at least one that like I just had gotten rid of or was healing. I remember like when I was a teenager thinking like, holy shit, looking good today. Nothing. Like it was rare. It'd be like once a month, there'd be a day when I wasn't broken out. I'm like, oh, we're looking good today. And then I'd wake up in the morning, corner of my mouth, like right here, some big fucking thing. And I'd be like, oh, we'll get it. We'll be careful. No, can't pop it. So now it's huge and red and angry. And it's just like, yep, let's head to school.
Let's head to school. No one's going to notice or be mean about it.
Or then like the cleansers I use would make my skin flake and get dry. And like now it's a whole now I have 2 skin conditions.
If hypothetically currently smart Kyle became teenage Kyle again, do you think you'd be able to handle it, or it's just unsolvable?
I think that I needed Accutane if I really wanted to solve it. And it wasn't that I was like covered in it again. It was just always like 2 or 3. And it persisted from the time I was 15 until I was 26 or 27. It was like that. And I was like to this day, I don't touch my face really because I don't want to put bacteria on my face. Like I have all these little things that I do, you know. It's I think it's just genetic. I just have oily skin.
I didn't have bad acne, but if I did get a pimple, I would make it as bad as possible, by attacking it, squeezing it, taking the head out of it, and then when it regrew, get back at it, make sure that it had as long a lifespan as possible because I was dumb.
Whenever I got acne, it would be on the tip of my fucking nose, like right here, and I wouldn't get it anywhere else. It would always be right here, and I'd walk to school looking like fucking Rudolph. People would ask me what's wrong with me.
I had one, and the worst is when someone was like, "What's that?" It's like, dude, what are you doing? How do you not know what that is?
It's a zit, dickhead.
We're all 16. We're all experts on this.
Like I've had a lot of like when I was a kid, there's like. You ever lay up at night and like remember like the embarrassing moments from when you were a kid and just like, oh,
then you go like,
I swear to God, I have a Tourette's thing that I've fallen into where I'll say a horrible word to get it out of my head.
Which one?
You know.
Ah,
I'm not even kidding. It's not even a joke. I'll remember the time I was working as a cashier at Video Warehouse, and that son of a bitch was like, "Looks like somebody popped you in the mouth." It's like, it's a fucking cold sore. I'm so self-conscious about it, dude. I'm so self-conscious about the fact that this looks like this, and I have to be here working because I'm poor. I'm 17, and I need this money to move. I have to move.
Yeah, Teenage Acne was awful. Although I only had to do it for a couple years, and then Accutane really nuked. It's to the point now that like maybe 3 weeks ago or so, I had my first ever bad experience with the Norelco One Blade, that great razor we all use that works fantastic. Huge shout out.
Sponsored,
get
just
those.
A great razor.
Just a great razor. And I'd always used it. Just clean up my cheeks, throw the guard on, clean up everything else, get my neck. And I got an ingrown hair from it, like right in like the business part of the face, like here or so. Mm-hmm. And like the next morning I woke up, and I'm very unaccustomed to like acne and stuff like that, or ingrown hairs. And I think because Accutane permanently shrinks the pores, maybe that makes it harder to get ingrown hairs. I don't know, but I like never had one. And I was like having a little, like a mini crisis internally where I was like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck? And I like tried to pop it, and I think it was an ingrown hair, not a zit. And so I was like in the mirror, like a fucking psych patient being like, there's the slightest of dark lines under the skin there. Is there? From this angle there is. From this angle there isn't. From this angle there is. From this angle there isn't. Is there? And I like popped it and got it furious. I had to like go to my girlfriend's family for like a family thing later that day. And I like got it to the point that I could see the tiniest little hair starting to come out. But I had what looked like a facial scratch. Like it was so red, it wasn't even like a zit. It was like blood. Like exactly what you said happened, where I kept trying to pop, but it was just ruining the top layer of skin. Yeah. And I was like looking at it like, how long did these take to go away? Like
it's so satisfying when you remove the hair. You're like, oh, root cause removed. This thing's gonna heal quick now.
I forgot the thing about the green one from my neck. The ingrown hair was like 3 inches fucking long and coiled up on itself in there. That part was actually neat, like getting it out and like stripping the pus off of it and like being like, holy shit. And because it's like started fat, like a normal facial hair, but then like, some science happened, I guess. So then it's like this long, skinny version, like my immune system, I guess, has been eating the hair maybe. And yeah, disgusting, just awful. It's what I think evolutionarily, it's supposed to, something about us being slick from oil was making us more attractive or more waterproof or something. And so we have these overactive sebaceous glands. I really wish someone had hooked me up with that Accutane when I was 12 or 13.
So now
you guys all go to the gym. You ever gotten ringworm?
Never.
Not that I know of.
Yes,
I got pretty bad ringworm like a year and a half ago. It started as like a little dot, and I was like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe it'll go away. Next day it was like 4 dots. I was like, all right, probably not a problem. Next day it was like right here. I don't know what it was. I assume you just pick it up from like a bench or something is what I was told, or maybe gay sex. I don't know, but I started getting it. And then like day 5, it was like up on like my face. And I was like, oh shit, it was everywhere. So I had to go to the doctor, and they gave me this, like, it's like some kind of mushroom cream or something. You have to rub on yourself. So I'm like rubbing this shit on myself for 2 weeks. If I do go to the gym towards the end of it, I had to like dress like with like a fucking turtleneck so I wouldn't like get it anywhere, because you only spread it through contact. You have to like touch something with the spot. So I was like going to the gym dressed up like fucking like the guy Kenny from South Park. It was ridiculous, but it did eventually go away. But and I got warts on my feet from the gym. That was a big one for sure.
Ooh, is that is that HPV?
I don't think. I hope not.
Is it every kind of?
That's what you get from walking in jism.
Isn't every kind of wart?
Well, in that case, I've got a lot of jizz on my feet because I've got like 3 on each foot.
On the bottom, like where you were walking barefoot on things? The bottom. Were you showering at the gym without showering?
No, I don't shower at the gym. I think it's from like sweat accumulating in my socks, I assume, but I don't really know.
Interesting.
I had a corn in the imagine your big toe, like you've got that callousy pad at the base of it. I had a seed corn, if you want to Google it, inside there. Basically, from friction, it creates this like internal callus seed, and that gets bigger and harder, really hard, fibrous like callus. And then when you walk on it, it presses into your nerve, and it's so excruciating that it's like you can't walk. Like you can't walk, put any weight on it whatsoever without an excruciating, like almost like if you like touch a tooth the wrong way or like chew aluminum foil or something, that sharp, painful, like kind of like fuck kind of moment. I couldn't get rid of it, and I was doing everything. I eventually performed a little surgery on myself. I sent you all the pictures.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
I took a core sample out of myself. Like I took a needle and I kept like reaching around the perimeter of this hard circle callus that's on the pad, and I'm going like deep and then prying it up, deep and prying it up from every angle, over and like all the way around, deep and pry up, and it's coming out in a huge tough chunk. And when I got it like most of the way out, I grabbed it with needle nose pliers and I start like twist. Now I've got it, and it's so tough that it's not going to tear apart. Like I'm getting the whole thing. This is not a little bit of like tissue that's going to come away from the rest of it.
Sinew.
I can feel that it's in there deep. And I'm like, when I finally pulled it out, it came out in a perfectly circular core sample out of my toe it was deep. Like you could shine a light down into the hole that was left in my toe. I had to fill that bitch up with Neosporin and keep it wrapped up for like a fortnight to heal that thing back. I got pictures somewhere. I need to show the show because it's wild. Because I took pictures of the thing that came out too, and it's like a huge, nasty, fucking fibrous, weird callus, disgusting thing.
The hole you made, I remember, looked more professional than what I thought a home job would. Like it really was like a cookie, like a teeny tiny little, those cookie cutter shark bites where they take like an exact circle out of other fish. That's what it looked like. Just a really like an eraser head sized cookie cutter shark just popped it right out. It was
perfectly circular. Yeah, it looked like you took an eraser sized chunk of flesh out of my toe.
You don't have
it's gone now, and it hasn't came because I had done half measures before, like gotten some of it out or most of it out, and I was like, no more half measures. And now it hasn't come back. Like I'm cured now because I did a little bit of Googling basically to see what a dermatologist would do, and I did that to myself.
That's what like dermatology seems to be the kind of doctor where you're like, I don't want any of that nonsense. I see something bad, I cut it off. Like, how do you handle this? Well, we cut it off. How do you handle this? Well, we remove it with a blade.
I got recommended a video of a guy removing his skin tag the other day, and it begins with, he's like, my haul, and it's a bunch of surgical equipment. And I'm like, I don't need to see the rest of this slideshow. He's about to start the operation.
That sounds awful.
I saw another guy who removed his own wart, and it was big and deep. He's like, I know we're not supposed to cut him out, but here it is.
I thought that's what you were supposed to do with a wart.
Well, I think freeze them off.
Yeah, I think that's generally what they do.
But isn't the freezing? No, I haven't really dealt with warts, but like, isn't freezing what they do just to make it easier to cut off?
There's a core that's deep in there.
Okay. In my case, the doctor, he had a tool that looked like a soldering iron, but it was incredibly cold instead of hot. And he touched it, after numbing it, he touched it to the wart, and then like he held it there for a while, and it was kind of painful. And then I think the procedure just ends, and over the next few days, like it falls out and heals up.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know they just left.
I've never had a wart at all. Thank God. No, I don't. I'm irked by anything like that on me. The skin tag story.
Yeah.
Did you guys follow the Florida State shooter thing?
Tell me. I don't know anything about it. I haven't been watching like
there
news
aren't
at all.
A ton of details. I don't know what the gun is. 2 dead, 6 injured, all gunshot wounds. Florida State University. Shooter's dead. I don't know if he's included in that number I just gave you. And the shooter's mom is a cop, like 18 years. And the most interesting part to me is she's like, yeah, that was a good shooting. I think the guy who killed my son did a great job. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what she said. And now it's over. Now, it's wrapped up. He was neutralized, and they took him to the hospital and declared him dead.
Dude, I saw an officer-involved shooting, I'll call it, the other day. Dude's going on a rampage in his own neighborhood. He's standing there with earmuffs on in the cul-de-sac with a pistol. And we were all like ripping on him because his stance was bad.
Did he have cold weather earmuffs on or
Ear Pro?
Hearing protection. Ear Pro, okay.
Yeah, that's why it was funny. He's like an active shooter with Ear Pro. Dude, you think you're gonna make it? Not just after. You think you're gonna live through this long enough to worry about your hearing? I don't think so.
I just searched FSU shooting on Twitter to see like if there's any videos.
Right.
There is literally a video of some callous monster walking on Florida State's campus after the shooting with a Starbucks cup, filming a woman like with blood all over her having been shot, and then just like continuing along their merry way.
Damn.
Like,
Pretty awful.
Let me link that. That's
maybe they get that person with that Seinfeld law.
Oh, they get him with oh fuck, I don't remember the name of the comedian. The big fat.
In Seinfeld, in the finale, they went to prison for not helping that guy who was being mugged, and in fact mocking him while it happened.
John Panette. Yeah, R.I.P. John Panette, the fat comedian. He was very funny. Yeah, did you see that video I just linked?
It's not.
I don't want to watch that, honestly. I can picture it pretty well. It's awful. God. I don't know. That's that's how.
Damn it, Elon, why'd you fire your staff?
Well, I mean, look, that story. That's honestly kind of pales in comparison to that story from a couple weeks ago where someone died on the subway and a guy raped the body.
Well, I didn't know about that.
Like both of those things were independent of one another. A person died, and then a person was like, "Oh shit, someone died." Like he didn't bring his body. Yeah. At first, people thought someone had drug a body onto the subway and then had their way with it. No. He just happened to be there, saw a dead body, and went after it. It's equally as fucked up as where there was that big car accident or something or another, and the person was dismembered. Their arm fell off.
I mean,
and a homeless man.
Dismembering's awful. I get it, but was the body hot?
Well, the homeless man thought so because he picked up the leg or the arm, I don't remember which, and was eating it raw on the side of the street. They had to get it away from him.
Maybe we do need some more asylums.
This is America. Don't catch me tripping, yo.
So that guy, totally unrelated, was just like Christmas came early.
Oh my! I'm getting shoved up already. Yeah, he fucked the dead. Like necrophilia is another one of those where I'm just like, man, I'm so glad that's not what God did to me. Like, I'm glad I wasn't cursed by fucking Poseidon to want to fuck something that's dead. Like I was scrolling through Reddit the other day, and I saw what I thought was people having sex in like a mud bath. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? And it was manure fetish. They were covered in shit. They were, and I don't mean a little, Taylor. I mean, they were both covered head to toe in feces. Ugh. And their mouth, it looked like when Arnold Schwarzenegger was hiding from the Predator. And he got the mud everywhere to hide from the thermal, except shit. And I just thought that like, there's no way this person started with like, I don't know, BDSM or a little light tickling play and like work their way down. Yeah, they're fucked from the beginning. And some people are just twisted.
We got to shut that down. People like that walking the streets is why Tom here got ringworm at the gym.
Victimless crime, Taylor.
True.
That's actually how I got the ringworm.
Yeah. Well, it's because that guy went in and did a little benching before he went on, for his next escapade.
Well, you guys have had Brandon Buckingham on, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
He and I were planning for a while. It didn't work out. We were planning to go to India to film this festival they have called what's it? Gorahaba. It is a cow shit festival where they rub their faces in it for its healing properties, and they have like a poop mosh pit where they like throw it at each other. It didn't work out last year. We're hoping to go this year at some point. But
that seems like one of the worst times to visit India.
We're going. We need to be there.
The
I mean,
I can't think of a more palatable shit than cow shit. All right, like if you've been on a farm, if you've been on a farm and you've seen this, we're gonna rub it on our face though. Those little pellets look nice until you start smearing them all over you. My thought process is the cow being a ruminant or whatever the hell, and just eating all that cud and grass and whatever. It's when it comes out, it's kind of just like mushed up grass. It looks like you took a bunch of grass and put it in the blender and made a grass smoothie. It is shit, but it is not dog shit. There is no dog shit festival.
It's not like cat shit or bird shit. In the world of shit, it's the kind I would be least offended by, but
you stepped in it.
I don't want it around me. Like I wouldn't opt into putting it on my body.
What properties would cow shit need to imbue for you to not only rub some shit on you, but you've got a jar. Oh yeah, I got some shit. You want some? Like you got a jar of it in your house. Like what would the shit need to imbue?
Ooh, it'd have to give me like some kind of investment foresight. Like something really valuable because
removing wrinkles won't cut it. Like sunny disposition, anti-inflammatory.
Rough, but if I could like spot lost fat, like just get some abs with the poo, it'd be pretty tempting.
That is fantastic. I would absolutely use cow shit as like a spot reduction where like if I went to bed, obviously I wouldn't sleep in my nice bed. I would like sleep in in the yard when I did this.
In a friend's bed, right.
Yeah, in a friend's bed. And I would rub it on the areas that need help. So a lot of midsection shit. And then I would go to bed and I'd wake up and 20 pounds of fat are gone or however much it does in the night. I would do that. 101, lock me in.
So I don't do shit, but
where is this going? But urine, let me tell you.
I do have a little trick for if you're like right on the cusp of abs, or like you just want to make your abs look more ripped, or maybe you've got like a little bit of loose skin. I'm not talking about like huge fat loss loose skin, but you don't have that like I'm 18 and my skin like sticks to the inside of my ab skin anymore. Hemorrhoid cream. You rub hemorrhoid cream on there. It draws the liquid out of your top layer of skin. It doesn't dehydrate it and like make it like dry or anything, but it does make you look more ripped.
Did you do that for picture day?
I did that for months.
So you were just preparation H-ing your belly?
Part of my routine was preparation H on the whole front midsection. Like it doesn't smell funny. But it draws the liquid out, makes your skin tighter, makes you look better for pictures for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
A little lame.
This is a little too behind the music for
right. When I was at my most attractive,
there's a whole bunch of people googling hemorrhoid cream right now.
And when I was at my most attractive, I smelled like chlorine and dentine. Those were my things. Kyle smelled like Prep H.
And
the minty one.
What's his Prep H? I know Woody's had a story about hemorrhoids that's so upsetting. I hate even thinking about it. Kyle, Tom, have you guys ever dealt with those? I, knock on wood, have never had a dance with a hemorrhoid devil.
What is a hemorrhoid? It's like a cyst in your ass or something?
It's like when God's furious at you.
It's I guess there's a vein or something right on your like sphincter in your butt, like the real outside part of it, and it can get swollen like a balloon with
from
blood.
What?
Lifting. In my case, I will not tell the whole story, but I had like a minor hemorrhoid and I spent the whole day basically chopping wood. And by the next day I had ruined myself. So
like it swelled?
Yes, to like a grape.
His butt cheeks are rubbing it all day long, all sweaty.
To a grape?
Yeah.
That's such a big thing in your ass.
The pain,
what do you do about that?
I had a surgery for mine. Most people just endure it and get to the other side, but I got extra credit on mine. I was the next level. So I'm trying not to tell the story, but here we go.
I don't mind the story. This is a good one.
Yeah.
It's a story of relief to me.
The pain was so painful. Like I used to, at the time, my bathroom by the toilet, there was like these two half walls. and I would press the back of my head against that metal thing they use in drywall to make the corner more durable, just like to distract me from the butt pain. Like if I could get my skull to hurt a little more, this is how I
So
got
when you're like shitting, it's like passing over it.
That's what he's
just
talking
like,
about. Yeah.
like trying to hurt myself. It was, I mean, just pre-surgery, like on the way there.
I would inject lube in there. That's the move. You know, those, have you ever seen a lube injector, Taylor? You know about the lube injector.
Yes.
Let me just hit this back real quick, Kyle. One time, I remember on Mail Monday, I gave acne advice.
Yeah.
And you're like, Woody, I think these people have a level of acne that you're unfamiliar with. And that your like warm washcloth, take the head off thing is not the answer for them. This is a higher level of problem. Kyle, this is a higher level of problem than a stool soft, than some frosted mini wheats are gonna fix for you. This is another thing. You need
How
surgery.
many stitches do you know?
I don't know.
Any at all.
Dude,
Did they dissolve or have to be removed?
They dissolved, but the worst part of it is they kind of packed your butt with gauze, and then like, I don't know, 36 hours later, so you gotta poo. It's not an optional thing. And as you're ripping the gauze off the most sensitive part of your body, it's like stuck. I did it in the bathtub, and it was still one of the greatest pains I've ever experienced.
They put you under for the surgery, or
for the surgery they did, but removing the dressing was something I did like a day and a half later.
No, it's one of those where they talk you through it.
No,
that's a nightmare. Okay, so I'm going to cut your asshole out now. Let me know if you feel anything.
I went from the proctologist's office like straight to he's like, this is surgical. What? Go now. I'll meet you there in 90 minutes. So like, that's what we did. We went right to the car. We went to the hospital. And like, if you had seen me pale, sweat dripping from my brow, doing like dips, the whole way there, I was clearly a top priority patient. And I like from the time I walked through the hospital's front door to the time I was on some sort of gurney getting pain relief couldn't have been more than like 7.5 minutes. And it was eye-opening how medicine has cured pain. Because I went from one of the worst moments in my life to like, do we still need to do this? Like, I'm fine now. Like, this is like, all right. And I was like lucid and such, but they just the pain was gone.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Dude, that story you've told literally changed my perspective on shitting, because the first time you told it years ago, you're like, and you can get them from like trying to push a shit out too hard. You can get them from like, you sit there and you're just pushing and like constipated or something. Yeah, I don't just.
I read an article today. If you sit there on your phone, even if you're not pushing or doing anything, you have a massive increase in your risk for hemorrhoids. Just sitting, that position is not good. Your butthole's trying to fall out.
I do not spend too long on it. When I'm done on the toilet, and so I don't do that, thankfully. But like to this day, like I'll be sitting there shitting, and if I have a thought of like, I bet I could push really hard, maybe get a little more shit out, I'm like, it's not ready. That one's in the oven a little long. Like I want it to tumble out of my asshole, easily, which is when you eat a bunch of fiber,
just end over end.
There's a lot of, it's like a freeway. It's like the Autobahn back there for me. Just it tumbles right out of there. Like that's what, and so like I'll like have that thought and be like, you don't want to end up like poor Woody on that gurney.
I think the testicular torsion thing irks me like way more. Like his description of that and the way that worked. So like he had his balls get all like wrapped up together. We're not going to talk about it because it genuinely bothers me when we talk about it. I start feeling it. Like I've got a vivid imagination, I guess. I start getting physical symptoms when I start picturing that stuff happening.
Oh
to you.
Yeah, I thought that like this was like 4 days ago. I was like walking to go pee, like I paused a movie with my girlfriend and walked to go pee. And like, I guess I'd been sitting in a weird position. And so then I stood up and I was like, kind of a funny feeling in my right testicle right now. And immediately I jumped to like the cataclysm of Woody's experience. And I'm like, oh God, this is how it starts, isn't it? This is the beginning of the, and then like half an hour later, not even that long, probably 4 minutes later, it had stopped and abated. I'm like, all right. It's fine. Because I used to think that testicular torsion was when like your nuts get tangled together. And I was like, that seems not too hard to avoid, just like keep it together. Then I learned that it's just one going AWOL. And I was like, oh fuck, how do you even avoid this? It seems like I could do this flipping over in bed and not even know I'm doing something. Like if I go from my left side to my right side, maybe like one of the nuts gets weird and like twists half a turn, and then later another half turn. Like it spooks me. I don't like it. Horrible design in our testicles. It should be better.
Taylor, you joined me for a brief Baldur's Gate session this weekend.
That was fun.
You looked behind the curtain. You saw the magic at play. Were you tempted?
Discord streaming? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. We hopped in Discord and I'm like, show me the Baldurs. And then Kyle, who's always a very good guide with these kinds of things, was explaining a lot, giving me a little backstory on characters. And it did entice me a little bit. The intimidating thing is like Kyle's a fucking gamer in Baldur's Gate. Tom, I don't know if you've played Baldur's Gate, but it's wildly
I have not, no.
It seems like technically you need a lot of knowledge.
It's like one of those Diablo games or something. There's like a lot of
CRPG, turn-based combat.
It's like D&D.
Very heavy. It's based on D&D.
RPG.
It has to do with the camera angle, how we're above and controlling things from. It's that. I don't know what it's. I can't think of it right now. But what's
it's like isometric.
I don't know if it's
computer.
Fair.
According to Google AI.
Okay, so it's a worthless C. But in any case, if you would like to play it sometime, I will start a completely separate playthrough that is our playthrough, and we can touch it 30 minutes a week, and it'll just sit there in a save file. I have 3 concurrent playthroughs that I go to now. I have one for like Scum and our other friend that we've been playing on. I have my own that's just me experimenting with 4 characters with the new patch stuff and all the 12.
That's the one I saw, I think.
Sure, yeah. And then I've got another one that I like touch every now and then. That's an honor mode playthrough where if I die, I die, and I can't resave. You have one save file, you die, and game over. That I touch occasionally.
Can you change your mind? Or
about what?
So like sometimes in Elden Ring, people will do like a deathless run and they'll start over if they die, or is it something that's enforced by the game?
Yeah, it gives you the choice there. It's like, you died. Would you like to continue in dishonor? And you're like, no, what would be the point? I'm here for the achievement. So you start all the way. And it's a game that it takes me about 150 hours to beat the game because I try to, each time I play through it. So I try to do all the things. If I wanted to speed run it, I could probably do it in 25 hours or something like that.
Even that's long.
It would be a challenge to get it in 25 from me because I don't know how to speed run it. I would just be going by the seat of my pants, and you can't just go because then you're so weak I wouldn't know how to continue. I have to level up there are certain encounters that like, I don't do that until I'm level 5. I wouldn't do that until I'm level 8. So like speed running doesn't make sense unless I've gotten to those levels. But in any case, if you want to do that, I'd love to do that. We could even make it 2 characters. I know how to simplify it, make the game easy. We play on easy mode. I don't give a shit.
That would be fun. Yeah, I think because I already own the game, and I certainly would not want to speed run it. That's not how I would want to experience the game.
I do everything when I play, and when I take someone through it, we do everything. I take you to every corner of the map, every dungeon. We get every single legendary item. We'll do things the evil way, and then we'll load it back up 10 minutes prior and do things the good way, just so you can see what could have been. And then we'll go back and do it the evil way again.
I would like that. And I would appreciate the guidance because sometimes I could see in a game like that where I'm like, okay, I got to kill this guy who's trying to conscript me for a quest because I want that sword of justice or whatever the sword is that you were playing through. And to have someone there to be like, hey, no matter what you do, you're going to get the sword of justice. But if you kill this guy, it's a goddamn nightmare to try and get through a city that like this guy had cousins in later in the game because they're going to look at you and go, hey, you killed Joey?
That exact scenario comes up constantly. But this game, unlike other games, in like Skyrim, when you like commit a crime and like everybody knows about it all of a sudden, this game is like real life. So I can just cast a cloud of like darkness on you and I can molest you and murder you and rob you, and then I'll just run away. And when the cloud goes away, everybody's like, "What the fuck happened to Bill?" No, like they don't know that.
So like a guard will walk up and be like, "Thought I heard something," and then just turn around, someone's bloodied and bashed. I smell all their gold.
If not, I usually play like a bard. I like convincing people to do what I want them to do rather than fighting them. And plus, the boys want to fight. They want to swing swords and shoot bows and do spells. So I want to convince people to do things. So I'll convince the werewolf man to eat himself, or I'll just convince the guards that these are not the droids you're looking for.
I didn't just rob you.
How did you get good? Did you watch a ton of YouTube videos? Did you just keep time in the game?
Both. I watch hundreds. I've watched every video there is. Like people link me to the videos and like I've seen all those. I've seen all the videos that have been made for that. Like obviously there's thousands of videos, but I've seen the videos that are titled like Baldur's Gate 3 Secrets You Didn't Know. All the Act 1 nooks and crannies you missed. All the Act 2 nooks and crannies you missed. And then I've watched just a 5-hour video from one guy about Baldur's Gate secrets, and then I watched the next guy's 4-hour video. So I've watched all the videos, and then I played the game 600 hours or so. So I got it mostly down. There's not much I don't know, but they're still discovering things. They're still finding new things. It's one of those games with just you have to do things in weird sequences and touch this and wiggle that. They just found out you can get this weird magical sheep companion. To do it, you have to like kill some random guy and then ring a bell on top of a building and then go across town and ring another bell all within a certain time frame. And then you have to go to a camp and you have to find a magical egg. And it's like,
do they find that by data mining or by discovery?
Discovery, because it only came out last week or so. And the game's been out for a year and a half or something like that.
In Elden Ring, I love the data miners. Like they figure out everything there is to know about the game, how the calculations are done behind the scene.
Yes.
And sometimes it can inform good decisions.
Yeah. This game is really good about putting all the data forward. They do not mind intimidating you with numbers. A lot of games will be like, they'll use a phrase like, this ability makes you more likely to hit. It's like, well, how much more likely? 5%,
right?
10%, 25%? I'm weighing my options here. This game it gives you exact numbers. And then when you complete an action, you can look in the side and see a formula play out. Like literally a little bit of algebra over here. This plus that times this, you roll that plus that, and that's a damage rider. So it applies twice, and you're like, oh, now I understand. Now I'm not frustrated.
I appreciate that. In Elden Ring, you have to go to like Google Docs that people have made to like
Tarkov.
Find those values. Okay, Tarkov too. And but like when the descriptions say, hey, this makes your damage greatly improved. This one makes it vastly improved, and this one makes it much improved.
Got that training wheels, Xbox bullshit. I'm a 40-year-old PC gamer. I mean business.
yeah. Like, I'm not even sure how to stack rank greatly, vastly, and much. Like, probably get it right.
Yeah, I like the data. Yeah, Taylor. Anytime you want to play, I would get up at 6 a.m. if you called me and be drinking coffee, firing that bit. I'm up at 6 a.m. anyway.
It's a lie.
It'd be great if you started at 6.
It'd be great if you started at 6 because I go to bed 2 hours later.
I've been on like the old man sleep schedule here for like weeks now. I'm in like it's my bedtime right now. Like I'm about.
You're gonna go to bed right after this?
I got to cool down after this with a little something or another, but I'm going to crash before midnight.
I use snacks.
Okay.
I mean, I want to judge you as if I'm not about to have a soft pretzel after this show.
Oh, shit. All right. It's soft pretzels hour.
Woody, how many times do you get up to pee at night?
0.
Really? Taylor?
Yeah.
I mean, unless I drink a ton of liquid right before I go to bed, like 0.
All right, I need to head to the doctor then, I guess.
Do you wake up a bunch to pee in the middle of the night, Tom?
Well, see, what I do is there's a soda on my bedstand, and I thought you asked me.
Oh no, but all like clearly you're waking up to pee a lot,
at least twice a night because
twice a night.
Yeah, and like I gotta go. Like I think it's because I drink right up until I'm falling asleep on the pillow, and when I wake up, like if I wake up in the night, I know where that Dr. Pepper is, and I can grab it blindly and go, and then sit it back.
A nice
My problem
semi-flat.
when I'm trying to fall asleep is these guys, because I need the nicotine or else I get angry. But if I have it, I stay awake. So it's like fighting this battle of like, pop it in my mouth. Okay. It's kind of wearing off. I'll take it out. Try to fall asleep before I feel the withdrawal.
It is very addictive. I'll do that like with a vape, which is the gayest way to get nicotine into your body. I just need to go back to cigarettes. And like I'll like wake up early, like in the morning and have a morning pee. But I'll, before I even do that, be like, oh, the first thought I have in the morning is like a little nicotine to start the day. Just
I don't even really
bit,
think about it. It's just like an automatic emotion for me. It's just
it's so good.
I like the nicotine. It's great. It's calming. It's I like to do it all the time. But I think that this is 100% healthy. If you look at the studies and all the research that's been done, they can't find any way to shit on this thing yet, and they're trying hard. The tobacco industry spent enormous amounts of money trying to shit on this thing. This thing's not bad for you. I'm not saying it's a health food, but it ain't bad for you at all. It's no different than all vape. Yeah. I mean, it's the same like asthma. People with asthma use inhalers. It's not all that different. Nicotine's not bad for you. Like what he said, it'll wrinkle your skin a little bit. It does some other things that with your body chemistry, I think
that might not impact you.
Yeah, I'm already on like vasodilators, so I could use a little constriction. And then this thing, like anybody that's buying cigarettes still, like every now and then I'll be like, man, I'd like a cigarette. I'd like to hear you can hear the tobacco burn, that crackle. Oh, it's nice. But this thing is $12 and it lasts me a month. And it's so wonderful. Geek Bar. I wish we were sponsored by fucking Geek Bar because it's a product I believe in. I should invest in Geek Bar.
Does it come from China?
I don't know, but the price hasn't changed. Okay. I don't think it. Actually, I do know. Definitely not, because you don't want to smoke anything from China.
Yeah, apparently the Chinese ones are really, really bad for you. They like
the ones
corners.
There were some that were tested that had some chemical that gives you popcorn lung, and those did come from China. And that's a story that's a decade old that keeps getting brought up every time that someone wants to shit on nicotine.
Those were often like really flavored. Like
I mean, this is pineapple punch.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just go. I only get menthol.
It's like this is like candy because like it turns your saliva into like a tasty pineapple sour deliciousness thing. Whatever candy you like, it can be this. It's
man,
and they're addicted. I mean, every kid should
try it a little bit.
Stay away from nicotine because it's an addictive chemical. I read about like what's going on in high schools now, and they talk about how in the high schools when they like look in the ceiling tiles, it's just full of vapes. It's just full of vapes because they go in there and there's like a communal vape and they're just reaching in there and everybody's hitting like.
Oh, this would have been the bee's knees in fucking high school. Like you could just whenever you want like ghost a hit of nicotine, feel a little better.
Would have been the bee's knees.
That would have been incredible.
Cloud?
No, if you hold it in your lungs for a second, the weed one that Kyle's holding up will like the weed ones create more of a cloud.
I was in high school like 5 years ago, and it was unreal the amount of
you could like tamp it down.
I forget how much younger you are than us.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. There was like some high school not that far from me that had like an article written about them in the New York Times because of how bad their vaping problem was because it was so fucking bad.
So people are doing weed vapes in high school?
Yeah.
Yeah, they bring weed vapes in high school. Yeah, it would be like a challenge. It's like you hit it when the teacher's looking away. Teacher looks back. Wait till he looks back at the board. Let it go.
Like in my day, which was like it was still black and white back then.
Yeah, the terminals.
I remember like someone got high on weed in the morning before school. It was like the last day of school when there really wasn't any testing or teaching going on, and it was like a story that went around. Like, of course, people smoke weed, but to like be high at school was not
only once ever did I smell weed in our high school. It was and we were like, what the fuck? Who's that insane? Because like people would smoke cigs out behind like there was like a shop building. You could sneak around behind and you could smoke cigs. People would do it. The teacher would be like, dip, boys, dip. They can't smell dip. And then everybody dipped. But that was the only time anyone ever smoked weed at school so everybody could smell it and everything. But these things smell like fruit punch and they hit like weed. So I can't imagine how anybody's learning anything if they're cool.
How long do you stay high when you inhale it?
As a 16-year-old kid, who fucking knows? All day.
If I hit like I have a little vape here, like a 1 gram vape. If I hit it, my tolerance isn't nearly as impressive as Kyle's, but like I'm high for minimum 3 hours if I take a good like moderate sized rip off that. Like I'm not like stoned, but if I take that hit 2 hours later, it's like, yeah, I'm absolutely not sober. Like I'm high.
High for me is just relaxed and not as easily stressed by day-to-day this and that. I can't even get good and baked anymore without some edibles.
It's because your tea's too high, man.
It's because my tea is too high. That's clearly what it is. I probably should just take a tolerance break. But, that's what you meant. I thought you meant testosterone. You meant my tolerance.
Your tolerance. Yeah. Like obviously,
I was taking his testosterone also.
Oh
like,
no! Like and Kyle, with how much
I went high, I'd have caught that.
If
soon.
you wouldn't even have to do a real deal tolerance break, you
2
could
weeks.
do no, not even a full cessation period, because you like are a wake and baker. If you just pivoted for a little while to like, all right, I'm not going to smoke until, if you're waking up at 6 a.m., you wait until 8 p.m. and then you take the first hit of the day, and then you just continue that for a while. Your tolerance will drop a ton.
Perhaps. I should take a few weeks off, because I remember the moment I got off probation, like literally like when it rolled over to midnight, my boy ZT came over. I met him online. We played video games together for years. He lived in Atlanta, and we were going to fly the next morning out to Colorado and do a week out there smoking. And he came to my house and he's like, I know technically tomorrow is the smokecation, but I brought some weed. And we smoked that weed, and it was crippling because it had been like 4 years since I had smoked. But then, and it was very strong, but I was still able to have a conversation. But the next morning when we were going to the airport, I was like, I've got one of these Delta 8 pins, one of these gas station vapes. Let's hit this bitch, because this is like legal here. And we were hitting it on the little bus that takes you from the park and ride to the airport. We got so scary high that like, I was out of it. I was like, fuck, dude, are you fucked too? He's like, dude, what was that? What is that? Yeah, that thing was so incredibly strong.
All right, well, maybe they've got like a Chick-fil-A or something. We can make ourselves feel a little better with the spicy chicken sandy.
Yeah. God rest his soul. ZT died of a motorcycle accident a year later after that. He had the same bike as me, but a year older. Cop hit him. Cop was chasing someone else and hit him and killed him.
R.I.P. He was a cool guy.
It really was.
That sucks.
Well, Tom, where can everyone find your content?
YouTube.com/JoeM. You'll find my stuff. YouTube.com/TurkeyTom. You'll find it, and you can find my various other. TurkeyTom.net is the other one, the website. That one looks a little cooler. Very spiffy.
.net. That's so
.net. I could the .com. I tried to get it. I emailed the guy. He was like $6,000. I was like, okay, never mind.
What a bitch! You couldn't wrangle down the .biz.
I tried to.
Well, shoot.
He tried.
Interesting thing. One
Check
more
out
little
Turkey
tidbit.
Tom on YouTube.
Oh, you're back.
Woody,
what happened?
You dropped. You went.
We lost the last like 5 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Did you have something important? Did we miss anything important?
No.
Woody, interesting thing about the RAF during World War II when they were looking for fighter pilots, they wanted people who had a motorcycle license but had sold their bike. That was the number one, like, ooh, that guy, because they're risk takers, but not only to a point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. They wanted people who had a motorcycle license but didn't ride anymore.
That's funny. Yeah. All right. PKA 748.